the juniors.
Right.
So that's kind of giving the locals a little bit more opportunity to surf some heats, strut their stuff, get some points, a bit of experience. It was pretty heavy last year. Jamie Thompson won the men's. He was in fine form, the big fella.
And we've got a pretty incredible honour board here at Krui. Run us through some of the winners over the years.
Righto, well let's go back to 2017 when it all started, and Kajiri Nishi, he won here, and surf was absolutely pumping. I remember, I think he scored a 9+ wave in the final to take down Moses Legrice. Lucy McAllister was the female winner the very first inaugural year. Oni Anwar has taken the chocolates. Elise Cooper in 2018 as well.
Hang on, let's have a look at who did Oni beat in 2018.
Yeah, Rio Wider.
Just saw him in action at the Cobblestone Point Break La Punta in El Salvador overnight.
Yep, so he's gone on to bigger and better things, and it all starts somewhere, and that's what we're doing here. In this 5,000 event. Elise Cooper, as we saw, she was the women's runner-up the same year. Oni won in 2018. The Brazilian Lucas Silveira went on a tear in 2019, mate, and he was kind of unstoppable on his backhand. Mitch Colborne, the runner-up, remember the year he was...
well, that was the year that he beat Gabriel Medina in the semi-finals.
Medina got a late call-up, and Mitch Colborne dealt with him in the semi-finals to earn his spot there. Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica won the women's round that year ahead of Kiala Tamara Barnett. Like the event might have just started. And last year, Jessie Mendez looked in fine form throughout the whole event to take out Billy Stearman on the men's side of the draw. Sophie McCulloch beat Ella McCaffrey. In last year's event, that was the first time we'd done 5,000 points attached to it. It was the first time we had pro juniors as well. So
yeah, we saw Leilani surfing last night as well in Costa Rica. In El Salvador. She is from Costa Rica. She was a wild card at the El Salvador Pro. And yeah, you mentioned guys like Rio surfing in this as a pathway event. Liam O'Brien, we just saw him make the semi-finals in El Salvador about less than an hour ago. He, of course, came to Indonesia a couple of years ago, won back-to-back events on this leg, and it was enough to get him onto, the upper ranks of what became the Challenger Series, and then straight onto the tour. So these events, they're regional now. This one is a co-hosted event between Asia and Australasia. So we're seeing Aussies and Kiwis here who can win points, as well as, of course, the Asians, the Indonesians, the Japanese, the Filipinos.
Japanese are here on force again, mate, as we noticed last year. I think the field last year was probably 40% Australians and probably 40% Japanese. It was a really heavy contingent from both countries, throwing a blend of some Filipinos, some Indonesians, some crew from some other locations. A couple of New Zealanders made it up here.
But not forget Sweden's greatest surfer, Kian Martin. He lives in Bali, surfs in the Asian region, so doesn't matter where you're from in the world, you can nominate a region where you're going to earn those points. Annie Dos Santos, she's Brazilian, but she's here as well. Charger, who lives in Australia, she's chosen to go about it on the Asian QS as well.
And obviously last year as well, Jessie Mendez taking the 5,000 points, but he couldn't keep them. So he won the top award, and he was here out of surfing out of Italy. We know he's Brazilian, but he surfs under the Italian banner, so he came and took the event out, but couldn't bank the 5,000 points. So
it's a pretty deadly Italian Olympic team. Jessie Mendez, Leo Fioravanti, and our own Giada Legati surfing for the women.
Yeah, true.
Giada's commentating with us this week alongside Billy Hangen. So we've got a strong team of 4 in one of our favourite parts of the world here in Indonesia.
Well, it is, and I think everybody that's been watching the broadcast and seeing what's been going on the last couple of years, Chris, when this event popped up on the radar, you could just see names entering every day, every second day, just boom, boom, boom. Everybody wants in on the action. 5,000 points is a fair old carrot to dangle.
Yeah, I saw Sky Brown, the incredible skateboarder surfer from Great Britain. She's entered the women's side of the event, as has Kira Pinkerton from California. She's an incredible surfer. Got some great waves in the mentorways last year to really put her name up in lights.
All right, we may not see women's surfing today. It's a little bit raucous out there in the ocean. I did see some pretty insane men's surfing going on during the free surf this morning. So for all the crew that are tuning in, It's a long wave. There's a lot to be done on this wave if you get a good one. And our first surfer in red is William.
That's Willis Druma. So you can see there's definitely still a raw edge to this swell. It's going to back off over the next couple of days and just get cleaner and more groomed as we go deeper into the field.
And you can see where William just finished his ride. If a set comes through behind that when you finish right there, there goes probably 10 minutes of your heat. It's a fairly relentless ocean when a set comes through out here, Chris. I've noticed there's 5 to 10 to 15 at a time. It just sort of, it's all or nothing. It just bangs through. So this is the very first wave of the Krui Pro.
Yep, so this is Willis Druma, one of the best surfers out of Victoria at the moment. Just a little mid-face turn. Nothing too aggressive, just 2 turns, get some points on the board and open his account.
Not a bad theory. Finish your first wave, work on it from there. It is pretty tough. It's a sort of break this morning. Oh, there's a nice hit from
This is Kai Mariki on his backhand. Japanese surfer, and just working his way through to the inside. A lot of broken boards and leg ropes yesterday.
I was just about to say that, Chris. In the free surf in the morning, there was leggies. There was one of the poor young ladies that paddled out, broke a board before she even made it out the back. It was pretty hectic. And it still kind of is today when those big sets roll through. They swing wide and all the energy kind of gathers down on the very back end of the reef and just unloads, and that's where you paddle out. Or you can paddle out right up the point if you want to take on the reef walk. But yeah, there was a bit of carnage yesterday morning. Let's hope things go a little better today for the crew. Judges might just take a little while with these numbers and just open our scale up. But Dead Air Suriana, here we go. Let's have a chat about Dead Air. It's been a number of events I've done through the ISC days, the Indonesian Surfing Championship days. He's out there in white. He's making somewhat of a comeback. Haven't seen him in a rashi forever, but he was the big Indonesian hope for quite a while, really.
South Java?
Yeah, Cimaja. Yep, so West Java. The Prince of Cimaja, pretty much.
That's right.
But he did the rounds on the QS seriously for probably 2 or 3 years, was heavily backed, and he went to a lot of countries and he tried really hard for a long time, and he'd win everything at home, and he was right there as the top Indonesian male, and tried to make an impact at the top level, and life's pretty hard when they got to leave home and put wetsuits on and stuff. But Dede Suriana is a famous name in Indonesia, trust me. The guy absolutely shreds. Let's see if he's been sticking to that theory over the last couple of years. I reckon it's been 3 or 4 years since I've seen Dede in Rash Fest.
I remember Dede got the cover of Australia's Surfing Life magazine while I was working there. A Jason Childs shot, incredible one, just as the east coast of Bali was starting to open up. Just a beautiful, beautiful shot. And Childsy sent it in to us, and he said, you can only have this if it's a cover.
And it was.
And it was. So no worries there. But yeah, Dede has been a fixture on the scene for a long, long time. Probably one of the first Indonesian guys who really went and grounded out on the QS and sort of did that by himself a lot, and maybe help open up the door for a guy like Oni Anwar to then take it to the next generation.
I think we're going to hear from Giada. Might have some input in today's format. So let's cross over to Giada in a moment. All right, let's go and have a word with Giada and see what she's got for us. Maybe.
All right, Giada Lagarde is talking to... No, she's not. We do have contest director Ty Surati over there. We're just trying to iron out a few kinks. First day of the event.
Now, of course, we should have Teo Radcliffe out there somewhere as well, the surfer in green. I'm not sure whether he is because I can't see him on our screen. He's only a young fella. He's also in the juniors. I can't see a green rashi. He does not sit on the priority table, so I imagine young Teo hasn't batted up and got out there.
Not big enough.
That's it. Teo out of Bali. Not sure what happened there.
Is it only in Bali where green is a colour to avoid?
I think it's Jawa as well. Java.
Okay.
Yeah. The old hijau, Wana hijau. It's kind of can be a little bit taboo. Anyway, there we go. Some pretty mediocre numbers to kick things off. Moriki in the blue, 4.67, somewhere right in the middle, couple of turns. And Willis Druma, a couple of hits as well. Pretty hard to hit the lip out there, Chris. I was watching this morning, mate. The lip really pushes back. So for the crew online, if you do see somebody get off the bottom and get up there and tag the lip, and if they can do it a couple of times, I think that's the recipe for a big number here today. "25-minute matchups, plenty of time." Looking through the draw, Chris, have we got anyone else of note that you can really...
Well, up next we got Tibi Jabrik, Eki Setiawan and Casey Lane, so 2 Indonesians and an Aussie. Heat 3, Alex McGuffin from our neck of the woods in Western Australia, and he will be licking his lips at the side of a big left. Rafael Castro, Caleb Tancred from the Central Coast. He was Ace Buchan's little protege for a long, long time, then went off to study at university. Great to see Caleb back at an event. And Kikal Richie Abiasa Nur. And I think now we're going to cross over to Jada Lagati, who is with Ty Sarati, contest director, to tell us what's going on.
Good morning. I'm here with Ty, the WSL Asia Tour manager. So Ty, tell us what we're expecting this week and what we're going to be seeing today.
Good morning, Giada. How are you? Yeah, today is probably the biggest day of the forecast. The waves are pumping. It's 4 to 6 foot. It's a really nice waves coming through. We're going to look to do a huge day of surfing today. All of men's round 128 and then half of the round of 96 as well. Yeah, the forecast is looking like it drops off a little bit throughout the week. But we should have really good days on. So yeah, can't wait.
All right, thank you so much, Ty. Everyone's really excited to be here, and we'll see you tomorrow for the update. That's it, guys.
Well, thanks, Giada. Did you get all that, Chris?
Yeah, not sure.
Maybe it's just us. I couldn't hear a whole lot, but anyway, day one. Might be some little kinks to iron out there. I'm sure that was to do with today's format, I imagine, and I'm pretty confident we have 2 rounds of men's to roll through today, everybody. So that will be... Well, are we going to get 2 rounds of men's done? I doubt it. 16 heats in round 1, 16 heats in round 2. I'm not sure we can do 32 25-minute heats in a day. So we'll go as far through round 2 as possible.
It's a bit of a slow start to kick the day off. Oh, Theo Radcliffe's made it.
Yep.
Late to the party, hasn't missed a whole lot. Dede Suriana has priority, and Willis Drummer's got a 2, and Kai Mariki's got a 4.
So maybe Teo paddled out down the bottom of the point and only just made his way back into a priority situation. Obviously, to gain priority, there's a certain point you've got to cross before you can be awarded any sort of priority. So maybe Teo was still paddling out, but there he is, a young fella. 16 minutes to work on 2 numbers. Fortunately, he has got 4th priority, so not the ideal start for the young Grom. And plenty of free surfing options on the table yesterday, Chris. I believe you guys had a bit of an outing as well in Krui Town. When it's doing it.
Yeah, this is kind of where the guy you dropped in on was sitting yesterday. So just really considerate of you as a coach to give him a few pointers on reading the ocean and where to sit.
I'm calling it a snake. I came straight in and saw the boys that were watching and said, "Did you guys see that guy snake me? You're ridiculous. I only wanted one wave, and that's the one he wanted too." But I digress. Coming from Triggs, that's what we do.
One of the world's great lefts. Something I just took away from that wave of Dede Suriana. Looks like he's on a bit of a longer board. You can't really be overgunned out here.
Got to get the turns in. That's what counts. It's it's not like a deep water wave like, say, Margaret River or anything like that. It's still an Indo wave on a shallow reef. So you've just got to catch something and got to do the turns that impress. Todd Rosewell and his team up there, heading up the judging panel. Crew starting to come into play now. A few more waves rolling through. You can see it's pretty tough to make sense of the lineup. If you're not in the ideal spot, you can get skunked. So there goes Teo losing his priority, young fella in green. There's going to be a bit of that today, a lot of paddle and misses because the wave at times does back off. Who we got in red here, Chris?
All right, this is Willis Droomer, currently sitting in second. He'll be looking for not much to put him up into the lead. He'll be the first surfer with 2 waves to his name. And, well, this wave hasn't given him much so far, but as we know, it's a long, long wave. It can stand up and allow you to keep on scoring points as you work your way down the line, and that's exactly what Willis does right now. Seals deal out of there on his feet. He's got a long, long paddle in front of him, but 11 minutes 15 to run, plenty of time. He will move into the lead. Kai Mariki in the lead with the best wave of the heat so far, 5.17. That might be shaded when Dede Suriana's last score drops in.
Yeah, the boys are still having to think about that wave of Dede's because it's probably going to set the scale for this first round of the men's. Young Teo's having a tough time, losing priority, late onto the scene in the heat. Didn't have a warm-up this morning. Him and his mentor in Dede sat there. So 4.50 for Dede's first number drops in. So I think that is not the best number of the heat. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, I think. Anyway. Here goes red now. The action replay of Willis Dormer's opening wave, second wave. So this has got to be in the neighbourhood as well. He kind of got a number of moves in. I did see some guys this morning when they were free surfing for everyone online going absolutely nuts. So I think the judges are kind of keeping a lid on big numbers. They're expecting to see some pretty heavy hits. A strong field here in the round of 128. It's going to be a long day. So for the crew online, settle in, stick around, stay with us. If you do have to nick off, come back at some point. I imagine it's probably going to be about a 4 o'clock finish up here in Krui Town. We are running off Jakarta time for all the people that are watching. It is 1 hour behind WA time, behind Bali time. So right now where we are, it's 7:46. Here goes young Teo. Just a little mini Grom swack, short ride on the scoreboard. That's what counts. He's going to need something else to back that up.
So Teo's from Bali, surfs for England.
Oh yeah, he's old man.
Parents are English.
His old man's a bit of a geezer. Harry there. Good on you, Harry. He's a nice guy. Lived there for a long, long time in Bali. And it's good to see him here. Okay, so.
So 9 minutes to go. Willis Droomer moves into the lead with a 6.26 2-wave total. Kai Mariki has priority. He's sitting second for Japan. So we've got an Aussie, a Japanese, an Indonesian and a Brit in the water right now.
Full mix, nice way to start things off. There's going to be plenty of that over the next next few days.
Yeah, we have, 128 men, 80 women and a pro junior. We have a lot of heats to get through. Thankfully, the waves here at Tanjung Setia are endless.
Yep, you can expect a big couple of opening days, mate, for sure, just to get us ahead of the curve. Swell is going to drop off midweek. Our man down there at Lani's, Dino, thanks, mate. He's tipping Thursday to be the smaller day. So if we do knock out a couple of huge days now, which we're gonna, we will be put in a good place to potentially trim it up and pick the eyes out of the smaller stuff midweek, maybe potentially a lay day somewhere down the line. And the good news is next week it ramps up again. Next Saturday, Sunday, here goes young Teo. Woohoo! Wave number 2, that's not ideal as well. Big learning curve for the young Grom. There's a lot of real experience in this draw. A lot of the juniors doubled up last year here at the event, mate, being an under-21s pro junior. There was a lot of men, boys in the juniors taking it up against the older guys. Who we got here?
This is Kai Mariki. Came from a long way downtown. He's got some work to do to find the open face. Bit of a high line. Still hasn't really done much. Now he gets a section and he deals with it appropriately. A little bit stuck coming out of that turn, but that's the bulk of his points so far. Now this wave bowls up for him a little bit. God, it's been a bumpy old ride from start to finish. That's a nice turn. Needs the big finish and gets swallowed. So a lot of work for Kai Mariki there.
A lot of work for him.
Not a whole lot of reward, but he only needs 2 points to move into the lead. He will have done that.
Yep, so that is going to be putting a bit of pressure on. So Dede Suriana, he's in third. He doesn't need much. He needs to just get to his feet to shuffle up a space. He's been pacing himself quite well here. He's probably only going to get 2 waves in this heat. Dede has priority. No doubt he's having a look at this. Here he goes. So let's have a look at the Prince of Cimaja. Everybody in Indonesia knows this guy. He's a strong surfer. He doesn't mess around. That was some real nice rail work, as I've come to expect over the years. Winding up now, just biding his time. Grabs his rail. Thank you very much. Jams it a little under the lip on the third effort. Hits a little bump on his fourth semi-manoeuvre. A couple little mini moves here, just hoping for a finish. He's probably tipping himself. This is probably going to be his last wave.
6 minutes.
6 minutes. Does he get back out there for another effort?
Oh, you've got to give it a go.
He'll try for sure. It's a long way. And right now he's burning hot. And even though you're in board shorts only, the water is boiling. The sun's just come up. It's stifling hot outside. And you've ridden quite a long wave. It's not easy.
He's built for it, though. The wave's, similar climate temperature to where he's from. A lot of work around there.
That's a sprint paddle this morning.
And I think Dede will move... he's definitely going to move into the top 2. He'd be hoping to move into the lead, obviously. That was a great wave.
He might do.
Here's the replay of Kai Mariki's last wave. This one was just a struggle from start to finish. The wave never cooperated. He did get a couple of sections. That turn was good, but he got a little bit stuck coming out of it, and then the wave fattened out, and he had to do a series of cutbacks through the downtime. Right about now, he wanted to start hooking away. Even then, had a little bit of trouble with the white water coming out of that one.
Better.
That was a nice turn, and unfortunately couldn't get the finish. By contrast, I think we'll look at this replay of Dede's, and he was just effortlessly cool from start to finish.
It was almost the opposite ride. He got all his good work done early and nothing down the end. So let's have a look at this. See, the judges are going to love that. They're going to send the message to the boys that that early top to bottom move is what they want to see. Even the second move, a little lazy but still pretty good.
Shades of Made Lana, the way he's just effortlessly flowing down the line on his backhand.
So some pretty good work there for Dede, playing the game, realising only his second wave. He didn't go too hammer and tong. He wanted to finish this thing, and he did exactly that. So I reckon he goes to the lead with that wave for sure.
Okay, so in the meantime, Kai Mariki, his last wave was a 5.93. Best wave we've seen so far this morning. In that case, you'd think Dede's pipped him on that one. 4 minutes remaining. Currently, Dede Suriana's looking for 1.76, so he's done that. Willis Druma, a 3.93 for his last wave was his best score, but he still won't be happy. He'd like to do something a bit better than that. And Theo Radcliffe, a 2 and a 0.7 to sit in fourth. 3 minutes 45 to run.
Alright, that'd be Rhino there with the drone just coming into play. You're going to see some pretty sick drone footage over the course of this week, everybody. He's the best in the business.
Yeah, and this wave is so long that it's hard to actually cover it with the cameras that we've got. So we will be seeing Rise working some magic down the point to try and get all of the angles.
So Dede's number, a 4.17. So a little light for mine, but that's fine. The judges have rated the work Mariki did as the wave of the heat. So those two now holding it down. So Willis Druma needs a high 7 here to get out, a high 4 to get out of trouble. And the young Grom, he needs the wave of the heat to advance through to the next round. There's only 3 minutes to go. He goes Teo. Come on, Grom. You're going to have to go big. Need a 6.6. That was all right.
Yeah. Found himself like a little racetrack section there.
With a little nose wipe. So 3 waves. They've all been kind of one manoeuvre waves for Teo, and we'll see him again in the juniors. So it's a big learning curve here. It's a pretty tough draw. It's a big ask to step out of juniors. I think he's only about 14 into the big time, up against a lot of polished, experienced surfers here. So a little takeaway there from Teo. Don't be late for your heat. Get a better start. Probably ride waves with multiple manoeuvres is probably something out of the coach's corner there from his dad.
I mean, this is basically just a free swing for Teo. He's here for the Pro Junior. Gets to go out and see big stuff. Surf alongside guys like Dede Suriana. That's something you tell your mates about at school when you're back in Bali. And he'll learn plenty from this heat and be able to bottle it all up. And we'll see him in action in the juniors in a day or two when those guys get their shot.
Oh, Willis has seen something he likes. He's got top priority. The red rashies on the move.
Only needs a 4.74. Very gettable.
Yep. Here he goes.
Talk us through it, Mark.
Righto. Good sized wave for a start, so I'd be happy with this. That section, not ideal. And Dole, well, he will regain top priority, I reckon. He didn't pass any surfers on that ride, so I reckon he had to have a look. He's only got 90 seconds. Hoping something swings a little wider now and drops right on his lap. All the other surfers well out of picture. Daddy Suriana probably just went, whew. Thank God.
Not sure if you saw Liam O'Brien's quarterfinal with Baron Mamiya this morning.
No, tell me.
Needed a score, a couple of minutes to go. Baron forced him to go on a bit of a junky one. Liam pieced it together, didn't get a score, wasn't the wave. Paddling back out, wide set just popped up straight to Liam, got the score. Baron could not have done it any better. Got absolutely drilled, and Liam O'Brien through to the semis.
That's kind of good. I really like what Liam brings, and obviously, hate to sound too biased, but being an Aussie, I love what Liam does. So
Pride of Burley Heads, the 4.220.
And exactly what you said can happen easily out here, mate.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The wide ones can turn into gold. You can pick one up halfway out.
And it can still go for 400 metres.
Pretty long wave.
20 seconds remaining. Have Kai Mariki and Dado Suriana done enough to see off Willis Droomer, the pride of Victoria. He's in the red jersey.
There's something going on down the line here, maybe.
10 seconds.
Yep. Well, as you can see, not a lot of waves ridden here. Here goes Teo having another look at wave number 4. So Dede Suriana only rode 2 waves in this heat. The heat is now over, so it's going to be Dede and Kai moving through our first 2 people to advance in the whole draw. Chris Benz, that was good fun.
That was.
I think we're going to throw to a short break, and we'll be back with heat 2. Wasn't the surfing.
Oh, I think they will have its own.
We're back. Here we are live, Krui Town. It is heat 2, the round of 128. My name is Mark Clift. I've got a good mate of mine right here, Billy Hangan.
G'day Mark, I'll take the sunnies off, say hello to you. First time, get my mic right.
Maybe let's just pull that back just a smidge, mate. There we go. I think that might be a little better. Anyway, yes, good morning.
Boom,
Surf
boom.
fans. There we go. Now, did you watch much of the first heat?
I did, I was doing a little bit of running around there, and it's interesting that a wily old competitor like Dede Suriana is put it out of the bag in the last couple of minutes.
And how good is it to see him back? He was the absolute, man about town for years. And we are going to let everybody in on the secret as to who is in heat 2 here. Let me just get my goggles on. There we go. Okay, so it is Tipi Jabrik right there, the surfer in red out of Bali. Eki Setiawan, another Indonesian right there in blue. And we've just seen Kasev Lane, an Australian right there in the white. 3-person heat.
Yeah. Yep, imagine that. Yeah, it's tricky out there, mate. Every wave has to count because you've got a bit of a paddle out the back for sure.
Dede only rode 2.
Yep.
Suriana.
Yeah, it was down to the last 2 minutes when he got his last one in for sure. But, it's good underway. Waves are definitely entertaining. Big old roller sets coming through. If you're going to chance yourself on the medium-sized ones, it seems to be all the scorers getting garnished also.
Yeah, got to make the most of your opportunities is probably the cliche to take out in the water with you here, Billy. As we were watching this morning, sets can swing wide pretty easy. There's moments where there's no waves, there's shutdowns. If something shuts down and there's a set behind it, good luck for the next 8 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, you're going right wide there. Saw you paddling out yesterday for your free surf, Mark, and that was you got dragged right down the coast.
Tell you what, it didn't feel like it. I thought I'd done pretty well.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Arvo, I saw you and we watched some people paddle out. I said, look where those guys are. That's foolish. I said, that's what happened to you. No, it didn't. Yes, it did.
All right, Tippy Jabrick now having a look. There's a bit of a speed bump, if you like, on top of a lot of these waves. You think you're going to roll into it, and it just stops at the last second. So, bit of a trap for young players.
Looks like the wind's sort of blowing into it a little bit.
A little bit.
Not quite a devil wind, but it's not quite 100% smooth on the face. Here we go now. So Kasev Lane. Big lanky fella.
Yep. Aussie.
Bit like you, Billy. Big lanky goofy footer.
Well, yeah, well, those turns are definitely not indicative. My surfing is getting a lot of power from those big levers. A couple of handy turns. You'd be happy to start your heat like that today?
Yep. 2 rides, a couple of moves each wave. Get in an early rhythm. Tippy Jabrick now prowling the lineup. It's second priority, so he goes Tippy, no. So you can see what I'm talking about, that wind, mate. I reckon it's blowing a little bit into the wave. There seems to be a bit of chop on the face, spraying the eyes on most takeoffs. It's definitely adding a little bit of treachery to what's going on. Now, we've been here for 2 days. Billy, would you like to explain to everybody how we got here?
Well, it's a bit of a trek, but it's worth it. So you're out of Bali, and you're Jakarta, and then a flight from Jakarta to Lampung, and then that good 6-hour drive. But waves like this make it worth the effort. This is Tippy Jabrick on his backhand. Good looking turn to start off with. This is that closeout section. What's he going to do? He's just going to do a big cut down and try and get onto that shoulder so he doesn't have a big paddle out. Oh, there he goes. So Tippy getting his hair wet.
And surfer in blue now as well, rattling off a bunch of moves. He's right where Tippy is. He's also trying to get around. He may get there. He does. All right, so let's see if this pays off as he passes Tippy along the wave. This is kind of Burger Town down this end of the reef.
Short board. It looks like a short board he's riding there, Eki, doesn't it?
Okay. So a 3-person heat. Now, you know who we got in the next heat for the crew online that might be watching back home.
Pump it up.
Big Al McGuffin.
Big Al McGuffin. We saw him getting around on his scooter yesterday. Loving the area.
Rafael Castro. Remember Caleb Tancred?
Yeah, did. He was a bit of a child prodigy when he first came out, wasn't he? He's gone a little quiet.
I think we are going to throw down to Giada, who might have the winner of the last heat. Giada? Oh, it's Chris. There's that. All right, good on you, Chris. I'm sure that was quite insightful. Didn't hear a lot of it myself, but he knows what he's doing.
Oh, just like Lee Wilson's tattoo says, can't get the jungle out sometimes.
Look at the size of this thing. Now, where is everyone? Nowhere to be seen. Big old burger swings wide. That was the theme yesterday, Billy, wasn't it? A lot of that going on. Yeah, a lot of paddling, a lot of duck diving, but a lot more manageable today, the lineup. Yesterday was just out of control, and no way we could have run it yesterday, Mark. Well, it would have been difficult. if we had to, we would have, but there would have been less waves caught than today, and it would probably not have been a fair playing field. If we had to, yep, you could have surfed. I mean, there was people that surfed yesterday. There wasn't a whole lot of free surfers here. Everybody jumped in wagons and cars and motorbikes and took off elsewhere, but it's good to see the ocean has settled a smidge. So there we go, we've got a couple of waves. They're both pretty low there for our surfer in white, but it's enough for the lead, an early lead. So that is Casey Lane. Tippy Jubrick's in third, Eki Setia second at this stage. Boys are doing a lot of paddling. This is after their first rides. Look at them, they've been down there for a while.
Yeah, still duck diving. But that's a pretty handy wave, that 4.17. He'll be looking to make that his backup for sure.
Well, Suriana got through the last heat with a pair of fours.
Yep.
So it's just about a keeper in today's conditions.
This is great to see the King of Chamaja still hanging around, still showing his face.
I can't wait to have a chat with him one-on-one, like just to say g'day and ask him what he's been doing. Still looking like he's surfing really well, and we're talking about Dede Suriana. I hope he does well at this event. It'd be really cool to see someone like him come out of semi-retirement and string together a few good heats.
Yeah, definitely one of the pioneers of Indonesian pro surfing. He was on the QS for a while. Remember seeing him down there at Margaret River. Yep. With young Feb from the Quickie Team Riders.
He gave it a good push for probably 2 or 3 years, I reckon.
Yeah.
And he couldn't crack the big time, so he kind of threw it in, but he did give it a good crack on the QS for sure.
But you know, Mark, without guys like Dede Suriana, there's no Rio Waida. Yeah. You know what I mean? You've got to have that progression, and it's taken a good 20 years.
Yep.
But yeah, look at that. Indonesia's produced a not someone making up the numbers. He's looking like a real contender.
He is. He's having a pretty good first year. He's pushing for Rookie of the Year. Rio Waida we're talking about now, over there in El Salvador. Made the cut. That was the first part of the journey.
Yeah.
So he's opened the door for a lot of Indonesians. You can see grommets now have got this extra pep in their step and a bit of belief. Billy, a lot of guys like Suriana, and started back with Rizal and those sort of guys, and now Dede, and then Rio, and it's that progression. And now someone has made it. I'm pretty confident Indonesia is going to be one of those nations that will consistently have representatives on the championship tour. Yeah,
you're right, Mark, and it's a good example for the young surfers. You can have a really big talent, like a once in a generation Indonesian talent like Rio, but you still have to do all the hard work, all the training, all the concentrating, and maybe not falling into the pitfalls of pro surfing in Indonesia, you know what I mean? So it's a good example for the kids to follow, and if they want a pathway to the pro tour, Rio is your guy.
Sure is. And I remember just how stoked everyone was, when he was winning those Challenger Series last year, a couple of those. And when it was official that he made the cut, it was just a huge moment in Indonesia. I was up here, it was just epic. And the vibe was just so good. And then making the cut in Margaret River after Margaret River was another big moment for the Indonesians.
It was.
So we're on about it, but we are in Indo, and we love it. Been doing this for quite a long time, you and me, Billy, and we've seen the we've been expecting this for a long time, that someone's going to make it.
The question's been asked for like 30 years, hasn't it? When's there going to be an Indo on tour?
Because they surf that good when you see them at home, and they're in boardies and they're in these sort of epic waves. Some of the best surfing I see all year is at these events that we've done over all the years, and they blow you away because they're really, really good.
Yeah.
And it's a matter of travelling with the wetsuit on to do what Rio did, and actually put some runs on the board and qualify. It's pretty tough. You've got to be in the top 10 in the world at the end of the Challenger Series. It's a mighty huge ask.
Yep. All right, there is Casey out the back. He has priority. We're going to get rid of that 3.17. Tippy Jubrick, one wave so far. He doesn't need much though, just under a 3 to progress into the next round. And Eki looking to get rid of that 2.67. Two very similar waves there.
Yep, halfway through the heat. Yeah, you can see how valuable every ride is today, Billy. You know, like there's a lot of hard work to be done out there. Tippy's only just got back into the lineup after that first wave, so you're not going to get too many opportunities, and you've just got to make them count. Really, wave choice has to be spot on. You can't be falling off. Just got to get those two waves together early and potentially pick it up a little bit with the third wave somewhere, but going to see a lot of downtime in these early heats, I reckon. This, as we've been saying though, the good news is for everyone online, Billy, is the swell forecast is looking pretty ideal, because as it drops, it kind of gets better.
Yeah, you get that inside reef. Like it's breaking on the outside reef of those big sections, big sets at the moment. It's not really performing the way we know this wave can. But when it starts to get a little bit smaller, it runs on that proper reef, and even maybe some tube opportunities later on during the week.
Thinking Jarvis Earl last year, you're thinking Jesse Mendez. He goes blue, likes what he sees. These medium-sized waves can generally sometimes smooth up a bit, but he's got a bit of a shocker right there.
Yeah, I keep harping on it, but that board looks pretty small and pretty wide. I mean, you want your short board so you can fit those turns in, but you also want that paddling power and the down-the-line speed.
How's all the swell out the back?
Yeah.
You know where that's going. A lot of other breaks just to our right off screen here on this, the Tanjung Setia region. The actual official region is Pesisir, Barat. Here we go. This will give you a view of our contest site. So right there, the first big building with the orange roof, that is the athlete area. Looking mighty fine, Billy. There's the little camera tower right next to it, the judging tower. Some dude having a casual stroll up the beach on a Monday morning. So the judging tower is right behind that little hut there. Toddy Rosewell and all the judges sitting up there. We've got another judging tower just coming into the middle of the picture right now. Paddle out spots just a little further ahead of where the drone is. There's quite a few accommodation opportunities along the point here as well, Billy. That's where we were set up last year.
Yeah, you'll see the general public in there later on this week.
Well, as we remember from last year, the years gone by, Billy, thousands of Indonesians come down here to watch this.
Big interest from the local populace. It's fantastic.
Yep. A lot of them don't know what they're looking at, but they're here anyway. They definitely turned the music right up.
It's a festival, and it's an excuse to get out, and we want to put on the best show we can for these local folk. Yep, we've been here 5 times now, haven't we?
We have?
Yeah.
Yep, we've got some stats there. 2017, first event was run here. It was only QS 1000. And the Japanese surfer Kajiri Nishi took that out ahead of Moses LaGrosse, another West Aussie.
Oh, wow.
Fella. Yep. So, yeah, I was here for that one, and I remember it. It was still pretty big and doing tricks down the end part of the reef on that finals day. And Kajiri really helped himself to a couple of banging numbers in the final. But Moses did a great job. Respect to Moses there for making that final, young fella. Another West Aussie coming up in the next heat in Alex McGuffin.
The Guff. Can't wait.
So look at this. There's been like 5 waves caught in this heat total. 3 guys in the lineup.
Yeah.
17 minutes off the clock. 5 waves.
And a couple of Indonesians, if you don't mind, who've surfed this break quite often. Lots to look forward to, Mark. I can't wait for this week to really get cranking up.
Well,
we've got Kehu Butler. Can't wait to see him in action.
Kehu, yep. He's coming up. And we've got 7 out of the top 12 on the current Australian Oceania men's ratings. All right, they've got guys like Reef Hazel. No, not Reef. We've got Jarvis. We've got Alistair, Reginardo, George Pittard, Billy Stammen, last year's runner-up.
Yes.
We've got Marlon Harrison, Marzi, one up there in Nias last year. Exactly about a year ago.
Yeah.
You can see the tide's bottoming out a little bit right now. That's sort of your paddle out, jump in spot up there a little further. See the boys sitting about kind of 60% of the way up the reef. You can take off right up in that top little corner where the foam is now. I did see a guy get 4 barrels out here on one wave one morning prior to the start of competition, Billy, when it was really lining up. Direction was perfect.
How big was that
It wasn't big. It was maybe 4 foot.
Right.
4 to 5 foot. 3 to 5 foot. It was right in that strike range. The direction, though, is a big deal here. If the direction is a little too south, it burgers off at the end. It does handle quite a nice southwest swell direction with a bit of west, perfect. Dino was giving me some numbers last night. I won't tell everybody out there what exactly they are, but direction is a big deal here. And should it do that, these guys are halfway along the reef if it does really get it together.
Yeah, for sure. Another interesting thing, Mark, Paige Harrod was out due to injury, so that really opens up the doors for on the women's side of the draw here at Krui.
Yep.
Nanho Tsuzuki, she's in the running, and Sierra Kura, so her kicking around as well.
Yep, 7 of the top 12 ladies on this year's Asian ratings are right here as well. Ali Harrison leads that up. Nixie Ryan, Mia Huppets. We've got Philippa Anderson again. It's good to see her. Young Willow Hardy. See her and Gino lording around yesterday. So there are some big hitters. I've seen Morgan Siblick's here for a crack.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. The kid from Newey. Wow, of course, former CT surfer, and one of my favourite surfers actually was really delivered there in Rottnest that time when Morgan was there.
Yeah.
Really dug his style.
Got the third right there. A lot of other big names. We'll get to that in a moment. Some pretty handy drone footage there. 5 ways ridden only, Billy. I can't believe it. 20 minutes chipped off the clock. Life is tricky. This may be Tippy Jabrick trying to get inside, but I think he's going to miss this, is he?
Oh, he gets over the edge, Mark. Here's his third wave, looking to perform. It's a bit frothy, it's a bit small, but he's scramming a few turns together. Not too bad, he might be happy with that. Of course, that was second priority, so kind of had to go for that smaller wave. Couldn't wait for those sets anymore. It's just over 5 minutes remaining, 5.5 minutes we have. So, yeah, solid little wave there from Tippy. Nothing too exciting, so the judges won't be jumping out of their skin too much.
Doesn't matter. This is enough for second spot right
here.
here.
Yeah, for sure. Very strategic move.
So Tippy just playing the game. He's probably realised that's his last wave. There's only 5 minutes to go. I'm not sure he can get back out there with 5 minutes to go, considering the hard work he did after his first wave. He could almost see him just trying to get to the channel there and make his way in, I reckon. But enough for second spot, guaranteed. Here's the live version. Well, I mean, the version the judges get to see.
Yeah, a bit more front on. You'd be looking for that board to, you know, pierce the lip line. It hasn't done it yet. It's pretty lateral surfing, but this inside section stood up. There's a bit of turns, probably his best one so far. And sticking with that inside section. Like I said, there's nothing to really blow your hair back about, but could be enough to get him into the next round. There you go, there's a little bonus section there, Mark.
That was his wave in. He's gone transport. He's coming in. Coffee, breakfast. Yep, for sure, I reckon that gets him second position. There it goes. So it was only a 3.6. A lot of surfing done for a 3.6, but, you know, here's our site, everybody. So we're right behind that hut, right there in that little cave, little man cave at the back.
Yeah, mate, I was just outside. There are so many grommets in that surfers area, the athletes area. Not sure how many athletes are in there, but there's a lot of grommets in there watching the TV, getting a bit raucous.
Can't see one athlete at this stage. Still no athletes. Still none. And there's a lot of spectators up there somehow.
Yeah, it's great. They're loving it. That's where we do the post-heat interviews also, Mark. So all the groms will be getting behind there, waving around, footy style.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. Some pretty handy drone work again from Rhino. Love his work. Judging towers just to the right of that. We'll get back to the list of some of the standouts that are going to feature in this draw a little later on, mate. We've got Xavier Huxtable.
Oh, he's performing well.
The X-Man. Cooper Davies, he's been doing the rounds for a while. Tully Wiley, love the way he goes about it. Elliot Parada Reid has come to this event just about every year we've run.
Mate, he's fantastic.
Caius King, Morgan Siblick, Geordie Lawler, Dylan Moffat. There you go. There's some strong names.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see Caius King perform. I haven't seen him surf live. I've kind of been a bit of a follower of him, you know, with the music and the cool haircuts and all that sort of thing. But the last few years, he's really stepped up his competition game. So I'm super anxious to see that young man get out there and throw the dice around.
There's the morning punters down here just to check out the scene. It is going to be thousands of Indonesians down here by the weekend, mate. It is a big deal down here in Krui Town. So once again, everybody, we're right on the southern tip of South Sumatra. The region is Pesisir, Barat. The province is Lampung, South Sumatra, Indonesia. As you were saying earlier, Billy, to get here, you've got to fly get your act somehow to Lampung. We did it via Bali, Jakarta. You then hop in a mobile, a car, and you come over this massive ridge. It takes about 6 hours, 7 hours, depends on the traffic.
Well, how lucky we were we had a police escort
That was what cost us an extra hour.
at 20 kilometres an hour all through the mountains. It was awesome.
Good to see their sirens were wailing for an hour and a half with no traffic in front of them, but that's what sirens are for.
Yes.
They made good use of them. 2 minutes to go, a low-scoring heat. Casey Lane will be happy with holding on to first. Tippy Jory's banked 2 waves. He's probably having a coffee already. Second place. Eki, what does he need? A mid-range 3. Surfer in blue, so you've got to be thinking white will just hold him off should something good come through. But we're in for a big week, Billy, so, pace ourselves through this. We're going to have a couple of big first days, I imagine.
Yeah, roll through these first couple of rounds. Then the performance will kind of lift up.
Got some skis, that's a good addition this year, because last year, remember how big it got, the surf, and things got a little stretch, and we went, you guys, maybe we should think about that for next year. So there's our water patrol. Yeah,
it's also a requirement from the WSL when they are a really professional organisation. If they have a QS 5000, it's one of the prerequisites to have a ski on standby. The young man there with the blonde hair, I can't quite remember his name, but he's been riding the ski around Nazare for the last couple of years. And he's living in Bali and approached Tippy to see if he could help out, and so that's a fantastic addition to the ASC stable.
Well, this should be easy week for him then if he's used to Nazare.
Oh well, it's quite a tricky little lineup for the water safety mark, because you've got that inside section we're kind of seeing now. A jet ski's kind of no use on the inside of the low tide, so we've got to have the shore safety, and we've also got to have out the back jet ski safety as well. So it's good to see everything stepping up and get a bit more professional in the Indonesian Isles.
Sure is, mate. Back here again as a QS 5000 again for the second year in a row. Pro Juniors attached to it. We have 5 seconds to go in this heat, and I'll nick off and go and have a chat with Casey Lane, and we'll bring in Giada. So a kind of a lacklustre heat, Billy, but a win's a win.
A win's a win, and
Jabrick into second.
You'll take into the next round every day of the week, for sure. Next heat should be a beauty. It's going to be great heats all day long.
So imagine they'll be trying to get through well and truly into the second round here as well, Billy. Heat 3, I think, has just started. We'll get to who's in that in a moment. So let's just confirm this heat number 3 for the people online. Alex McGuffin out of West Oz is the surfer in red. American Rafael Castro will be the surfer in blue. That's it. The Australian Caleb Tancred is in white, and Indonesian surfer Chikal Ritchie will be in green. I imagine Chikal is one of the local campaigners. But that's heat 3.
Right on. Let's bring it on. Looks like we're underway, mate. So
somehow
start calling it.
All right.
But that's a start. That's a nice start from Rafael. This looks like our young local lad.
Richie. Let's just call him Richie.
Okay, Richie it is. I like it.
There he goes.
He would have surfed this place
You know what I reckon?
over and over.
I reckon that was all his mates sitting in the athlete area just before.
Oh, for sure. They're going to be pimped up in the athletes area if one of the local lads are here.
How come we have to throw into an ad if I'm supposed to go out and she's supposed to go out? Yes, there should have been a break. So I could go out.
You're talking that the audio's not running. She's with the hook. There you go. No,
That's why I sat there just going.
All right, we are going to bump things around and welcome to the booth, Miss Lagarde. Yeah, Lagarde, how are you?
I'm really good, thanks. Yourself?
I'm going good. Day 1, round 1, looking good.
Yeah, the waves are looking... It's looking tough out there. It's not looking super easy.
No.
But, you know, if you can just get those medium ones out there and the ones that are in between the sets that don't close out and just run along the reef, it's looking like those are the ones that these guys are trying to get.
Yeah, that is definitely the call for the day. Looking for those medium ones you can crank some turns around, and also avoiding the large sets so you don't have that big paddle.
Yeah, here we go. This is one of those smaller ones, but still... Actually, no, this is a set for sure. This is the set. I've definitely seen some of these big ones roll through, and not only are they closing out most of the time, but they don't provide as much points as maybe those medium ones, since they don't have so much wall for those surfers to go more vertical or show a bit of that, you know, line surfing.
Yeah, that critical surfing for sure. You want to get that under. Bit of a sleepy start, but it looks like it's Raphael without 5.33. So that's a great way to start the heat. It's one of the highest scoring waves of the day. And this is Caleb Tankren. This kid had some big raps on him when he first got on the scene. It's fantastic to see him at a QS 5000 again.
Oh, he doesn't have his leash on, actually.
Did his leash fall off or it snapped or something?
No, it's just dragging out the back.
So he won't be getting too critical on this inside section, or he'll have a 20-minute paddle ahead of him. That's a really good pickup there. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just, you know, keeping it safe, trying to stay on his board.
Let's see if he realizes that he would be going a little bit slow with that big Velcro thing hanging out the back of his board.
I just saw something swinging out the back of him, so I was like, oh, wasn't sure what that was. But
So kids, if you wonder why you need a coach, that's why. You have good leg ropes. You have new leg ropes. You make sure they're on.
I wonder what happened. It must have been maybe duck diving those bigger sets. Well, I'd hope it came off and that he didn't just forget to put it on.
Swansea's nightmare. Then let's have a look at that at almost the 19.5-minute mark. This is Alex McGuffin from Western Australia. The goofy footer, he's been on the QE for the last couple of years, and with turns like that you can see why. Nice snap under the lip. Getting some speed through there. This is one of the best waves of the day so far. Young Alex McGuffin from Margaret River region these days. And finding a nice little runner on the inside. Of course, he won't be scared about duck diving big sets. And he won't be bothered by waves like that. A really good account of himself on the first wave. Little bonus section on the inside. So the lineup already starting to clean up and offer scoring potential. Pretty good wave by Alex.
Yeah, that was a great wave ridden by Alex McGuffin. You know, he's from Western Australia, as you said, and he must be really used to these waves with more water and more power, as that's the type of wave we see back in Oz, like West Oz as well.
Yep.
So here's the replay. A beautiful first turn, you know, keeping the variety. He goes up straight for the second, almost coming unstuck, but manages to hit it right in the pocket and wraps it around here beautifully, just to get that connective turn and wait for this wave to stand up again, as it does, and he manages to drive it all the way down to the inside. So really great wave selection from Alex McGuffin here, and surfed it beautifully. He didn't let any of the lumps or the bumps on the wave distract him from what he was, ready to do.
They always talk about rail-to-rail surfing. That's kind of what we saw there. Aggressive through his turns, and it stops those lumps and bumps from affecting you. But all servers with a wave now. We're waiting for a score to drop from Red. It's Raphael with the best of it so far, a 5.33. And here he is. This is the first wave of the heat, I think.
So this is Rafa Castro. He is definitely used to this type of wave, as his home break is Uluwatu.
Mm-hmm.
He manages to sneak this little inside one. You can see there's a little bit of foam on the face, so it's definitely one of those post-set waves. And he absolutely killed it.
Oh, how's the claim at the end?
He was feeling it. He was definitely feeling it.
Now, where's he surfing out of?
He is originally Brazilian, but has lived for around 6-7 years in California.
Mm-hmm.
So he...
Yeah, I see USA next to his name here, so...
Yeah. So he used to compete in the American region mostly. This is our local boy.
Richie!
Richie!
Go, son!
Oh, that's one of the bigger sets caught in this heat. Beautiful tail release, but just gets unstuck.
That's great to see.
Richie.
Yeah, all his little mates up there in the athlete area cheering him on.
Yeah.
Loving it. And I like the exposure that the young local surfers get when a QS 5000 or a show like that comes to town. They get to see how the the campaigners on the QS do it. And it's a big learning curve. There is the first wave by Red. Alex McGuffin, a 6.33. Rockets him into the lead. Rafa second with that 5.33. Not much to take that first position. Caleb and Richie, they don't need much either. 2.84 and a 2.57. We definitely know Caleb is capable of that, and he sits there with priority also.
Yeah, we see Caleb just taking a look at a wave. I don't know much about Caleb Tancred. He's fellow Aussie, so what can you tell me a bit about Caleb?
He burst onto the scene a few years ago, and I'm not sure of his title wins, but he was all the goss around Australia. It's kind of quiet for the last couple of years. I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe we can get him into the booth and have an interview with him, but hopefully we get to interview him after he wins this heat. But yeah, back on the scene and really electric surfing.
Yeah, he was just looking for that opportunity. Maybe a wave like Alex McGuffin's will definitely help him out in this heat. But wow, this is already a pretty solid round one.
Yeah, look, there are some great surfers in this second. In the heat number 3, round 1. There are some solid, hungry guys in there.
Yeah, so Rafa Castro's last wave came in at a 6.5. So that puts him into a solid first place. He's definitely going to be feeling good, but there's still a lot of time left into this heat.
Yeah, we are, 15 minutes remaining. Alex McGuffin in a strong position on the scoreboard. Third priority, that won't bother him too much. Rafa out into the lead. And look at that, Richie, up into third place.
Oh, go Richie.
All right, I think we are going to cross down to Mark Clift. He's got the winner of the last heat. Thank you, Mark.
All right, here we are, guys. I've got the winner of the last heat with me, Casey. Tell us, have you been to Krui before?
No, this is my first time actually. Super fun. We came straight into a swell, so yeah, been here for about 4 days now and just getting some really good waves, getting some consistency going. So yeah, loving it here.
I can see a little bit of claret on your leg. What happened there, mate?
Yeah, on my first wave, I got 2 nice turns at the start and then tried to hit it late and just went down with the lip and straight into the reef. So got to get some lime on that after this. So.
It looks like it's pretty hard to hit the lip out there. The wave pushes back. It's quite strong, yeah?
Yeah. With that swell we've had the last few days, it's sort of like breaking really wide like out there. So it's really hard to do a nice turn into the lip, just sort of mainly on the rail doing carves sort of thing.
And where are you from, Casey? I haven't heard a lot of your name before, but well done on the heat win. Where are you from?
I'm from the Sunshine Coast in Australia, just a little town there called Kawana. Yeah, surf for KBC. Let's go, boys.
All right, now listen, it must be pretty hot out there. You're a little bit puffed and takes a lot of energy out of your surfing a heat under these conditions.
Yeah. I was actually when I was paddling in after the heat, I had a bit of sweat on my face. So yeah, it's pretty hot. It's way different to home at the moment. We're in full steamers, all rubbered up, so it's good to get back in the boardies.
Well, the good news is I've got a little present for you, mate. You look pretty hot and bothered. There's sweat on the brow, so have yourself an orange. Good on you, Casey.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Over and out.
All right, thanks, Mark. I think we are back live. Sets rolling through. This looks at Alex McGuffin on his second wave. A nice steep drop there, looking for a corner to hit. It's not going to play ball, so out he goes. Look for another set out the back. But his strategy looks set. Look for waves you can do big critical turns on. Get the score, get the job done.
Yeah, Alex looking to replace his 0.5. He is definitely going to be looking at and soon because, as you said, we know Caleb Tancred and even Richie knows this wave really well. They both can get the score. It's still anyone's heat, but these are definitely some of the best scores that we've seen in today's first few heats.
It is. Now, yeah, you have been to El Salvador, where the Pro Tour is right now. You're just there for the ISA Games, is that correct?
Yes, I was in El Salvador. I literally got here yesterday afternoon. I've been traveling for like 3 days, but I finally made it, and it feels great to be here.
We're glad you're here. How'd you go with your surfing over there?
I made a few rounds, nothing like spectacular, but it was great to finally get into a rhythm, and it was so amazing to have the whole team there with me. We're really tight. We're really close to each other, a lot like family. So. And
of course, you're surfing for Italy, living in Bali, surfing in Italy. Was there anyone that really blew your hair back over there? Who thought, well, I've never seen this kid surf before, but the performances were through the roof?
Well, actually, yes. There was one Israeli boy. He, was taking down some massive names. He took down Felipe Toledo, and if I'm not wrong, John as well. So I was really surprised by that. I think that for me was the most
and who was that?
I unfortunately forgot his name, but I will let you know as soon as I do. All I know is that he was from Israel. So, that was great to watch. You really see the excitement and feel everyone's super happy to be there and happy to be with their team. And
well, it's probably the closest thing we have to team sport, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. And it's great to see the difference between, the QS here where it's more individual, whereas in the ISA it's a team sport. But lately around the QSs, I've been seeing a lot of Australian boys and girls get together as a team and then be there for each other every time there's a heat, as well as the Brazilian Storm, always there, like a big community. So it's great to see that swap over now into the QS as well. You're right, I
have seen that also. We really noticed that at NEAS last year, didn't we? We saw the Australians hanging around together.
Yeah.
It has been missing for a little while in Australian surfing. Of course, our strength is through our board riders, and you really get the team thing going there. But yeah, these young kids, Marzi and Jagger Bartholomew and all those guys really hanging out close together while they're on the QE.
Yeah.
And of course, they've got those Brazilians who are tight as glue to each other. So it's really interesting dynamic there.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. I think it's such a great way to bring people together, and it's really about what our sport's all about. Just the community and being there for each other. And even if you're surfing out there, it's always great to have your teammates and hearing that cheer when you finish a good wave. There's nothing like it,
Well, we're glad you made the big long trek over. And I'm glad you're not too jet lagged.
I'm definitely jet lagged. As we see here away from Rafa Castro, feeling right at home, because he surfs Uluwatu almost every day. As we see this smaller wave stand up for him on the inside, a beautiful backlash and carved straight to the third.
Oh, the no claim again. A little shrug of the shoulders, a bit of a flex. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see the first half of this wave. We kind of missed it from the drone action, but this could be a real banker.
Yeah, we'll be seeing if he improved on that 5.33. Caleb, Tancred, and Richie are definitely starting to feel the pressure now with only 8.5 to go. So they'll definitely be starting to look for something to come through. Oh, that first claim from Rafa was not a no-claim claim. That was just a claim.
Yeah. Yes.
Double fist pump.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going on at Uluwatu in the free surfs, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Claim City out there.
Wow. Uluwatu has become almost impossible to surf, really. With that, you have to, every time you're out there, there's at least 200 people out. just at racetracks.
Well, at 3 to 4 foot there is, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, of course, when it does pick up that.
The claims stop.
Yeah, the claims stop, and then so do the crowds as we see the view from above of beautiful Ujung Bocor. We see how this wave just hugs across the reef. Beautiful, pristine, clean water.
It is lovely. Still waiting on scores there with 7.5 minutes remaining. It's Rafa out to a strong lead. Alex McGuffin looking for a second backup score. He's not really happy about being in second position. Richie, the local kid, smashing it. And Caleb Tancred looking to really get things rolling.
Yeah, Caleb not looking for a massive score. You know, a 4.07 is definitely something that someone at his level is capable of doing. So, but he will be worrying because Alex McGuffin does not have a backup. So here is a replay of Rafa. Take us through.
Yeah, well, that's where we joined him. So it was just that high line roof ride. Nothing happening after that. But as we saw this inside section stood up, he has been surfing this wave a lot the last couple of days. And that reed is evidence of that. That finds that lip line on the second one. So yeah, Rafa, that's a handy backup score, I think.
Yeah, we're still waiting for those scores. I saw Rafa come in earlier. He's riding Arakawas.
Oh, awesome.
So that's definitely something I've seen come up lately in Bali a lot. The onboard store started making Arakawas, so it's great to see that type of Hawaiian influence come into Indo.
Well, similar sort of waves, lots of power in places. Actually, I'll take that comment back. A little bit more perfect and a little bit more user-friendly here in Indonesia than Hawaii.
Oh, for
But
sure.
yeah, you got those perfect waves that you can rattle off turn after turn and really get a good feel for your board. There, Karawawa. Karawawa? How do you say it?
Arakawa.
Yeah, Arakawa. It's changed my surfing. I took one to Macaronis years and years and years ago and really changed my idea on board designs. Makes a beautiful round tail and a lot of volume in his boards. Whoa, look at that, Alex McGuffin going through the roof on that one. I think this is his second turn as we join the action. Looking to get around this pesky little section on the inside. But the opening turn looks really handy.
Oh, look at this wave, how it just keeps running through.
So maybe a bit too much uns in the first couple of turns.
Is this Rafa on another wave?
It could be.
Oh, Rafa really getting to work under priority. Caleb seems to be looking for the perfect wave to come through. And Alex will be increasing that score line as we see Rafa still on this one all the way through to the inside.
Yeah, well, Alex is going to have to get another score, that's for sure, because Rafa is going to town on this thing. A lot of energy in his surfing. He's definitely put the Gula on the Wheatbecks this morning. Here's Caleb now.
Yeah, here's Caleb on a really... It was a really whitewashy wave. It was hard to surf, and clearly, unfortunately, he did get unstuck. So he's definitely going to start feeling the pressure now, with Alex backing up with 0.50 and Rafa increasing on that 5-3 what hopefully looked like he did. We'll just have to wait and see all the replays.
Yeah. Well, 4 minutes remaining. Looks like Rafa continuing on his merry way. Alex McGuffin still with that 6-3 up his sleeve. Seen him pull a rabbit out of the hat before, the young Western Australian. But you know, second, you still go through to the next round. That's no worries.
Yep. So here we see our local boy Richie a little bit below all the other guys. He does have priority, so he'll probably just wait and see. Use that priority over everyone. But he must be stoked that they're surfing, his home break with no one out, really. 4 people. Must feel really good out there. So, Billy, have you had a chance to go and surf out here yet?
I had a little splash yesterday, a little bit of a novelty wave, trying out my new surfboard. It's that was great fun. We're just thinking how lucky we are to go to a beach, walk along, high five all the kids. Let's have a look at this replay and stop me from banging on. That was a good first turn. This one was also handy, but it just runs away from Alex on the inside here. Look at all the scoring potential running. There's nothing more frustrating than going, I could be banking up score after score after score. I can't get around this pesky whitewater. So that would be quite frustrating for Alex. But, you know, it looks like we've got about 2 or 3 minutes remaining. There we go, 2.5 minutes remaining. He is down to third priority, though. It's Caleb with the work to do.
Alex improving on the 0.5. Here is Caleb's last wave, the replay. You can really see the whitewash on the face of the wave. That makes it really hard and it makes it really bumpy. So it's hard to get into those vertical turns as we see him getting unstuck. So Caleb's not going to be very happy.
This guy has had none of those problems this heat for sure. Rafa has been really busy, really hyperactive in this heat.
Yeah, you can
paying
see
off.
He's keeping super busy. He does not wait to do from one turn to the next. He just keeps it flowing, and he's looking super sharp. And I'm liking this version of Rafa out there. He just recently came back from a trip in the men's, so he definitely got his laps in for sure. Yeah,
he'll have the rhythm going. Of course, you go for a trip up to the Mentau Wides, especially macaronis, you think you're absolutely ripping because you know, the waves are so perfect. But you definitely get your rhythm and definitely get your groove on. This is Caleb now with just over a minute remaining. He's got a lot of work to do. That's a good first turn. But again, this wave, Giada, is lumpy and bumpy and foamy. He sticks it up through the roof and we can't see him come through the whitewater there. So could be all shoe rope for this heat and young Caleb. Out the back, this is Alex scratching into a wave. He's up and going. Insider, but he is capable of doing some big manoeuvres. That's not one of them. Let's hope he didn't get a board to the face. The full falcon. 40 seconds remaining.
Fuck. Yeah, that was definitely not the wave that Caleb was looking for. Unfortunately, he came unstuck. He only has 25 seconds to go as we see Alex McGuffin on a little runner on the inside. We'll see this wave start to stand up as he tries to finish it off and gets unstuck.
Yep, just 10 seconds ago, that should be the result, you'd think so. But you can see the fighting spirit in the young West Australian. He doesn't give up, jumps onto any wave. And one more for the RAF. Look at that. Right, that is the heat, and congratulations to the young American. I'm going to go out there and have a word with him. And we will bring in Chris Binns as soon as we finish with this ad break. Stick around, folks. It's going to be action all day.
Happy to see you again.
Yeah, g'day. Welcome to Sumatra. You've had one heck of a journey to get here.
Yeah, it was like a 3-4 day journey.
Steamy El Salvador to tropical Sumatra. How do the two temperatures compare? Pretty similar?
Actually, no. El Salvador is way, way hotter than here. It's probably the hottest place I've ever been to in my life. I think even like just moving your finger or your hand, you start sweating. It was ridiculously hot.
And you left Rio Wider behind, who I think finished 9th last night. Lost to Felipe Toledo, but incredible performance by Rio. Accounted for John Florence in the elimination round, so flying the Merah Putih, the red and the white Indonesian flag, in fine style on the championship tour. In the water right now, run us through who we've got.
So we have in red Curtis Archer. In blue we have Levi Joshua. In white we have Irawan Asmoro. And in green we have Adrian Fadil Atala Duta.
Where's he from?
Indonesia.
Oh, there you go.
We have 2 local boys and 2 Australians in this heat.
And this is the surfer in green right now.
Adrian catching, being quick, starting off early, catching an insider, and so we see him wrap it around the first time. Looking for that, maybe for that wave to stand up a little bit on the inside, and it does not happen. So
he looks like he'd be one of our junior competitors who we'll be seeing in the Pro Junior when that gets underway. I'd imagine won't be for a couple of days just yet.
Yeah, it does look like the swell will be dropping in the next few days. So today and tomorrow it's still going to be quite big, and then we'll see it just drop down a little bit more, and maybe towards the end of the contest we'll see a little bit of a pickup again. The swell already dropping off compared to yesterday when I arrived. There were some really big sets coming through. It was hard to surf, it was bumpy, but
a lot of wash-throughs as well.
Yeah.
You surfed?
No, I did not. I was too tired. I fell asleep at like 6. The jet lag was killing me.
And that's the setup that we have for that's obviously the judging tower in the foreground. There's a camera tower just to the left. In the background you can see the presentation wall, which is right next to our little commentary booth. And just out of screen to the left is the full commentator deck where we're doing our post-heat interviews. It's a really pleasant little town here at Ujung Bokor. And we're all staying in little surf camps in amongst all the trees. Everyone is heading up and down the coast and catching plenty of waves.
A quick in and out for Curtis, and we see Blue take this wave more down the line. It looks like it has some scoring potential. A beautiful second turn.
Yeah, this is Josh Levy.
As he finishes it off, that's definitely going to be the first score of this heat with 20 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. So, Benzi, I asked Billy, have you had a chance to surf this wave yet?
Haven't surfed out here, no. It was just big and washing through yesterday and headed up the coast. All right, this is Archer Curtis on his forehand. Strong turn. He's big, tall, goofy footer, and he's finding some power. Timing has run pretty nicely. Sprays his mate Josh Levy on the way past then. A little bit of speed as the wave stands up on the inside. White watery wall to deal with. Chops away at the end section. Does it quite nicely, and he is out of there. So a good exchange for the 2 Aussies.
That was a beautiful finish from Curtis. It might have not looked like it because he made it look easy, but that finishing is really difficult with all that whitewash on the face and, that wave coming towards you as well. And he just got there early, tapped the lip and finished it out really nicely. I could see the judges giving that a very nice score.
That's Tane Dobbin just having a little preheat yawn, getting out some of the nerves, probably wondering why the heck the drone is just hanging around straight in his face. Give the man some room. So he is up in the next heat against Shone Kato, Israel Sabalat and Wiram Saprezal.
It's funny, there's going to be a lot of heats today that are going to be non-stop action. The waves are pumping.
We are going to have a little stop in the action. We have the opening ceremony coming at some point in the next couple of hours. All right, run us through the action, Giada.
This is our surfer in white, Asmoro. A beautiful first turn. and wraps it around to get back to the whitewash as he waits for this wave to pick up. And he hits it right in the pocket using that local knowledge and that variety in turns. A beautiful wave surfed by Asmoro as it just closes out at the end. Wow, great start, and he's going to be feeling pretty good about that. A lot of in-the-pocket surfing, water thrown out the back, speed, power, and flow. And as we've said before, there's a little bit of bump on the wave, so he managed to go through those turns really nicely.
Okay, so we're just waiting on some opening scores to come in. There it is, Archer Curtis, his last wave puts him in the lead. He's got a 5.76 total to his name. Panning quickly up to the top of the point. It's a really, really long wave, so it's going to be tough for the webcast crew to keep on top of all the action throughout the week, with surfers probably covering, a good 300 or 400 metres of playing field from out the back all the way through to the inside. We saw a lot of surfers swimming deep, deep into the bay yesterday after losing boards, whether they were broken or they snapped their leash. And here goes Josh Levy. He's found a second wave. His opener was a 5.17, and this has got a nice looking wall on it as well. Timing is run beautifully. This one stands up. That was a nice turn. Got a bit of slide, release of the tail. Open face carve now. He's just standing there trying to find some speed. Hooking away. We've seen the same turn a few times now. I'd like to throw in a bit of variety. That was quite nice. Falls out of the lip. Not done yet either. This wave keeps running down the line. Still hasn't really stood up for him too much. So we just keep seeing these big open face S turns. That's all right. He's still banking points. Bit of flair and torque thrown into that one. And, he was feeling it. Gave himself a little bit of a stand tall as he kicked out of that one. Here goes our surfer in green.
Yeah, this is our surfer in green, our other local boy. He's, as well, this wave isn't really standing up, and he'll just come off the back. It'll be nice to see if he did anything in the first part of the wave. But that was a great wave for our surfer in blue, Josh Levy. I'm thinking that's going to probably be the best wave of the heat for now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be in that area. Haven't seen anything too spectacular so far, just lots of 5s and 6s winning heats at the moment. Great to see someone really just go bananas, get that one that lines up all the way from top to bottom.
Yeah, with that tide going down, we'll definitely be seeing this wave, have a bit more wall to it, and hopefully we'll see some surfers hitting it really in the pocket and maybe even going up in the air. What do you think?
I think there's definitely opportunity to take the skies. Definitely with diminishing swell through the week, that's going to actually favour the conditions here. Bit counterintuitive, but this is such a swell magnet, this part of the world. We're facing pretty much west on the point here at Tanjung, Setia, but the coast runs sort of in a northwestern direction. We're on a tiny little bit of a headland that designates, they call it the south coast and the north coast, either side of here, but this is definitely a magnet.
Yeah.
All right, and on that, I think we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks very much, crew. I am down with the winner of heat number 3, Rafa Castro. Congratulations.
Thank you. Sick out there.
Yeah, I mean, you had a couple of solid campaigners. You had Alex McGuffin and Caleb Tancred. Both those guys are capable of taking out any heat, but you did really well. You stayed super busy. 6.5 was your best. How was your energy levels out there afterwards?
Oh, I was stoked. It's good energy, see the waves firing, so you get froth, but haven't had anything to eat, so I was like, every time I was paddling back out, I was like feeling like I was gonna throw up, but I was just frothed up, so it was sick, keep the good vibes.
Yeah, right on. Now, you are surfing out of USA. You live in Uluwatu area, and you're Brazilian, is that right?
Yeah, my family's from Brazil. I was born in Cali. I lived the first 10 years of my life in Brazil, and then did high school and stuff in Cali, and then been living the past couple years in Bali. So, good life, stoked.
You can tell your performance on this left hand was really solid. That was a fantastic heat. Now, your equipment choice, you go a little bit longer or a little bit shorter?
A little bit longer, but always on my backside, I like having a little bit longer and I can push off. So a little bit longer board, I like more flow.
Well, whatever your strategy is, keep doing it. We look forward to seeing you in the coming rounds. Rafa Castro, ladies and gentlemen, check him out. He's good looking. He's a great surfer. Big future ahead for this guy. Back to you guys.
You beauty. Thanks a lot, Billy Hangen. I'm going to chat with Rafa, the winner of the last heat. And we've seen some scores come in.
Yeah, we have already another score for Josh Levy, getting around a 6.07 on that last wave. That was a great wave for him. And we have Curtis, a 5.33 and a 0.43, with Adrian with a 3.07, a 2, and Asmoro with a 3.5. It's still anyone's heat. They only need 2s and 3s to get by. So Curtis is definitely going to be looking to back up that 0.43.
Yep, 12.5 minutes to go, so exactly at the halfway mark, and a 6 and a 5.17, doing it pretty nicely for Josh Levy. Archer Curtis, the 5. Needs a little bit more than that to move into the lead.
This is a replay of our surfer in blue. I definitely think this turn was the money turn of that wave. So much water thrown up and a little bit of flare. As we see here, the wave doesn't stand up for him so much, so he has to, have that carve and going back to that whitewash, the power source. As we see him get vertical again there, and
mid-face nose wipe, don't mind that.
This was where the wave started to stand up again, and he got that second turn. That was beautiful. Styling it, throwing that tail out again, doing a little bit of a no claim for our surfer in blue. Came in at a 6.07. When you're out there and you're hearing your opponents getting bigger scores, it definitely starts to rattle and hit your nerves. You want to prove yourself as well, so everyone's going to be trying to get those big scores up from now. This is a QS 5000, so there are no easy heats from start to finish. It just keeps, the level keeps just going up, and everyone has to give it their all the time from start to finish. As we see surfer in white, our local boy Asmar on his backhand. Goes up, gets a little bit stuck coming up the face, and here he wraps it around, waiting for this wave to maybe stand up for him again and get those bigger, more vertical turns. It doesn't look like it will, but he's going to take it all the way to the inside. Only looking for a 2.27 to advance, yet our surfer in red doesn't have a backup. So we'll see what the judges think about that.
It's probably going to be his best score, but Archer Curtis just in a pretty decent position. He's got that one reasonable score, the 5.33. Doesn't take much to sort of build a bit of a buffer between first and second and third and fourth. 10 minutes remaining. Giada, you spent much time in this part of the world as we see the replay. This is Archer Curtis's opening wave. That was a pretty critical section. Did it very nicely. Vertical on that turn as well, falling out of the sky. So this may be a wave that we missed.
Yeah, I think this was probably a wave that was happening through the post-heat interview. It was a beautifully surfed wave. I'm going to put my bets on that this could probably be the highest wave if he manages to finish this wave, and he does. I'm betting that it could be one of the best waves, if not the best wave of this heat for now.
And this is live action. This is Josh Levy. So, he pulled in, but there was never going to be a way out of that. It was almost like a check turn under the lip, and then he went, I'm kind of getting barreled here, but nose pointing towards the beach was telling you he's never a chance of threading that one. But is this the change in the tide and the swell dropping just enough to see things start clicking through this inside section?
Well, I definitely think so, as I've been here in the past and I've seen this wave. As the tide gets lower, the wave starts to wrap around the reef a little tighter, so you definitely see more wall. I've also seen a lot of people fall and get absolutely destroyed on this reef with that low tide. So hopefully we won't be seeing too much of that. But with that dropping tide, those bigger sets will come a lot less, especially with the swell dropping out. We're going to see tomorrow the period dropping as well. So it's going to be looking like some really, really great few days of surfing while we're here. The wind is going to be pretty calm throughout the entire event, and we're going to be seeing some great action in the next few days. The last wave of blue was looking like it's going to be such a great score, as the last wave of red comes in at a 7.67. Binzi, so what did you think of the last wave of red?
Yeah, well, there you go. Best wave of the heat, one of the best waves of the day. And I love the way that the judges reacted to the slightly more vertical attack there from Archer Curtis. We've seen a lot of open face carves, a lot of strong turns in the pocket, but nothing really critical attacking the lip. And we saw Archer go vertical a couple of times there. You know, those big dynamic moments where you do your turn and then you sort of air drop back out again, keep your speed, and keep flying down the line. And a 7.67 the result. Great surfing, great score. Well done all round, everyone. 7 minutes to go. Archer Curtis now moves into the lead. Josh Levy's now chasing a 6.28 for first. And as we said earlier, there's now that big buffer between first and second and third and fourth. As Morrow's needing a 9.3 to get up to second. And the surfer in green chasing a 9.73. So they're not technically in a combination, but we haven't seen any waves up into the 8 region yet. So it's basically going to take 2 waves from both of the surfers in third and fourth to bridge that gap and try and advance. And it looks like Josh Levy is having another inquiry, decides against it.
Yeah, just keeping busy with second priority as well. So we've definitely seen in the last heat where you could still get those scores even if you don't have priority. The area is so wide to catch waves, so you can just go a little under and catch your own wave and just build up your house. So we've seen that with Rafael Castro in that last one. Maybe some of the local boys will start using that theory as well.
And Giada, how long have you been coming to this part of the world for?
I've been coming here for I've been here like 4 or 5 times in Krui. It's definitely probably my favorite event of the year for the whole QS run. The waves are always great. We've never had a shortage of them. The place is amazing. The locals are so kind and lovely. The food, if you love Indian food, it's definitely the spot to be. And now, just behind us, they opened the Cafe Leafy's, where you can get a cappuccino even in the middle of the jungle. So it's definitely a place that I love coming back to every year, especially there's so many waves. You can drive down to Mandiri, the beach break, and find your own peak and be there by yourself, surf with a few friends, come back, meet all the local crowd down at the beach. It's definitely one of the events where I've seen the most crowd come down here. I'm not sure if it's always because they're interested in surfing or if they want to just get a photo with all the athletes.
And have you seen the standard of local surfing improve over the time that you've been coming here?
Yeah, already from last year to this year, there has been a massive improvement in the local surfing, as well as a grow. I've seen so many more local athletes coming up here in Krui. So that's great to see, and it must be great for them as well to have this event every year and see the high level of surfing. And I guess they learn so much just from being here and watching. So it's a great event. Is this your first time here, Binzi?
This is my first time here, and it's fantastic. We'll definitely be adding this one to the schedule for years to come. We went for a drive yesterday, probably about an hour and a half north. Probably could have done it in an hour if we hadn't have stopped and checked at every little nook and cranny along the way. Just saw waves of every ilk, breaking in every direction over every different kind of bottom. And we had a fantastic surf that came out of that. So yeah, when there's plenty of swell, there's plenty of options, and then it sounds like when it drops, that doesn't change.
Yeah, this place is just so consistent with waves, and as you said, it's such a wave magnet and swell magnet. Sumatra is and has always been one of my favorite places to come to, even Mentawai being here in Sumatra. And it's a great place, and I've seen it grow so much from the last time I was here in every aspect. And you really see the local government really pushing surfing and giving us this opportunity to be here.
Yeah, we pulled up after surfing yesterday. We were absolutely starving. Pulled up at a beautiful little beach covered in palm trees, white sand, and paid 50 thou for a mee goreng from the tiniest, most unlikely looking kitchen you've ever seen. It was fantastic.
What are you, Chris? Team nasi goreng or team mee goreng?
I'm normally nasi, but yesterday I was feeling the noodles.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, one of the most famous local dishes here in Indonesia are both nasi and mee goreng, which is pretty much just fried rice or fried noodles with chicken or seafood or veggies with an egg on top. And I've never met anyone who doesn't like one.
I just love the fact that you can eat it for breakfast, lunch, and or dinner here.
God, yes. Definitely something when I'm away from home that I miss the most is a good nasi goreng after a surf.
And the best thing is you can go into the most reputable Michelin star Indonesian restaurant in Jakarta or Bali, or you can pull up at a little restaurant on the beach, and the nasi's just as good at either.
Doesn't matter where you go. Here we have our surfer in white. They were just falling off. Looking for a really high score, 9.30. With 1 minute, 20 seconds, that's definitely going to put the pressure on in this heat.
Speaking of Italians, one of your compatriots, Leo Fioravanti, a few years ago when the championship tour was at Karamas, we took him across the road to the Warung Legong, incredible Indonesian restaurant. Got Leo in the kitchen. He grew up in a kitchen in Rome. And yeah, instead of pasta, we had him cooking nasi goreng. It was wicked.
Yeah, I was just with Leo and the whole team up in El Salvador. It was great to see them. Don't get to see much of him because he's such a busy guy, but when we do catch up, it's great. Here we see Curtis. Went for maybe a victory lap. Last 35 seconds.
Is that a ramp?
Definitely is.
Oh no. Oh, big Larry. 30 seconds to go. That's one way to sign off from a heat win. Well, maybe Josh Levy would say, excuse me, I still only need a 6.28 and I've got 20 seconds. But it's looking like the two Aussies have done this one pretty comfortably. And what about your fellow Italian compatriot, Jesse Mendes? He's won here in the past as well.
Yes, Jesse Mendes last year taking the win here in Krui against the all-air guy Jarvis Earl. It was a great event to be and watch, and that was the first time he was competing with the Italian flag under his name.
There you go. Jarvis Earl's back to see if he can't go one step better this year. All right, that was Heat 4. Archer Curtis and Josh Levy from Australia taking the win. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. Heat 5 coming our way from the Krui Pro right after this. right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. Chris Binns in the booth alongside Mark Clift. And Mark, that's us.
That is us, and we're right kind of behind where the Enjoy Cruise sign is. That's the athlete area. We're just in behind there. The judges are just parked up in front of the other blue sign there, Krui Pro. Beautiful spot. Our camp there is Karang Nimbor. That's the official site. And we are now ramping into heat number 5. Tane Dobbin, surfer in red. Shoshi Kato in blue. Israel Sabalat, Indonesian there in white. And another Indonesian, I imagine he's a local fella there in the green. Plenty of people getting around down there. Chris, I just can see a whole lot of officials making the rounds at the moment. So there's some big wigs in the hood, and they come down to check out day one, and why wouldn't you?
Yeah, we had a huge platoon of people with epaulets and stars on their uniforms just coming through the commentary box a second ago. Plenty of regalia and fanfare now that we're in town for the Krui Pro. It's been a long-running and popular event, and can't see that changing anytime soon. This is Tane Dobbin.
All right, so a nice whip off the top and spicing it up with a little tail slide. Second section looking pretty good. This wave starting to pay off now for Tane. The third decent section there, a little hung up, but a ride with a number of good moves is taking place. Another big wrap there to just stay in the power zone. He's going to be happy with this because the wave is running a long way down the reef. He strung it together out the back, and a bit of a keeper in a great way to start your heat. Well done, Tane.
Yep, great way to start your heat. Also a really good indication of, I think the surf is slowly but surely starting to find its groove right now.
It's definitely looking like it's mellowing out, and every time I say that, I walk outside and there's a banging set. But so the ocean's still a bit touch of the grumps. There's still plenty of swell out there. Has forecast to drop off and level out a bit all day. So I reckon, we're going to see a different scene this afternoon. Tomorrow it's going to glamour up. There's definitely a couple of good days to kick off our waiting period, Chris. It's then going to keep ramping downwards is the word, with maybe potentially, if we can afford it, maybe a lay day or a half day somewhere down the line, potentially Wednesday or Thursday.
You're trying to talk this into existence. You're going to need to surf by then, aren't you?
I hope Ty Sarati's listening. And definitely the good news, though, is it's going to come up again for finals day, Saturday, Sunday. So tick, tick.
Yeah.
Now, having said that about the officials getting around outside, there will be an opening ceremony at some point today, Chris. We're not sure what time. They tell us 10 o'clock. We know those things mean 11 or 11:30, so at some point we'll be pulling the pin on the live web. We'll all get over to the opening ceremony, and then we'll come back. Here's the young fella, local boy.
Wiram Saprazal.
A lot of the young local surfers down there in the athletes area, they'd be revved up as hell to watch their mates. Here we go.
This is Shohei Kato on his backhand. Didn't like what he saw, and we could see the wave closing out a little bit further down the line, so he is out of there. So it's Tane Dobbin, a 4.33. Had the wave, could have done a little bit more with it. I mean,
maybe played it a bit safe, but you know what? That's what the judges are there for. They can spot people that are just trying to connect dots as opposed to someone that's going a bit more flat out.
Be good to see a replay of it. We saw Tane earlier, just posted up on the beachfront, really studying the waves for a couple of heats beforehand. So he's obviously picked out his wave selection was on point. He'll be happy with that, but he'll know that he can push things quite a bit harder to try and, you want to double that score, basically.
Well, start of a heat, you want to finish one. You want to get something under your belt. A completion's better than a fall. A 4.33 is better than that. So, still everything going in Tane's favour at this stage. There's a local fella.
I just asked Yada, and I'll ask you the same, Mark.
Yep.
The years you've been coming to this part of the world, have you noticed the standard of local surfing pick up?
I kind of don't get a chance to surf a lot.
They're always behind you too.
And they get down here and they're a noisy bunch because, this is the replay of Tane's 4.33. But, they're enthusiastic, I've got to say that, Chris. Every now and then you see one of them do something that's kind of catches your eye. But overall, a bit of a slow burn down here in Krui. They are kind of at the end of the road down here in South Sumatra. But, they love it. They take a lot out of this event and they're a pretty happy bunch. So I kind of like them.
So just watching the replay of Tane's there, 4 or 5 turns, there wasn't one that sort of came out of the middle of the bat. There was a little bit of a wobble, something slightly amiss or held back on every turn. So that's where you know, once you start flowing through those turns and you've got no little bobbles, that's when the score starts to jump up.
Yep, hence the 4-3-3. Okay, so I think we're going to throw down to Billy Hangen's going to have a chat, or is it Giada's going to have a chat with the winner of the last heat?
I'm here with the winner of our last heat, Archer. You know, tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from? How did you hear about this event? And you know, how long you've been here?
I'm from the Gold Coast, and I saw this event last year. I didn't come, and it just looked really sick. There was like pumping waves, and I don't know. I've kind of looked like I missed out, and I was kind of off that. So yeah, I wanted to come, and I got here on Tuesday, so I've been here for like nearly a week, and it's just been pumping waves, and I'm really loving it. So yeah, it's good.
Have you managed to go up and down the coast, or have you just been surfing out here?
Yeah, I went down the coast yesterday and got some fun waves, and yeah, I've had heaps of waves around here, and yeah, it's been sick.
You know, you got for now the highest wave of the day. So how are you feeling after you surfed that? Were you pretty confident?
Yeah, it felt good to get a good wave in a heat and surf well. So it's always a good little confidence boost to get a good score, and yeah, I was stoked.
You know, in the booth we were saying earlier, are you a team nasi goreng or are you team mee goreng?
Nasi goreng for sure.
That's made the right choice. All right, guys, back to you guys.
Righto, well, thanks, Giada.
Thank you.
Well, we're just seeing a really good wave ridden right there from our surfer in blue in heat number 5. So, congratulations, Shoshi Kato, really teeing off on a couple of big hits. And speaking of big hits, that was Archer Curtis having an interview there with Giada. Archer put together a 7.67 wave of the morning to take that heat win in heat 4. But I really like this. Let's watch the replay again, I imagine, shortly of that wave of blues, because, as you were saying earlier, our surfer in red didn't really connect with any of his real manoeuvres on his last wave. Blue did. So I think the judges might send a little bit of a message here. Kato's wave, I really liked his first turn. I think it was his first turn. Anyway, we'll get a look at it again in a moment. But our head judge up there, Todd Rosewell, got a really strong crew under his belt up there that will be having a good look at this again and trying to see where the dots fit on Kato's. There it is, only 4.27. Probably not the longest wave, but geez, it's one of the best turns of the heat for sure.
Yeah, hopefully we can grab a replay of that sometime soon. Meanwhile, here goes to Barat, the local surfer. It's a big wall. He's got some speed underfoot right now, and decides didn't really see much on offer.
So that was a big wave. It had a lot of froth on it. So you've got to be thinking the wave before was probably bigger. It's one of those big sets just pushing way down the reef. It's getting smaller as we pan up and bigger as off to the right of screen. So that's one of those big old wide sets that kind of you don't really want to know about. They push off the reef. Everybody's positioned up the reef a fair way today to make most of these cleaner kind of mid-sized waves, hopefully, that come through. Those big old burgers go down to Crunch Town down there in the middle of the channel. Don't really want to know about them. Pretty hard to score. The judges want to see top to bottom surfing.
The foreground here, where it's pretty shallow, what are the surfers coming in over, and what's your plan of attack getting into the beach? Is that a treacherous event?
It can be, especially once it gets shallower. It definitely, the whole reef sometimes sticks out of the water. Good question, Chris. Sometimes the reef does stick out of the water if you've got to straighten out on a wave and walk across that reef. So it can be a little bit treach, but oh, okay. So having a second look at this wave, Carter got hung up on most of his turns. All right, okay, 4.33. Good question, Chris. If you do get caught up, it can be a little bit, you know, of a tiptoe action across the reef. It's not super sharp, but it's not your friend. It's something you've still got to pay a lot of attention to. You're better off to try and ride a wave to the end, and there's a little bit of a keyhole / channel thing to come in on. To get out, you've got to walk over that reef and backdoor it from right around behind where our surfers are sitting at the moment. So a little bit of a soft shoe shuffle to get across the reef. Much easier than doing the paddle around, which we did yesterday. But it does get pretty shallow, and you do see some serious wipeouts, especially as we'll see throughout the week when the swell drops and you're surfing more on the reef. and the wave gets way better, it's more on the reef. So potential for more stuff to go wrong can happen as the surf drops off. It's still an Indo reef. You still got to throw a bit of a fair bit of respect to the reef anywhere in Indo, and this is similar.
There's 2 ding doctors in town.
Busy as hell.
Behind us, yeah.
All as I saw was sponsors, boards with sponsor logos on them all day yesterday up there. There's a lot of people looking at getting their crafts fixed.
Half my quiver's in there as well at the moment.
So 1 out of 2 boards, is that what you're saying?
2 out of 4.
2 out of 4, you brought 4. That's right, you're staying on. Speaking of good scores, tell me that last heat, that 767, I missed it. What did he do? Archer.
So it was just a really beautifully shaped wave. Had plenty of vertical sections. So instead of seeing the open face carves and the kind of shoulder work that we've seen, Archer was able to really go vertically up into the lip, free fall out of the turns, quite dynamic, and was just coming, landing perfectly back over his board and flying into his next turn with no downtime at all. So just linking together strong vertical turns and keeping that momentum from start to finish, and you knew straight away that was a good score.
Okay, so there's still plenty of room to go up, being that mid-range 7. We've seen most of the scores today under that. We've seen a lot of numbers in the 4 to 5.5 range. So the judges definitely expecting to see better out of these QS Warriors. This is only the round of 128, so pushing into the round of 96 a little later on. And they penciled in 8 of those heats to get done today, with an opening ceremony wedged in somewhere down the track. As you know, Chris, the Indonesians love a good ceremony, and there's a lot of them getting around now, because I believe sometime in the next hour and a half we'll have to cut the live feed and get over there and pay homage to the proceedings.
And speaking of the round, so we've got 128 men, 80 women. We just saw a man on screen there, Billy Stairmond, who's qualified for the round of 20 in Paris 2024, the next Olympic Games. So congrats to Billy from Team NZ. I saw his compatriot Safi Vat as well. She's qualified too. So congrats to Team NZ.
Billy getting runner-up here last year.
Yeah. And incredible that New Zealand will have 2 representatives. There is Bill on the screen, looking very relaxed after just doing the marathon trek.
There he is, saying g'day to us, right on cue.
Ears are
there goes
burning.
Elliot's old man, Jamal. There's Joko, our beach marshal, right there with the beard. There's the boys flexing out, trying to look all tough in the athlete area. Indeed, a good bunch of crew. How good's the athlete area this year? We didn't have that last year, mate.
That deck is just sensational.
So the work crew have put together a lot of hard work. A lot of crew flew in here a week or more earlier to adjust things. Ungi and his team on ground, the Indonesian team on the ground, doing a bit of woodwork, some handy woodwork with the new judging tower, big athlete area, a couple of camera stands as well. So there's been a fair bit of activity going on our site here for a couple of weeks to get it to this point, and it does look good. So I'm sure the athletes are appreciating their own area this year. Tane Dobbin, can you believe it? He's leading with 1 wave, and it's only a 4.33. So very low scoring matchup. You can see Kato's wave where he got a couple of those missed time belts, but a little stuck for a 3.67 as the second best number. So seen quite a few of these low scoring affairs going on, Chris, indicative of the conditions being a little tricky. Wide sets, lulls, and trying to pick one that breaks from right up where they're sitting that's going to connect down the reef. It's a tricky playing field for sure.
So 9.5 minutes to run in this heat, and just a 4, a 3, and a 2, and a 1. The only waves we have of any significance whatsoever so far.
Yeah, the local crew there in green and white are kind of just soaking it in. If one of them gets through, it's just about going to be a national holiday. Because I remember last year when one of their gang did pretty good and threw out a couple of bizarre moves and made them and got through a heat, Chris. It was like, oh my God, it's like he won the lottery. It was pretty cool. So they're an excitable bunch. Huge learning curve for the local crew down here. stuck down, the bottom end of Sumatra, South Sumatra. And it's not every day, rarely do they see surfers of this quality in their hood. So they're soaking up every minute of it. And win, lose or draw, they'll be down here 7 days of the week and watching this event, mate.
So this is a slow affair. Maybe I jinxed it, suggesting that conditions were starting to click.
Well, when you go outside and you look at it live and you see the big picture, it kind of, there's a lot more to take in, and it does look like it's firing. When we're on the monitor and we're only looking for ridden waves, you're kind of not getting the big picture. But it's what we're here to do. We're following the surfers. There's lumps going by out the back non-stop. There's plenty of swell heading down to the beachy. Big, long, massive beach break starting off to the right of screen. Krui town, about an hour. And how far yesterday did you guys drive?
Krui itself's probably a half from here.
Half an hour?
Yeah, half an hour, 40 minutes. And we drove another half an hour, 40 minutes.
To get to some better surf, so well done. But there is a fair bit to like about, South Sumatra and the province, the region of Pesisir, Barat, and the province of Lampung. It's going to be heavily, the opening ceremony is going on, and all the officials from those provinces and regions are here. It's going to be a big deal. Generally goes on for about an hour or so, where we sit over there in the sun and bake a little bit. Chris, I hope you're ready for that. Bring a bottle of water is my tip. But it is a big deal, and the government, the main supporters of this event, they've come down to see where their money's invested, so they're having a good look around at this event. WQS 5000 squarely drops to the top of the 3rd tier of all surfing competitions. Trying to get onto the Challenger Series, you've got to sort of do these events to get them points. Here we go. Who's this?
All right, this is Tane Dobbin. He's already got 1 score on the board. That was a better, strong turn to get things going. A little bit more of this down the line, please. And, well, I've jinxed him. He's got hung up on his 2nd turn. He's out of there. That will be his 2nd score. That will extend his lead. Not going to be a wave that he wants to hang on to, but maybe he just felt after that 4-3-3, right, I need to push things a little bit harder, because that first turn, he connected beautifully with it.
Really good, yep. He was on his way to a good number had he just cleaned up that 2nd move. Went down the line a little further. I could have seen the wave of the heat sort of brewing. It was still a really good turn. Have a look at this again. Totally connected that time. Gave it a good full direction change. A lot of white frothy stuff on that wave. That was his undoing, and he'll be going, oh! He waited a while for that, and it was indeed a good wave. Still got 3 points for 1 turn, so definitely was on his way to a healthy number. Either way, he's just about got the 2 top scores of the heat.
He's got a 3 just for that 1 turn.
Exactly, yeah. That would have been a good wave had he just connected. Anyway, getting steamy outside, Mr. Chris, down here in Indonesia. Come lunchtime or 1 or 2 o'clock, it's just going to fry. Thank God we got our nice little hut here the boys have built for us.
Yeah, I was going to say, I can't believe it's only 9:30 in the morning. It's pretty...
We're in for some long days.
Pretty tepid, pretty steamy out there right now.
You reckon that's steamy? You wait till the opening ceremony starts, brother. Bring your bottle of water. And this fan would be handy too if we could bring that over. Alright, surely somebody's on here. Using his top priority is Sababalat. Oh, how's that bottom turn? Stop it.
Oh,
got a little bit excited, didn't he?
That was ambitious.
How was the grab rail bottom turn? Pretty sure this is one of the local surfers. Sababalat would be his surname. He's only got a 1 and a .67, so he was starting to feel confident, and he looked like he was going to pull off the bottom turn of the event.
There'd definitely be a photo there. There'd be a split second off the bottom where that would have looked incredible.
Right, that's what he was thinking. Someone take the shot now. There it is. His buddies are in there for sure, heckling him right now. Some crew strolling along the beach. There's the break wall. There's our camp, Karang Nimbor. There's our hut right there with the Krui sign on at the back. That's where we're parked up. So the team's done a mighty effort to get the whole show looking this good, mate. It's a feather in their cap. All the new, athlete area, judging tower.
So look at all those flags. They're all the countries represented. Is that Tahitian flag? Do we have a Tahitian in the draw? We've got a Korean.
Must have either that or they're just making it up.
Well, that's the Basque flag. That's the Swedish flag. Of course, the Kiwi, American, Japanese.
The ambulance. I did see
That's the white flag.
I did see the world's biggest drone getting around yesterday, mate. It was ridiculous.
It was a plane, not a chopper, wasn't it?
It was reportedly worth 1.5 mil.
Rupiah or?
No, Aussie dollars. Came down in the biggest police car with some heavy artillery attached to the support crew. And I could not believe I've never seen a drone that big. It was seriously a small aeroplane. So Sababalat did not improve his 4th place position with that hectic bottom turn to wipeout combo. 3 minutes remaining in this one. The Australians done a lacklustre job, but an okay job to be leading. The Japanese surfer, he's done some okay surfing, found a few lumps and bumps. There he is again, finding another lump and a bump. Right on cue. Kato goes down. Look at this lump out the back. That's kind of a big wave. There it is. The world's biggest drone, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I wasn't fibbing when I said it's like a small plane. Look at that thing.
I hope that's not set to take off because it needs to be pointing the other direction.
That is crazy big. That's what 1.5 mil worth of drone looks like, folks.
They've got
the police will not let that thing out of their
security
sight.
nearby. 2 minutes 20 to run.
That guy's smoking. That's security. there he is. Have a go at that. He could just about drop you out the back with your board under your arm, Benji, for a free surf. What do you reckon?
Wouldn't mind that. I saw Kai Lenny was in Indo. Maybe he could tow in behind it or something. 2 minutes remaining.
Might finish with a bang here. Definitely some lumps right behind this. Boom, have a look, boys.
All right, this is Tane Dobbin. He would really like to put this one to bed. He's scratching to get in. He's got some work to do.
Too deep.
And, well, it's not going to happen there. So 1 minute 40 to go.
Local boys just languishing out the back. Have a look around, boys. Here comes a wave. Saprazal in the green with priority. Does he ride another wave? He only needs a 195 to dislodge the Japanese surfer. Wow, he's got to do a turn. Catch a wave, do a turn. Does he realise how close it is?
Was that a free surfer?
I think it was. Didn't see a rash vest attached to that. Are they allowed caddies? I'm not sure. Didn't catch the morning brief on the rules of engagement today. Maybe it's a caddy. 1
minute remaining. That is Saprazal on the screen. He has priority. He needs a 1.95. He needs to stay busy.
He's looking around like it's just on holidays. 50 seconds. Catch a wave, do a turn. You will move through. Oh, Kato must be nervous.
Gee, it's easy to coach from up here, isn't it?
Haven't lost a heat from here, Chris.
40 seconds. So Tane Dobbin, this might be the lowest heat score we've seen take the win so far today.
Getting through with a 0.6. That's one of your numbers. Red's going to take another wave, and are the boys going to let him? No. So Babalat, here we go. He's in 4th. What does he need? A 3.28. Oh,
it's a very gettable score.
There's something there. He's still got a bit of wave here.
Right out of this. Where's he gone?
No, he's underwater, so that will not be the 3.28 he needs. But here goes Tane. Okay. 2 seconds to go. Little victory lap here for the Aussie.
Yeah, I think he'd like to add a few more points, to be perfectly honest. That was a strong turn, and okay, nice. He's signed off in style, belts the end section, gets away with it, skates through to the next round, and that is Tane Dobbin, the red jersey. Oh no, we've got another score that's just come in for Kato. I don't know what the Japanese surfer did there.
Well, okay, so Dobbin temporarily into second. Does he get the 3.17 out of that wave to go back to the lead? It's a Morn King. It was a pretty good hit. I think he might. All right, so we'll just be on hold for a moment just to stay with this result before we cross to heat 6. We're going to bring in Billy Hangen in a minute.
All right, we're going to throw to a quick ad break while the judges decide whether Shohei Kato or Tane Dobbin took the win. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more action from Krui Pro right after this quick break.
Okay, well, I can see Heat 6 is now live and active. I'm going to welcome Billy Hangham back to the booth, and you might want to run through who we've got in the next heat, Billy, Heat 6.
Oh, it's good to be back, Mark, and I will tell you that results of the last one is Tane Dobbin got the win, and it is Mr. Kato came in second. So let's get rid of heat number 5 and have a look at heat number 6. Spencer K, Khan Watanabe, Winter Vincent and Rayan Fadul. So a fully international field in this one. A Brazilian, an Australian, a man from Japan and another Aussie. It's going to be good.
All right, let's hope so. That last heat was won and done with a couple of fours, I think it was, and the Australian went back to the lead after that last wave of the heat dropped in, so I'll be happy with that. A win's a win. However you get through, you can win ugly, but either way you're into the next round, and that's what counts.
Yeah, mate, especially those first couple of rounds. You know, things can be a bit wonky after being on the road for a week or two, especially if you're coming from overseas. But this is our Brazilian surfer in green, opening up his account. Looks like his second wave almost. Hits the lip line there. It's a massive attempt at a lip line floater, but comes unstuck. So this heat already off to a flyer, Mark.
Yeah, so let's see how it pans out. But it wasn't a bad start. He's still got a 3.50, the surfer in green. And here's the action replay again. So he gives it a pump off the bottom. Boom, that's just a lazy little hit here. That was huge. A 3.50 for that. Maybe that was 2 waves. No, he's ridden 2 waves. All right, we must have missed one. Either way, there we go. He got a 3.5 and a 1.60. Plenty of time to work on something better. How's the vibe outside, Billy? I saw a lot of officialdom moving around out there just a moment ago.
There is the big bosses here. I'm not sure who that was, but it's definitely one of our sponsors from the government. They'll be taking part in the opening ceremony, which could be any tickle clock at the moment. So at some stage in the morning, in the next not too distant future, we will go to a break as we do the opening ceremony. But we don't quite know when it is. This is the beauty of living in Indonesia. You just got to have a bit of sabar, a bit of patience.
He goes Vincent, our surfer in white.
Winter Vincent, great name, great surfing. That's upside down, tail high. So that's a really handy way to start your heat. Here's heat number 6 of round 1, a round of 128.
Blues on another wave here. Actually, his opening wave, Japanese surfer, quick up and down, won't factor in. I liked whites. How's that name, Winter?
Winter Vincent, it's awesome. It's a Game of Thronesy, isn't it?
It is. It's a kind of rock star.
I like the Watanabe. Have we seen his brother or another Watanabe around?
Taro. There was Taro.
Yeah.
He won the juniors last year at Krui, but his is Winter's wave again.
Oh, that's a great turn.
A bit of Winter in Krui Town. Upside down, that was a good hit.
Yeah, is it Khan Watanabe?
Tane Watanabe. Anyway, I'll have a look through the draw later on, see if he's here, but he was a standout last year.
Yeah, it'd be
It's
interesting to see if they're related or some sort of thing. But the good news is we have a translator for our post-heat interviews. How good's that?
Yeah, young Lana.
It
Gonna
was
help out.
it was one of the highlights watching you and I absolutely butcher the Japanese language last year. But
Fumble around and try and make some sense out of an interview where there was zero understanding on either side of the microphone.
yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
But come on, let's step up a little bit and get Indonesia getting into the...
Wow, look at Winter. 5.33.
Wow, boom.
So that's what the judges want to see, more of that. That lip assault. It was a really clean, committed second manoeuvre from Winter. The judges went, yep, we like it, and enough for the lead off one single score, one of the bigger numbers realistically of the morning.
Well, there you go. Only 2 turns on that wave and one of real consequence. So that's what the judges are after. Take note, all the other competitors.
Yep.
Big tail, high lip attack, and you'll get the score.
Yep, prepared to throw numbers, even at short rides, so long as there's some quality and some commitment. Most of the surfers here are pretty well drilled in what it takes to do well with the rashi on. And a few aren't. There's quite a few local boys getting around out there that you can see the inexperience as opposed to the...
I see the inexperience, mate, but I see the excitement, and they just love being here, and they love seeing surfers like Caleb Tangrud, and I just saw Elliot Piatra read out there with his old man Jamal.
He's on the next heat.
They're seasoned competitors at such a young age, but you can see the young dudes, they just love being around it. It's contagious, and it's a real cool thing to witness.
I don't know whether you can remember this or not, maybe you can, Billy, but last year one of the local boys got through a heat, and his mates were down here, and you would have thought he won the lottery. Seriously, it was so sick. It was just unbridled enthusiasm and stoke and all those good things rolled into one, and got through, I think, with about a 3.5 and another low number, but it was enough. And he became the flavour of the month down here on the site. So he goes white now, dropping, and this is a Winter again. He's got a good backhand assault. That was no messing around.
It's a bit Owen Wright, isn't it?
There's another number coming that is bigger than his first. Boom. 3 of the biggest hits today, Billy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say one of probably the biggest or second biggest score of the day.
Neil Spencer Kay's not having none of that, mate. That's a beautiful looking backhand style also. Nice wrapping turns. Kind of stands up with the inside. We're looking to attack the lip. He does, but overcooks it and face plant straight into the face of the wave.
Blue kind of got a little funky on the bottom turn. Did complete the hit. That's what counts. And has made a nice recovery here to really start stringing it together. What a 3-way exchange we've seen, Billy. From a lot of fumbling around to all of a sudden, the boys are finding their rail and some clean water.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
Now, I'm gonna say Winters. Do you see excellent number in that 3-turn hit?
Oh, if you and I were judging, for sure.
If we were surfing, it'd be a 10. Have to be.
No, you'd think that would be amongst the best scoring waves of today. I mean, those 3 solid hits.
Well, there was a 7-5 set. Well, let's watch it again, because this was no messing around. This was a
straight into it.
No nonsense ride here from Winter.
Yeah, I like that second one. Still on rail through that flatter section, and this one he makes no qualms about it. Just bashes the thing.
He got a 5.33 basically for half a ride earlier. So I'm thinking the judges are going to go 2 to 3 points higher, which could push him into the excellent realm. Anyway, that was a little weird, but it was a nice recovery, and he surfed his way down the line here, Billy.
Yep. Nice wrap there. Mate, this is the size I think we would love to be this size and a little bit bigger for the remainder of the contest. It really runs off that reef nicely. Of course, changing with the tide, but seems to be the best performer.
And even Spencer here, he started looking like he found his groove. Nothing like in the Winter realm of where his manoeuvres, how crisp they were, but pretty good until a little fumble at the end here. But it seems like he's in the mix.
Yeah, you got to have that intent, Mark. You can't just get out there and
look. Winter's going to have 2 big numbers.
Yeah, you can't do safe turns. You got to lay it on the line. You got to hit that loop and take the risk versus reward, or you're not going to get the scores. Even in the first round of 128, it is a QE 5000, and things are on the line.
I can see this turning into a 3-way race for second once Winter's score drops, because it's not easy out there. We've seen almost nobody put 2 big numbers together. I'm tipping Winter's going to have a 12 or 13 2-wave total in a moment, and that's going to be hard to track down for the other 2. So, the other 3.
While we wait for that, Mark, we might cross down to Chris Benz. He's got the winner of the last heat.
All right, Tane Dobbin, not the prettiest heat win, but you got there in the end. You lost the lead just before the finish, got it back on your last wave. You'll take it?
Yeah, it was pretty fun out there. Only 4 people out, which is sick, but yeah, just trying to stay on my feet.
Tell us about the conditions, because we've just seen a couple of insane waves roll through. What are you looking for?
Just a runner where you can like smack it a couple times and then just good finish.
Watching your heat, it was you could see what was going on. Your first wave was a long one, turns weren't quite there, and then you could see you go, right, need to be on point. Then we had a couple of better turns as the heat went on. How do you feel coming out of a heat like that?
Yeah, just happy to get the win. You know. Hopefully surf some more heats out there. Just put it together.
First time here in Krui, you've been before?
I came last year. Waves are pretty solid as well, but real fun wave on the forehand.
And you've bashed yourself up a little bit. What have you done?
Hit the reef on the deep section, but it'll be right.
Through the next round. Congratulations.
Cheers. Have a good one.
All right, back up to you guys in the box.
Well, didn't hear a lot of that, but I'm sure it was fun. Looked like it was.
Insightful stuff. I'll watch the replay later on. We are in the jungle, Mark, but it's a pleasure to be here, and it's great to bring you all the action. Wherever you're watching around the world, welcome back.
Oh, winter, 13.5.
Yeah.
Must have been an 8.
Must have been an
817, there we go. Yep. Had to be. That was the best wave I've seen today. Those 3 hits, real quality winter. Did not balk at any section. No downtime. That's set the standard now for what the judges want to see for the rest of round 128, going into the round of 96.
Haven't seen Winter Vincent before, but putting on my what-to-watch list for right now.
Maybe I'll be the one to go and have a chat with him at the end of this.
Monkin?
Yeah, if he hangs on to the win.
Well, 13.5 minutes left, Mark, and that is a strong lead.
What do you want me to ask him? Think the question I'll ask for.
Okay, let me think about it. I'll give you one at the end.
How did the name Winter come about? That's a ripper.
I reckon you get asked that pretty often.
Anyway, bit of winter down here in Krui. 2 best scores of the heat. That's a whopping total, 13.5. I'm pretty sure that's the best 2-wave total of the day, and he's still got 13 minutes to ditch the 5.33.
Yeah, look what young Ryan Fadul from Brazil needs. A 10.
All right. Battle for second.
Yeah.
So, how'd your free surf go yesterday, Billy?
Mate, I had a great time. It was really reminding me how lucky we are. I mean, you and I went down to a beach. There was no one else there. High-fiving the kids on the way into the ocean. I mean, it was a novelty wave, but it wasn't, death-defying or anything. But as I was paddling out there, I'm thinking, look at this, we're paddling out in an empty lineup. The village kids, it was just an epic time. It reminded me how lucky we are to be travelling around this part of the world and have those little experiences.
Speaking about travelling, stole Keane's motorbike. Happened to have a key in it. We said, that'll do. Look at this walking all the way down to the spot.
Yeah, sorry, Keane Martin and Teddy Billy, but you got to give away the old bloke sometimes.
Okay, so Fadul, here he goes. Oh,
yeah, ripper.
Way better. Nice mid-sized wave, hugging the reef. Fadul teeing off here. Boom, Crunchtown. What a great wave already. And a bit more. How's the little spiciness he's adding to some of his moves?
Little John.
A little bit of some bizarre body talk, but he's mixing it up. He's still going. You can see the length of this wave when they hit the reef right, ladies and gentlemen.
That's
boom, and a solid finish. I'm seeing another good number. He'll probably get the second best score in this heat out of that ride. And put it together out the back on the steep, sucky bits, Billy, where it counts. Yep. Here it is again.
A little bit of loss in control on some of these, but you can really stick in that back foot to it. That's a really great first turn. This one, kind of lost the wheels a little bit on the way down there, but I'm loving his intent, and it set him up for that third turn really well. Love the hand drag a la JJF. Pretty cool style. He's definitely tweaking the foundation manoeuvres, so the judges love that. And also, judges love it when you finish, and it's exactly what he did, so well done to that young Brazilian man.
Yep, that'll consolidate second position. Won't be the 10 he needs to go into the lead, but I'm tipping up there with the second best wave of the heat. There's our work site, everybody. This is what we're doing. That's what they call the athlete zone, Billy.
Yeah, I was up there, got kicked out.
No, hang on, but it's the athlete zone. Security kicking you straight out. They can spot a non-athlete when they see one.
Hey, what's that big round thing under your guts? You better get under your shirt. You better get out.
Anyway, there they are. There's the fellow competitors psyching up for their next heats. That's where our boardwalk interviews, our post-heat interviews go on. The judging tower just to the right of that. 650 drops in for Fadul.
Nice.
So second best wave of the heat, rightfully so.
Yeah, so maybe the judges just not digging that lack of control out the back.
Look,
but
it's probably the third best score of the day, really.
Yeah,
So they kind of did dig it, and he tried to mix it up a bit, and the body language got a bit how you going, but he still, when he got it right, that looked really good.
Yeah, I agree, Mark, and you can't temper that excitement or that enthusiasm.
Look at this set. Is it dropping off, Billy? I think not.
Doi.
Ask Blue. He got that one on the head.
Yeah, Khan Watanabe. Underwater wrestling crocodiles at the moment.
Probably will be again. Yesterday, that was the theory. That was the theme of yesterday. All this stuff going on non-stop. Oh, look out wide here for is this Spencer?
Yeah, Spencer K. Second wave on the backhand. This thing kind of shouldering out for him. He might have to stick to the inside before he can find that lip. No, he's had enough. I'm out. I'm going to try to get out there and get priority and look for a medium-sized one that hugs the reef a bit better.
Yeah, that frothy stuff made life hard. But here goes Winter.
Oh, your man, Winter, Vincent.
All right.
Loving that style. How is the beautiful tight arc surfing in that one wrap? But wow, he's really got me up and about. Loving that style.
Winter, that's a name I'm going to remember throughout this event. I mean, it's only early days, and it's these some of these first round heats. It can be easy to do your best surfing because the pressure's not as high as perhaps when you get to around a 64 or something. But should Winter stick to his rail game, I can see him going a fair way.
Just have a look at it. It's beautiful. I know it's in a mirror, but it's very Owen Wrightish. And it's not really aggressive or jerky or anything. It's beautiful and fluent, but also tight and aggressive. So a hard thing to do.
Yep, Spencer got all the froth out of that last big set. So, I can see his theory. He's thinking, a bit of time pressure, need to ride away, but that was a super hard wave to ride. He goes Watanabe.
Yeah. Oh, he's loving that bottom turn. It's really aggressive and deep. Body really close to the face of the wave.
Here goes Fadul coming into the picture. Boys have got a fair bit of work to do to get back onto a priority roster.
There goes that drone.
What?
Sounds like a helicopter above us.
It must have been a helicopter. That could not have been the drone. All right, so this is the wave we missed out of all that. So we're looking at it now, the replay. We saw the drone angle of this, so that's what it looked like from the judging tower. So who was that? Watanabe.
Yep.
All right. Well, this is kind of one of the more competitive heats I've seen throughout the morning, Billy, because we've got all four guys that surf pretty good.
Yep, let's have a look at it at the 7.5 minute mark. It is Winter Vincent out in the lead and also with priority. So he's played a really good game up until now, that 817.
That was a helicopter, Billy. It wasn't a drone at all.
There's the drone.
Look at that drone.
It's about the size of the drone the military unpacked yesterday. But and it's our Brazilian surfer, that is Rayan Fadul in second place. He's in a strong position as well. He's just got to fend off Watanabe and Kay. So 7 minutes to go. The race for second is on. And it's Khan Watanabe and Spencer Kay with the work to do. And it is Rayan having to fend them off.
All right, 6.5 or thereabouts on the clock. We're watching Heat 6, everybody. There's 16 heats in the round of 128, and then we're going to roll on through and do 8 of the next round as well. So we've got quite a long program formatted for today. At some point, if you clock on and there's nothing going on, it'll be because the opening ceremony is underway. I imagine we'll shut things down for around about an hour at some point this morning.
Yeah, well, Mark, there's some big dignitaries here, and without their support, this contest would not go ahead. So we're going to go check out what they've got to say.
Now, let's stay with red here. So Spencer, first manoeuvre. Oh, how's the face plant? That was ugly.
Again, wow.
Ugly.
He's eating some water this heat, that's for sure. This is Winter Vincent, the guy that's got us all excited with turns like that. It's easy to see why. A second one on point. Wow, I saw Noodles Webster out there today. It's a bit of that as well. Right up, slicing that lip, but overcooking at that one. So
loving his rail work.
Continues to impress, isn't he, Mark?
He does, yeah. Well, he holds on to the win. I get to have a chat with him. I'm going to be quite interested to find out a bit more about Winter and where he's from and how he's loving his Krui time, his opening performance. He's turned a lot of heads. This is just absolutely real quality rail work here. There's no messing around with winter. It's all or nothing. And I like his approach. That's what it's going to take to do well at a 5,000 and beyond. And while there's let's watch Red there. So this is the replay here. That was ugly. Look at that face plant. That was bizarre.
He's not having a good time out there.
No, that'll clear the sinuses at the very least.
5 minutes to go, mate.
Well, there's a little break in the action, Billy. Maybe we should give a shout out to our hood at home. I know the boys have probably got the webcast on in Surfing WA.
Yep.
So if you can hear us down there, gang, let's shout out to Justin Majex, our events manager. Maybe Laney's in the office today. Mr. Lane, Karcher, Rayleigh.
Yep, all the gang.
Brooke will be in the front office doing his stuff.
Yep.
Daniel would there making the roster for next week.
Yeah, the funny thing, they'll all be huddled around a nice warm cup of coffee with their jumpers and beanies and scarves on.
Now, did they remember to put a fireplace in our new office? Because I think they might need it this week. I heard it's freezing cold at home.
If you are watching anywhere around the world and it's cold and it's a bit rainy,
it's not here.
Check out the webcast because it's beautiful here in Indo. Get some warmth vicariously through Mr. Clifton and I.
You put a T-shirt on here. Once you peel it off, that's the end of that shirt for the day. It doesn't go back on again. It's sticky hot outside. It's a beautiful environment. We are in the province of Lampung, South Sumatra, where we are. The region of Pesisir, Barat. They're going to be all the dignitaries over there at the opening ceremony.
Did you bring your batik shirt and long trouser?
No, but I did bring my going out thongs, Billy.
Oh, that's perfect. You have to wear that to the opening ceremony.
I will. And the village, the name of the village, we're at Tanjung, Setia. So thanks to the locals that are having us here, and that means the Loyal Point. How's that? That's what this equates
cool.
to.
Yeah.
Loyal Point. So Winter Vincent, for me, BOG of the day. That's him just paddling past in the white. I'm going to find out a bit more about Vincent in a minute when we have our post-win interview.
Yep.
Give me a question, Billy. What am I going to ask him?
Oh, I haven't thought. Who's his coach? I'm really interested in that style that he's got. It's almost perfect. You're a coaching playbook, and that backhand wrap is almost perfect.
All right.
It is perfect. That's great. And there's some things you can teach, and there's some things you can't teach. And I think he had the raw talent, and someone has just really tuned him up perfectly.
Yep. No, he's got to be proud of his first hit out here this year.
I did see the great Matt Cattle walking around before.
Oh yeah, Matty's here on coaching duties. I saw him last year as well.
Yeah, spoke to Tom Dixon from Surfing New South Wales, and they have a little development program going on here. He's giving me all the details. We'll chat about it later in the day, Mark. But it's what QS 5000's bringing. It lets the young kids travel around a little bit. If you want a taste of the tour life.
Man, times have changed, Billy. Everyone's got a coach these days.
Yeah, well, you've been my coach for years. This is my wave. That's all you've ever told me.
Get out of the way. What do you think you're doing? No,
2 minutes to go, mate.
Back in my day, man, when we started, like the only feedback you got was your mates were laughing in the car park when you come in and going, "You cooked it," and that's all you got. Not how to uncook it next time, just you cooked it. Oh yeah, righto. I'm sick of hearing that. Got so sick of hearing it, I did something about it. Finally got a bit better at it. All right, Winter Vincent. It's been the story of this heat, everybody. That's him in white. Look at that 817. That's going to stack up as one of the best waves all day. You better write those down as highlights on our run sheet, please, Mr. Hangen. A big crowd starting to build up down here. I'm sure a lot of these people will be walking across the road in a moment, doing our opening ceremony. A lot of Indonesians there, a lot of domestic people. This is our grounds of our accommodation, looking pretty nice. Actually, that's next door. That's the camp next door.
That's next door. It's the general public.
One minute. So what else, Billy? Have you noticed many changes here since last year?
Not too many, mate. What I have noticed is the organisation and the administration from the local crew getting better and better each year. I know they want to pump this contest up to another level, 1 year, 1 day, and they're going the right way about it.
Yeah, there's talk of the Challenger Series coming to Indonesia. This would be a good location.
It would be a good locale.
I mean, think of where the Challenger Series goes, and you think of the waves on offer in Indonesia. Surely it's a no-brainer that at some point a 10,000 bounces down somewhere in Indonesia. The platform's been laid pretty well here for the last 2 years, being a 5,000. So there's really only sort of 2 spots they can go, and one of them would be to go to a Challenger.
Yeah, and tell you what, we do have enough security here, that's for sure.
Oh, policey everywhere.
5 seconds to go on this one, Mark. It looks like Winter Vincent has got the job done.
Yep, I'm going to go and have a chat with him for sure. All right, that was an outstanding performance from Winter. The first one to bust into the excellent range at this year's Krui Pro.
Yeah, that was heat number 6. So already heat number 6 down. There's been plenty of excitement. There's been plenty of action. Heat number 7 coming up, featuring the New Zealander Elliot Parata-Reid. And a couple of Japanese surf in Sentaro Sakai.
All right, so we're just on
Junika
hold.
Junika.
Just on hold here at the moment.
I remember him from last year.
Who's that?
Junika from last year from Indonesia.
Can't
He's coming
get a
out
name
next
like
heat.
that.
No, fantastic.
So good they named him twice. All right, there's our point. Some nice drone work. I think we're still yet to confirm a start for heat. What are we at, 7?
Yeah, heat number 7 coming up. Okay, so Mark, let's sign off now. It looks like we are going to have the opening ceremony. That could go for half an hour, could go for an hour. Go get yourself a cup of coffee. Go get yourself a little bit of a feed wherever you're watching around the world, and join us for more live action after the ceremony.
Damn, that means I don't get to talk to Winter.
Good on you, folks.
right, we are live and we're back. This is the second half of today's action. Surfing about to resume. We have had the opening ceremony. However, now we can just fill in whereabouts we are in the competition. Heat number 6 was won by Winter Vincent over Rayan Fadul. Those guys taking over Khan Watanabe and Spencer Kay. That was heat number 6. I am joined in the booth by Giada Lagati. And why don't you run us who's in heat number 7 about to enter the water?
Yeah, in this heat we have in red Elliot Parata Reed. In blue we have Sentaro Sakai from Japan. In white we have Junika from Indonesia. And in green we have Luke Smith.
Luke Smith, where's he from?
Yes, Luke Smith. I'm pretty sure they're an originally American family, but the Smith family are always surfing Canggu, and they live close by there. So I would say they're the mixture. You know, they're a big nasi campur as well.
That is good to hear. A bit like yourself, a little bit campur, but Indonesian heart. All right, we are underway. Welcome to the Krui Pro 2023. If you're watching around the world, I hope you're enjoying the show. It's only early days of the round 128. We've got a whole lot of surfing to get through this week. It's going to be fun. It's going to be action-packed if the waves hang around like they are today.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a drop in the swell especially since yesterday, but this morning as well, especially with that lower tide, we saw that drop. As we see the surfer in red taking a look at this wave, and he decides to pull the trigger. It looks like it's a little bit of a double up. He's gonna try get down the line. Ooh. And just goes over the lip.
Yeah, that is Elliot Parata Reed, all the way from New Zealand. Really strong performance last year, and this is Sentaro Sakai in and out. Doesn't like the look of that. So these guys have been waiting all mornings for their heat. And they just put on the rashies, and it was time to go to the open ceremony.
Yeah.
So a little bit of time to adjust in the head, and they'll be okay.
Yeah, we just came back from the opening ceremony just behind a big stage with the beautiful backdrop of all the coconut trees. A little bit of dancing as we see our surfer in red, Elliot. A beautiful first and second turn as well. You know, those airdrop landings are not easy, and he managed to stick that wonderfully.
He did. I can't wait to see the replay. I was kind of goofing off there a little bit, taking care of some details. But Elliot Parata Reed, always a strong contender. Him and his old man Jamal have been coming here for a few years, so expect a little bit of semi-local knowledge.
Yeah, this is our local surfer, Junika. On his backhand, you know, he probably knows this wave like no other. And here he is, beautiful first turn, wraps it around. To get it past this fatter section, he's going to be seeing if this wave gives him a little more. And it looks like he just pulled that.
He did, and this is our Japanese surfer, Mr. Sakai.
Yes, this is another Japanese surfer. We've seen them last year. We're going to see them a lot this year again. They're a force to be dealt with.
Oh, yeah, they're coming. The Japanese are coming. There's no doubt about that. And it's exciting for the world of surfing. Super polite, super focused, and fun to watch. Excellent to watch. So look out in the coming years, actually not so distant future, for a full-blooded Japanese surfer on tour. How cool would that be?
Yeah, these are just the replays of the last two waves. But you know, actually, Kanoe Igarashi, besides being born in the States, I think he's full Japanese.
Yeah, of course he is, yep. All right, have a look at this. Is our surfer in blue. Speaking of the Japanese, that was a good series of top turns. His first wave. Getting ready after the opening ceremony shenanigans. How good was Tippy Jubrick up there on the microphone, getting the crowd all pumped up.
Yeah, it was... I love those opening ceremonies. I like how the community always comes together, and those shows are always so beautiful to watch. It was slightly hot, but...
We were in Indonesia. It's going to be hot.
Yeah, but it was. It's great to be there and see it all go down. All
right, have a look at an 8.33 from Elliot, our surfer in red.
I can't wait to see the replay of that one. He must have really smashed it. Is that wave you're getting excited about, Giada?
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite waves I've seen today. It was very short, but it was just explosive. It was critical. He hit it in all the places he needed to, and yeah, that was a great wave by Elliot. He's definitely going to be looking to back up that 833 with still so much time left. He must be feeling really comfortable out there.
Yeah, look at that 833. You'd love to see that in your scoreline with not even 10 minutes gone. And this is Luke Smith, all the way from Chengdu via the States. Looking pretty comfy out there in the size of the young man. Look at that.
Oh, that was a beautiful turn. So much style for this kid, and so young as well. Just pulls out. Would have been nice to see him finish that.
It would have been.
But definitely pulling out what he learned in sandbar. And this is our Japanese surfer.
Yeah, Santaro really going to town on this one, getting a bit more flow and a bit more style. Hits the lip there, a little bit of free fall, spreads the wings, but maybe a little bit too much on that turn. Misses out on the scoring section at the end. Nonetheless, loving his attack on this heat.
Something I really enjoy from all these Japanese surfers, I feel like their surfing is so perfect and precise.
Very, very well coached.
Yeah, it's very rare to see a Japanese surfer make a mistake out there. So.
It is, and that's an excellent thing, but it's also, it's going to be interesting when they get there on tour. You know, you get real instinctive surfers like Italo. You don't know what he's going to do from one bottom turn to the next. You know, you're like, oh, this guy's capable of anything. It's really exciting to watch. The Japanese at the moment, they're on point and they look great to surf, but it could be a bit of a point of difference once they get to the big leagues. But definitely on the right path.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the upcoming Japanese. Their level has increased so much in the last few years, and they're a great environment to be around. All very fun and welcoming, and
they are super cool to have around the comp zone, aren't they? Yep.
They don't all speak English, but the ones, you try make those hand gestures and kind of hope you understand each other.
Now, did you hear the news? We have a translator for our post-season
yes,
interviews.
Our girl Lana. This is a quick replay from a wave we missed of Elliot. Beautiful. Oh no, this is the replay of his 833.
Yeah,
we missed his first the first turn. We didn't see that earlier.
Yeah, they were a cracking series of turns, those ones. All at the lip and all very committed.
Beautifully surfed. Great style, very solid. I'm excited to see how he backs up his 833.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this. 5.10.
Yeah, it's great to see so many new names in the heat draw this year compared to last year. We new faces, new people to get to know, so it's going to be interesting to see how this all turns out. Kahea, taking a look at this wave, and it's looking like it's going to be a really good one. Gets around that section, hits a beautiful carve, comes back to the power whitewash, and again, as this wave stands up for him, that was a great in the pocket turn, throws water, keeping busy, and it's looking like this wave is going to stand up for him again. Let's see if he managed to finish it. Oh, that was a beautiful wave from Kahea. That's definitely looking like the best wave of the heat for now, with 19 minutes left.
Yeah, he'll be happy as he signs off from that one. Got the big finish, rode out nice and clean in front of the white water, and he'll be paddling back out, feeling pretty good about himself right now. First wave for Byron Stapleton, just a 2.1 for the surfer in blue. So yeah, you mentioned some of the new faces in the draw this year. Wondering what's kind of happened to the generation of Balinese surfers. We've seen Dede Suryana, he's from Java, he surfed earlier, but there's that great kind of crew of like Garut Widiata, Mega Samadhi, Radicha Rondi. Have those guys sort of stepped away?
I think so. Most of them have families now. I see them surfing only when the conditions are absolutely perfect. But yeah, most of them have stepped away from the contest scene, unless it's the Penang Cup. Everyone
course.
wants a piece of the Penang Cup.
Done with the tour, right. Just while we've got a little break in play, we're going to cross over to Billy Hangen, who's with Elliot Parata-Reid.
All right, we are here. We're live, and we have Elliot Parata-Reid, winner of that last heat, made an 8.33, the highest scoring wave of the day. Just talk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I fell off on my first wave. Actually, I kind of cartwheeled down the face. It was a bit of an ick, but it put me in a good place for the second wave that came through, and it just was one of those smaller ones that hugged the reef and let me do 3 bangers, and it felt pretty good to finally hit the lip pretty hard in a comp again.
Mate, I haven't seen you compete since last year up in Indo. You've been pretty busy. Travelling with your old man, Jamal. Is he doing a bit of coaching or just doing a bit of dad stuff, or a bit of both?
It depends. When we're out in Canggu, he tells me to tell everyone that he's my brother. So, but no, he's just he's a good support. He always just brings the mana with him, and also the camera. So we get some clips and have a good time. So yeah, it's good.
Now I'm liking it. Speaking of mana, I'm loving this paint job. Tell me a bit about that. Who did it for you?
Louis Gervais and the Goldie did this for me. That's him right there. If you want any board art, go hit him up. He's super talented. And yeah, brought the mana over with me, feeling it. Yeah, let's go.
Right on. I saw you talking to Billy Steadman down there. Bit of a Kiwi push going on. What can we expect from Elliot Parata-Reid for 2023? Where do you want to
go? Old Man's, the lawn. Single fin, nah, joking. Hopefully just make some heats, man. I'm just keen to start doing some good surfing in the comp again. I've been cooking it all year, so hopefully I can pull my stuff together and yeah, make a few heats.
Well, you've gone about it the right way. Great start. Put it there, buddy. Well done, and we look forward to you in the rest of the contest. Elliot Parata-Reid, back to you guys in the booth.
Right, so that was Ty Coolis teeing off on that one. There's Billy Hangen having a great chat with Elliot Parata-Reid.
Yeah, I was loving the design on Elliot's board. That was a great representation of New Zealand. As we see some of these sets rolling through, we saw some waves ridden by some of the surfers, and this is our surfer in blue, Stapleton, going down the line. Look at this beautiful face, and he goes, wraps it around. That was a beautiful first turn from our surfer in blue, and goes for that second, a little bit of a layback, and finishes it off really nicely. That was some great surfing by our surfer in blue. This is Byron Stapleton, and he doesn't finish, and he takes his wave all the way down to the inside. It starts to get a little bit foamy on the face, but he manages to handle that. We're not sure if he fell off or not, but that was definitely one of my favorite waves surfed today. So much style, so much flow. I think that second turn was definitely my favorite. I'd love to get a replay of that, and here it is, a replay of our surfer in blue. Highlines it and sets it up for this beautiful turn. So much water. Wastes no time to get into the second one. Take a look at that, Binzi.
That was a great hit. Free falling out of the lip, and then fluently into a couple more carves down the line. Bit of snowboarding now through the froth. Casual layback carve.
This was one of the only sets I've seen actually open up for one of the surfers today. And this is a replay of our surfer Kahea in white. This is the replay of his earlier wave from before our interview. I love that finish. Styles it out. wants to make sure that he shows the judges that he finished it off and he rode out of it nicely. But I'm excited to see what our wave gets from the surfer in blue. See what the judges think about that. And there we go, a 7.50 for Byron Stapleton.
Yep, so easily the best wave of this heat so far. That's kind of broken things open a little bit. He still doesn't have a backup score, and he's comfortably in the lead. So just sitting on a 2.1 as his second score. He'd be looking to back up his 7 with something in the same range and really put this one to bed. Ty Koulis, he's got a 4 and a 3. Kahea, he got a 5.33 for that last wave, so that's the second high-scoring wave of this heat. And local surfer Alex Lipinski needs to get his skates on with 12 minutes 20 to run. And plenty of swell still in the water. Look at these lines pouring in. Ty Koulis, he's got priority, so he can drop in. Okay, Kahea probably doesn't know it, but he's just cost himself an interference right there.
Yeah, I'd be wondering. I'd like to know what happened there. That's it's a funny situation. I don't know.
Not really.
I don't know.
Ty had second priority. Kahea had third priority. There's no funny business there.
No, like I meant, I don't know why Kahea went.
Yeah, hasn't looked at the priority board,
Yeah.
obviously, or hasn't seen it clearly. But that's pretty clear cut, I think. So Kahea's going to undo all of his good work right now. Priority interference costs you a wave. So, and your high scoring wave too. So that's
that's not.
Is it your high scoring wave?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, no, soon enough because it's going to be punched in.
Yeah, it was funny because Kahea was looking so confident. So I'm not sure why. Maybe he didn't see or hear or thought the priority changed. Look at these beautiful waves coming through. That's our surfer, Kahea.
Spinning late, taking off under the lip. He's got a big wall out in front. This wave hasn't given him much of a chance to do much so far. That's a strong turn. Needs this one to stand up. It's a pretty slopey shoulder to date.
Yeah, these bigger sets that have been coming through, they're a little bit fatter than some of the medium to small ones. So they unless you get one like Byron Stapleton's last one, it's very rare for them to stand up that way. Usually they tend to be a little bit on the fatter side.
Where is Byron Stapleton at the moment? Has he caught a long wave that we've missed and he's paddling back out? Here's the replay of Kahea. Talk us through it.
Yeah, just like kind of skating through the face. You can see his board wobbling a little bit. Wraps it around a second time. It looks like he's just trying to read this wave to see if it's going to stand up and give him what he wants, but decides to pull off and try get priority. And yeah, it looks like Byron Stapleton, that 7.50 kind of just took him all the way down to the inside. So we see Koulis taking a look at this medium one. A massive hair drop, but unfortunately just gets unstuck. So we'll be seeing...
Look at these lines pouring in right now.
It's non-stop action here in Krui. Our local surfer, Alex Lipinski, just losing priority over that last one. Took a look, didn't go. Using his local knowledge, maybe there was something in that wave that didn't convince him, but I definitely would have gone. I'm pretty frothing to get out there.
Still waiting to see what's going to happen with Kahea. He's still sitting in third at the moment. I don't know what's happened to Byron Stapleton because he doesn't have priority and hasn't caught a wave since his 7.5. I don't know if he's maybe done a run around.
I think he just got dragged away, honestly. Yesterday, just watching some of those sets come through, if you can't make it out, that it's gonna take you all the way down to the town village, to the fisherman village down the coast. The current out here is pretty crazy, and especially after all those sets that just came through, I wouldn't be surprised if Byron Stapleton was still trying to make it out. His 7.50 took him all the way down, and it was definitely one of those wider sets, so I think he's definitely going to be struggling to get back out. But still has a lot of time left, so he's going to be trying to improve on that 2.10.
We've got a bunch of scores still to come in as well, plus I think we've got to unravel the priority kerfuffle we saw earlier, so yeah, a bit of work to be done in the tower. Okay, has had a score come in. Seven minutes remaining. Still no sign of Byron Stapleton. Ty Coulis has priority. He's now down in third. Okay, DeSantis has moved up to second. Which, not totally sure about that, as we did see him.
Here we have our local surfer, Alex Lipinski. Beautiful turn, a little bit of flair to finish it off. Looks like this wave's going to stand up, a nice little floater up, and wraps it around. Smaller wave than what all the other surfers have been, trying to look for. And there's our friend Byron. He's making it back out to the lineup. So we'll see what the judges score. Alex Lipinski's smaller but cleaner wave. I don't think it will be the requirement he needs to go to second, but definitely going to be improving on that 0.57. Just over 5 minutes left. Because the waves are so big, they've added an extra 5 minutes to the heat times to give the surfers time to paddle out, and as we've seen with Byron, give them time to, an opportunity. Usually these first rounds tend to be around 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, Byron's obviously spent about 10 minutes, so nearly half a heat, trying to get back in position after his 7.5.
And here he is.
Straight into action, streaking down the line. This is a great looking wall. That was an insane turn. So he's already in the lead. He is now going to be extending that pretty significantly. He's gone down. Doesn't matter. Plenty of good turns out the back. Here goes Ty Coulis.
Only looking for a 3.27, and I'm sure he's already gotten that with those two beautiful turns. Hoping this wave picks up for him. A little bit of flair, and he also comes undone. Those were two great waves by the surfer in blue and red. So with those two scores coming in, I definitely think Byron's going to be improving his lead, creating more distance between the other surfers. Some of those turns were fantastic.
Yeah, here's the replay. The first turn was great. Lots of flair out of the lip. Big carve. That was a brutal turn from Ty. And then climbs up and over the foam. So all the damage is done to this point. And that little fall at the end's not going to matter too much, because 3 big turns got the job done. Here goes Ty Coulis. That was a cool floater. Kept his speed. He's got some work to do to get out on the open face, and then he finds the open face. It was a little bit of a layback, wasn't a totally committed turn. Went the layback again right there. And this will be a sort of a low to mid-range score, you'd imagine. Didn't quite link it all together, but not needing a huge amount to go up to second. Here goes Alex Lipinski, getting a little bit far out on the open face.
Yeah, something I really like about our surfer in red was how low his center of gravity is. I haven't seen many surfers that surf so with their knees so bent. My knees would probably crack after like one of his turns. This is Alex, a little bit of a jump off. And this is the event site that this is our athletes area that you guys are seeing right in front, and right next to it is the judges tower. People taking a walk. We see a crowd forming down at the beach.
There's a huge crowd out the back. It's just that little grove of trees. There's lots of stalls and little food stands.
Yeah, they've turned this event into a full festival.
Yeah, we had the opening ceremony before with plenty of local dignitaries getting up to speak. Tibi Jabrik from the ASC had the crowd just eating out of the palm of his hand. Taya Sarati from the WSL spoke beautifully as well. And a little bit of traditional dance as well before we came back to keep the competition rolling.
I got pulled up into that dance. I was definitely in and amongst it, in that crowd under the heat. I was showing off what I could, grooving out with the dancers.
Dragged up. You volunteered before they even asked you.
I'm pretty easily convinced. Anything to do with dancing and music, you can count me in anytime. But it was great to see some of the other athletes out there as well. Everyone, kind of grooving and showing how it's done.
Okay, last score for Byron Stapleton of 5.8. So that has comfortably extended his lead with only 90 seconds to go. DeSantis is clinging on to the lead. Do we have a score to come for Ty Koulis?
Yeah, it's looking like they didn't give him that priority interference.
No, but they've given Ty the score with that last number dropping in at a 4.17. So Kahea now has priority. He's got a minute 10 and he's chasing a 3.81.
Yeah, he's gotten a 5.33, so we know he can do it. We have our surfer Alex keeping busy on the inside, catching these small inside runners, going for that air, but just going over the back. 50 seconds left for Kahea to get that 3.81. We'll see if he gets the opportunity. And it's looking like there's not much happening out the back, so I don't know if he'll be able to get that last chance, but I don't want to speak too soon. He does have first priority, meaning that if something comes, he has right of way. 25 seconds left. Oh, it looks like there's something, but he might be running out of time. And that's, I'm not sure if they're going to count this. Surfer in white catches one more. Even if it does, I don't think it'll be what he needs. And we're going to go on to an ad break as I catch up with the winner of the last heat very briefly.
All right, we are back at the Krui Pro. This is Heat 9. We got Nathan Monchette from France, lives in Bali. He's in the red jersey. Roshi Inui is in blue. Dia Adzihar is in the white, and Ahmed Trimukti is in the green. Chris Binns and Mark Clift in the booth. And what do you make of the action in that last heat?
Well, that wave of the guy that won, Ty Coolis, that was outrageously good. I was thinking maybe could have busted into the excellent range. When I heard the 7.5, I thought, well, did a lot of real A-grade surfing for a 7.5. That was a sick wave as well, and everyone in the athlete area kind of were thinking a little about a point higher, but either way, we're not sitting up there with the judges. But I've got to say, the athlete area is buzzing. It's pretty cool in there, Chris.
It sure is. Looks like a good atmosphere.
This is a bit of a tongue twister, this heat. When you were reading them out, I'm like, better you than me.
Nathan Monchette, Ryushi Inui, Diaha, and Ahmed Trimukti. How's that?
All right, not bad. So this is officially Heat 9, everybody. We are going to keep rolling all day. Our surfer in red off to a bit of a early start will amount to nothing.
Nathan Monchette, the Chungu kid. I think he is at sandbar there, taking off a little bit too deep. That's not going to help him much in 23-minute 50 time.
Tell you what I have noticed since our break for the opening ceremony, mate, the white fluffy stuff out the back, it's on shore.
Yeah.
Mind you, those mid-runners, there seems to be, when you're watching from the beachfront, the boys are taking off pretty deep now, and those mid ones are just hugging the reef and looking real good.
Yeah, we hadn't seen any tubes when it was offshore anyway, so there might just be a little bit more crumble on the top of the lip to skate through a few more turns.
Yep, so as I was saying, Heat 9, we're going to finish this round, Heat 16. They had 8 heats of the next round penciled in. I'm not sure how much the opening ceremony will affect that format, but for the crew online, stick around. There's still quite a lot to get through here today. Day 1, we've got a massive format on our page here. 16 round 1 heats, 16 round of 96 heats, 16 round of 64 heats, and on we go. So it's
crazy.
That's just the men's draw. We've got another 3 of these sheets, Chris.
Yep.
One of them is the women's sheet that's kind of stacked as well, and then we got
Pro Junior as well.
Pro Junior men's and women's.
Huge event.
Yeah.
As it would want to be, given the size of the spectacle we just enjoyed at the opening ceremony. That was incredible.
They love a ceremony, Chris, you know that, mate. And all the dignitaries were there. There was a lot of back slapping, lots of uniforms, lots of rockox, lots of good times. But they love it. You know, this is what they've invested in, and they're coming down having a good sticky beak at what the ASC promised to deliver, what they are delivering, and what a WQS event is all about. They don't come a whole lot bigger than a 5,000, so to drop into the back end, the southern tip of Sumatra, something they never see down here, so they're all pretty stoked, rightly so. Tanjung Setia, the village we are at here in South Sumatra. It is in the Pesisir Barat region in the province of Lampung.
Great to see a lot of the surfers along as well. It really emphasises to the competitors just how important these events are to the local people, and it was great to see a lot of the surfers get along, stand up when they were asked to dance, and make some noise. It was great.
Did you ever dance?
Oh, mate, I'm very minimalistic in my moves in this heat.
Little foot shuffle.
Yeah.
Little toe tap maybe.
Yeah. Understated. I was boogieing viciously on the inside. It's too hot for that kind of palaver midday.
That was a damn warm experience. All right, so the boys just resetting now. Maybe they paddled a little far up the point. They're kind of trying to find where this takeoff spot is, but there are some absolute reef huggers. Just watching that last heat. Ty Coolis, that thing he found, that went forever, where he finished that wave. It took him a long time to recover and make some ground out of that rip. Right down there in Lani's. So Red Monchette has been 5 minutes almost off the clock for a 0.5.
He's got him on the ropes, hasn't he?
He has. He's got him comboed. So I imagine there's a couple of local surfers in here looking at these names. Yep, 2 Indonesians there in white and green. Looking at those names, I would imagine they are local surfers. There's one in the next heat as well. Having a little look down further down the line, heat 11, we have Coda Killorn featuring. There's still a lot of quality acts in these round 1 heats. All right, looking forward to seeing how it all pans out. Here we go. Look like a bit of movement now. No first, second or third priority, so blue on the inside helps himself. This is Inouye. A little slow, very measured approach, shall we say, on that first manoeuvre. That's a little better. Finally starting to sink some rail and get a bit aggressive. Once again, that lazy little schwack to keep in the power zone. Inside of the wave now, offers something to stand up and punches through the roof. Pretty good hit. Needs to ride out. He does indeed. There we go. That'll count. Nice work.
Yeah, so that was Ryuichi Inouye, and now this is Diaha Idziha, local surfer. Going a little bit hard on that top section. And Inouye, he surfs at 2 speeds. Some of the laziest, slowest, most casual carves out on the open face, and then as soon as the wave stands up and it gets critical, he just goes whack!
2 good things and 2 pretty slow things.
Yeah.
So that's how the judges will probably assess that. Meanwhile, White kind of was looking pretty good here for a while. He did pick off a good wave, so a bit of local knowledge coming into play there. Thing reeling down the reef.
Oh, that was good.
That would have been good. That would have been a nice way to finish that wave. Here's the action replay of Inouye.
So this is a super slow-mo replay of the first turn. Now things get a little bit better, up and over the foam, vertical, that was nice. And then once again, just really kind of freezing his motions. And then here it stands up and he gets a little bit critical once again. So yeah, the go slow, the go quick. And
That'll probably be enough for the lead.
Easily, yep. 18 minutes to go, no worries there.
So for all the crew online that didn't hear this morning when we went through our stats, we came here for the first time in 2017. Kajiri Nishi took that one out. We'll get back to that leaderboard in a moment and run through the past winners, but we are going to throw to a quick post-heat interview. I think Giada's got someone down there. Giada, over to you.
I'm here with Byron, the winner of our last heat. You know, you got that 7.50, which was incredibly surfed, and we saw you kind of struggling to come back. So tell us a little bit about the conditions and what it's like out there.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty tough. After I got that 7, I did get washed all the way onto the inside, and it would have taken me about 5 or 10 minutes to paddle back out, and it was definitely super tricky, but so fun out there.
So what was going through your mind when you were coming back and you're hearing the other scores? What was going through your mind? Were you worried about the other competitors?
Yeah, definitely, you know, because there's so many good waves coming through out there and everyone surfs so good, so everyone's got potential to get a good score, but I just wanted to get back out there and get one more good wave.
So we were talking about the CI Pro before and the board you're riding. Tell us what it feels like and a little bit of what your idea of coming here for this event, like what equipment you were going to bring.
Yeah, so before coming here, I decided to try out a few new boards, and one of the first boards I tried was this CI Pro, and just for bigger and better waves, I couldn't find anything better.
All right, well, Byron, congratulations, and thank you for joining us here, and good luck in your next heat.
Thank you very much.
All right, so thank you, Giada Lagarde, catching up with Ty Coulis, the winner of the last heat. Judging by the fact he had a Slimes sticker on his board, I'm going to say he's from Newcastle.
There you go, good call. All right, and that was a worthy performance. 7.50 went from start to finish right the way down the reef. Hang on.
Oh, hello.
Speaking of big hits, Mr. Inouye just comes into play. I didn't see the start of that wave, Chris, so we're going to have to rely on a replay and see what went down. Whatever, it finished with an absolute bang. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, that was Ryuichi Inouye. He is heat leader at the moment. I think we're just going to get the one turn, unfortunately.
Right.
But
We'll be able to tell if he did some similar stuff before then, once the score drops. Local surfer Diha Itzidar has moved into second. Nathan Molchet got a 2.5 for his previous wave, and now he's still got a score to come. It won't be much. He might have even dropped in already. He went over the falls on the little left, while
Inouye's must have been another 4. So lunchtime down here at Karanga Nimbor, everybody. This is the site we're at. We're watching Heat 9. No real big numbers yet. There we go, 407 I think for Inouye.
Yep.
Alright, so he's got the 2 best scores. A low heat panning out here. And Molchet could easily improve his position on the leaderboard. Ooh, he may still, but not really convincing.
first turn was good, didn't really get anything else beyond that. It's a beautiful surfer, Nathan. He's got fantastic style. It's great to see him at these contests because normally he rides sort of a twin fin.
Is Diha here in second.
Oh.
Boom, Crunchtown. If this is a local lad, the boys will be going nuts. It looks like he's got that local style, but a really good hit. It was only his second wave, so it would have increased his second position. I don't think Molchet is going to bother the leaderboard once his number drops in, once Izdihar's second score drops. Molchet's living in the mid-range 2s at this stage.
I really liked Izdihar's commitment to that one section. You know, could have easily shied away from it, but he...
Trimukti.
Nice. Well, this is his first wave. Flies past 2 of his competitors. He's got speed to burn and realises that the wave's going to race off without him all the same. Gets out of there. 13 minutes 15 to run.
Yep, for sure. He's another local fella, so his buddies will be down there in the athlete zone. Big deal going on down here in South Sumatra for all the locals. There's a whole lot of them that surf pretty good up there at the Krui left. That will be here in the event. I think we had about 8 or 10 local boys seeded into this round. Half time in Heat 9, everybody. Indeed, Izdihar drops back into second. Inouye improving. He's got the lead. Molchet got to bust out of the 2s. He needs a mid-range 4. And Trimuki is on the scoreboard. The 177 for the local lad. And for the crew out there that are listening in, and you might want to go, well, this looks pretty good. I want in on the Krui deal. You do have to get your act down to the Lampung airport, southern Sumatra, so you could do it from the northern track. You could come out of Bali. Here goes Trimukti again, wave number 2. Needs a mid-range 5 here to get up into second spot. You can see a little bit of inexperience here, but he'll just be stoked to have the jersey on. Big Binsey. Look at this section. What's he do here? He's not sure. I'm not sure.
He's going for length of ride here.
He's hanging in there.
He's taking this one downtown. Yeah, I mean, once you get to the Bandar Lampung airport, that's the, battle one. You're pretty much here.
Well, that's the first chapter. You've then got to get over that ridge. There's a lot involved in that. That's a good 6 or 7 hours in a car. But once you're here, you might as well stay for a while. There's plenty to explore. Waves are pretty cool. Got this big old left point going on in front of us. Look at that wide thing just burgering off the screen. There was a lot of that going on yesterday. Doesn't do its best work when it's 6 foot. I think we're going to see it really ship shape tomorrow onwards. Drop a little. I think that they're calling the direction's going to get really good for next weekend, which is finals weekend. And a little rebump in the swell. So going to cop a little bit of everything this week. That's how it looks from when you're in the lineup up the top of the point. Beautiful backdrop. Yep, there's a lot to like about the Krui zone. We were surfing over there yesterday on that far point.
So the scores keep trickling in. It's Ryuki Inouye with a 4.33 and a 4.07 who's still in the lead.
Dihar is sitting in second with a 3.5 and a 3.63. Nathan Monchet, he's got a pair of 2.5s. Needs a little bit more than that to advance. And Ahmed Trimukti is sitting in fourth with a 177 and a 167. Under 10 minutes to run.
He's got his 2 waves though. He'll be happy with that. He
yeah.
started the heat waveless for probably 15 minutes. Put together a couple of rides. He's on the scoreboard.
Look at that watercolour. It's absolutely beautiful.
No, this drone footage is just gold. Our work site's pretty good. There's a lot of people milling around out there at lunchtime on the point. A lot of police here, a lot of security. We've even got a water patrol this year, mate. A couple of skis. We've also got an inflatable rubber ducky full of life vested up Indonesians out there checking out the view from side on. World's biggest drone. Big ceremony this morning. White's waving at us. There you go. So he's in second. Yep, you're doing pretty good. Bust out of the threes. Here goes Blue. He wants in on the act. He's got to upgrade a 407.
It's like being at the opening ceremony again. Everyone's hands in the air. 9 minutes to run. Still Ryuki Inui in her lead. It's pretty even scoreboard at the moment. A pair of 4s beats a pair of 3s, beats a pair of 2s, beats a pair of 1s.
At least they're all consistent, mate. They're all sticking in their bracket. Come on, somebody do something really good. Let's bust this out of this range.
If it was a poker game, the pair of 1s would be aces, and the local lad would be in the lead.
You'd be happy with that. Chamukti holding his cards close to his chest, you might say, Benji. Stop it.
Don't mind that at all.
Here he goes. Someone out wide.
This is Ryuki Inui, heat leader, looking to pull the trump card now and see if he can't extend that lead. Here's that sleepy style again. Goes vertical, bit late to the party and goes down. That's not going to go into his top 2. 8 minutes remaining. No priority for Nathan or Ahmed so far, so are they still making their way back up to the lineup?
They must be.
Such long waves here.
Yeah, and you've got to get past a certain point before you're awarded any sort of priority, so you don't automatically pick up priority just because someone else gets up and rides. If you're sitting down the point, doesn't matter, you do not get on the priority board unless you are far enough up the reef. So the sleepy approach from Inouye has served him well. Seems to be pacing himself. Is he going to step it up a little bit more each round? He'd probably need to.
Pair of 5s in the next round, pair of 6s. He's shaping up by
the time he gets to finals. He's dropping 10s.
Fire,
lazy 10s.
Pocket 10s. Here goes Nathan Monchet. He's got some ground to cover to get himself back to the top of the point.
Imagine how good a ski assist would be at this event, mate.
Oh.
Hey? You'd be able to ride a lot more waves and just actually have a look at it a lot more. He goes the sleepy one. He's on the inside and will not improve his 2-wave total there.
A little lay down to finish up. 6.5 minutes remaining.
Definitely conserving energy throughout his whole heat. So one of these local boys could get through here. I think Dihar is one of the local fellas.
Dihar. Is the local boy.
He's got a 2.1 lead over Monchet. Should Tramuki do something dramatic, he might even get up. Do something dramatic. 5.36. Sure the waves are out there. And let everybody in on who's in our next heat. So heat 10. Tenchi Ishii will feature in red in the next heat. Jack Reagan and then Firmansa. Looks like another local lad coming up in heat 10.
Alright, here goes Dihar. Looking to extend his grasp on second. He's late into it, but he's going to come screaming off the bottom. Turns in Nui's face. That's a nice turn as well, so he's feeling pretty good about things right now. Big section up and over. You can hear the crowd they've come to life. Their local boy is putting on a show right now, and he's not done yet as this one continues to grow down the line. He's got a big question to answer right now. A huge section coming at him. Come on, hit that. Cracks it and can't quite. Why? He has somehow stood up out of it. So that was an incredible finish. Drama more than technical precision and skill, but strength of spirit to stand back up out of that end section, and life might have just got a little bit tougher for Nathan Molchat in third with 4 minutes 45 to run.
I'm kind of going to say he needs a 4.77, although it wasn't the best surfing. There was a lot of it. There was a good wave. There was a couple of moments that, for me, I think he might have earned the 4.77 needed for the lead.
There was definitely drama. Talk us through it.
All right, well, all part of the plan was the late takeoff. That's what really set him up. He got it going and he started finding some better sections. He had good speed throughout. This section here, that's the money turn. That is kind of quality.
It's about the best turn of the heat.
And he's still flying down the line here. At least he's looking well invested every time he goes up near the lip, unlike our sleepy Inoi in the blue. And then, as you were saying, the question was asked. He looked at it. He still looked at it. He went up and tagged it. Laid back for a bit of more dramatic feel to it. Stays up, pumps his chest. 4.77. I reckon he goes to the lead. Come on.
All right, well, that one is TBD on the scoreboard in the hands of the judges.
I'm pretty sure that was the dude last year that actually got through a heat, the local fella, and his mates just went nuts. So, geez, I'd like to be in the athlete area right now. I can see a lot of surfers in there.
3.5 minutes to go. This is Nathan Molchat. He would not want to miss out on this heat. Wants to get himself back in the picture. Currently, he's chasing a 4.
There it is. He gets his number.
So,
yeah.
Dia Izideha, a 5.67, is it? I think that's the best
wave
way we've got of the heat so far.
First. So our sleepy one here in the blue has got something to think about for these last 3 minutes. Molchat, he'll need now a high 5. So he needs the wave of the heat to get out of third. And Trimukti.
So Nathan Molchat in red has priority, but second priority. Ryuki Inui could have had a look there, decided against it. 2 minutes 45 to go, so a bit of reverse cat and mouse. Inui has priority. Molchat needs the score and kind of forces him to go. So Inui, a 4.98 for the lead. This is a beautiful drone angle, shows us just exactly the kind of pristine conditions we are dealing with. First turn was good. Second turn was really strong. So this one is heating up in the last few minutes. Unfortunately for Inui, he goes down. Here's Nathan Molchat. Don't know what he needs, but that's not going to be it. 2 minutes 10 to go. The good news for Nathan is it's just going to be him and Ahmed Trimukti up near the takeoff area. 2 minutes to go. Nathan Molchat is still chasing a 5.83.
A little touch of the fumbles there from the surfer in blue. He had the wave, got 2 good moves in, and look, all set. I'm not sure what went on there. That was a bizarre drop knee takeoff from red. Had to eject. This is a pretty good wave here from blue. Let's have a look at the judges' view. These first 2 turns.
That was strong.
Yeah, that was strong. And same as it. This was late, but somehow made it. And was on his way to a good number and potentially back into the lead. Until there.
Just had the rug pulled out from under his feet. All right, 1 minute 20 to run. Here goes Ahmed Trimukti for the home team.
7.13. Come on, sunshine.
Winding up, big turn. That's his best turn of this heat so far. He's got speed to burn right now. 1 minute left on the clock. And, bit of a layback jam off the rebound, if you don't mind. He's still S-turning his way through to the inside, signing off in style. I've got a feeling we're going to be seeing this young lad surfing here in the Krui events for years to come.
That's pretty cool.
This is really cool, making his way all the way in past all of his competitors. Well done, young Ahmed Trimukti. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the Pro Junior as well. Nathan Molchat has the lineup to himself. He's now chasing his 6.33. Last score for Ryuki came in at a 4.57, just narrowly extended his second place total.
I really like this wave of the young fella in green, mate. There was just a lot of determination and just sheer grit. You know, you can see the lack of experience, but he's having a big day out on this wave, and he rode it all the way. He did put together some pretty reasonable moves. He'll be really happy with the way he finished this heat. He saved his best for last. And I reckon his mates on the beach, you know, he can hold his head high when he comes in. That was cool.
All right, well, this heat is in the books. I'm going to go and have a chat to the local lad, Diaha Izdiha, find out.
Yeah.
Just the kind of smackdown that he's given these interlopers into his hometown. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go throw to a quick break. We'll be back with more action from the Krui Pro right after this.
Well, we're back live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Krui Town. Here is what the beachfront looks like. There's our old campsite right there to the very right of screen. And we'll pan onto our work environment in a moment. We are staying at Karang Nimbor. Billy Hangen's just walked back into the booth. Billy, pumping out there. There's a lot of crew involved, eh?
There certainly is. I took a walk just to the right of screen there amongst the general public. There's a lot of interest, a lot of local interest in this contest, and it's absolutely pumping. They've got a little marketplace in the shadows. There's lots of local people checking out the action, and why not? It's been fantastic. That last heat, a local lad taking out, I believe.
That was bizarre. It was really quite a good wave that he rode. He got the number he needed. We are now watching in white another local fella, Fiamansa.
Yeah.
All right. So he'll be totally inspired by his buddy in the last heat. He's winding up here.
Look over the shoulder if you don't mind.
He's very determined, Billy. Over the handlebars right at the end, but he kind of got some reasonable work done at the start of this heat. Reds also had a wave, and here is Jack Reagan.
Yep, Jack Reagan from Australia, looking to get going. A couple of checks so far. Digs the left hand in there. He's going to finish this off. Will he, won't he? He does. So, yeah, handy way to start your heat. Not falling off is always good. But that's just their 2.50 for our local lads opening wave.
All right,
Tenchi.
Yep, here's Reagan's first effort again.
Rightio, we missed that first turn really, so that could have a big bearing on the score. We kind of joined it about here, I think.
Yeah, staying with it. Mixing up his moves a little. A bit late on that hit, but does ride out. So that'll probably be enough for the wave of the heat and get him directly into first. And the replays now of our surfer in white. This guy's got a bit to like about him too, Billy.
Yeah, Tenchi. He's
No, this is Fiamansa.
This is Fiamansa, sorry.
Yep.
A couple of Indo lads in this one.
Yep. I'd say this fella is directly from the local village.
Nice compact style. Looks like he knows this wave like the back of his surfboard, except for that little section.
He doesn't know anything about that section. And this is Red's opening wave. So this is Nishi. Tenchi Ishi.
Wow, that first turn was money. Second one not too bad at all, but just over the inside rail.
So 2.5 points for his first turn, effectively. All right, 3-person heat. Makes life a little bit easier. Don't get third. Rolling into the next round here this afternoon, Billy. they did suggest they wanted to do 8 heats of that next round, but I'm not sure we can get that far today after our ceremony.
Yes, we might run out of daylight.
Turn the lights on, they say.
Bring it on.
All right, big old set winding through now. You can see they're not the best waves, everybody. They break out of camera. Look at this next thing, just rolling down to Burgerville, off to the right of screen there. Yesterday, that was kind of about a 3/4.
Yeah.
A bit bigger than that yesterday.
It was bombing through yesterday.
Oh, 10 wave sets when they came.
Couple of snap leggies. Jake from Drifter, he snapped his leg, he had to swim in.
Yep. As I was paddling out, I totally ignored him. To see.
Love you, Jake.
Every man for himself out there. So Tenchi is in the lead with 2 hits. Reagan there with the mid-range 5 for his effort. And Fiamanza, the goofy footer with the compact style, as you were suggesting, Billy, a mid-2. Okay, so we are going to throw over to Chris Binns. He's going to have a chat with the winner of the last heat. So over to you, Mr. Binns.
All right, dear Iztaha, congratulations on the heat win.
Yeah, it's very good there. It's very fun, and yeah, the waves was so good, and I get a couple of waves there. Yeah, it's very nice.
Where did you come from to surf in the event today?
I'm from West Sumatra, Aceh. Yeah.
Is this your first time to Krui?
Yeah, it's my first time to Krui. Yeah, join the QS. Yeah, it's my first time. It's good experience. Yeah.
Tell us about your last wave, because you got the score to go from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, that last wave, I know I just give my best for this wave because it's my last wave, and yeah, I get couple snap and like floater, and with the finish like I think just like when I finish, I think it's like I'm a drop, but I just like safety trick, like I back, yeah, with the big and get up, yeah.
And lots of friends and family at home to say hi to?
Yeah, for sure. Indonesian, okay. Hai ayah and keluarga saya di sana di Aceh. Terima kasih banyak atas supportnya dan juga PSOI Aceh. Terima kasih sudah membawa saya ke sini, dan ya, and teman-teman saya juga di Aceh, terima kasih sudah menonton dan mendukung saya. Hope di next round saya bisa lolos lagi. Yeah.
Beautifully said. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Back to you guys in the box.
Unreal. Well, I bet that was fun, Billy. We can't actually hear those interviews, so we can't expand too much on what just happened. But how are the gangsters in the background in that interview?
Oh, it's fantastic. They're loving their mate getting interviewed. You can see the smiles, and he'll be copying a whole lot of trouble right now, I think.
There'll be some heckling going on. But Dihar is Dihar, winner of that last heat, Heat 9, local fella. I have seen him getting around because I remember that kid carrying that board, so I know who he is now.
Right, it's got to be the Martin Potters about it, hasn't it?
Oh, he's got the biggest smile every day. His English is pretty good as well. And he's down here this morning, and it was pretty big, and out he went for a free surf. You know, he was pumped. And it's paid off. He's won his heat. He'll be the toast of Krui Town, or the Tanjung Setia village down here.
Awesome.
It's a big deal. You know, winning a heat at a big pro event, 5,000, and you're out of the local village.
Yeah.
A bit of rock star status right there for the young fella.
Of course, it'd be like the tour coming to your town back in the day, Mark, and taking out a heat. Nothing better.
Didn't happen. Not for me.
Right, have a look at this replay, mate. This is Tenchi, I'm pretty sure. Yep.
Yep.
This first turn is good. A nice fluent bottom turn. Finding the power source again on that rebound. There we go, sorry lads. And kind of shouldering out on him this one, so a bit of a pity. Inside is starting to roll, but it's just cutback after cutback. The judges won't be too impressed with that, but they will be impressed by that turn. Really good finishing manoeuvre by our surfer from Indonesia.
Yep, you could sense he was winding up for something. You could see by his style he was better than what he was showing us.
Yeah.
He saved his best for last, got a bit of healthy rail buried in, and really got up there and slapped quite a steep end bowl. So won't be a big number, but it's not a high scoring heat. Here is the local fella, Fiamanza. trying to deal with the lump and bump right now. Can't find himself a pocket anywhere. He's looking hard though, and he's staying with it. He loves that look over the shoulder thing, see what's going on behind.
He's digging it.
All right, so he gave up on that at the end of the day, so locking in at a 167, I think. But Red's extended his lead. Reagan's got the best wave, as we can see, so there's the Aussie sitting out the back, looking to add a second number to the scoreboard. Sitting there by himself, so he needs only a 303. So Tenchi's wave locked in at a 4-6, Billy. Probably 3 of those points for the last move.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was just, like I said, his surfing is better than that wave allowed him to show until right there at the end section. Really hit the lip, finished it off well. Chest over the front knee, copybook stuff.
Well, as we've seen the round of 128, chipping away here, heat 10, bearing in mind 16 of these heats in this round. Before we cross over to a seeded round where a lot of the top riders start coming into play, and hopefully we're looking at maybe trying to get 8 of those done this afternoon, which would be epic viewing. But I can't see that we can really realistically get all 8 done. So I did see Jack Thomason, had a chat with him earlier. He's in heat 4 out of Yellingup, that fella there. So I'd say expect to surf. I reckon we'll get at least that far. But looking at the draw, seated surfers from here on in, there'll be no room to make errors once we get to the round of 96. Jack Reagan waiting patiently there in the blue rashy, looking for a second opportunity. We're rapidly approaching the halfway mark of heat number 10.
Yeah, sorry about that little interference, just the garbage truck going by. It'll probably happen a couple of times a day. We are still in the jungle, Mark Cliff, and I love it.
It is very jungle. Krui Town, it's kind of nice. Like when you're in the water and you look back, Billy, how good was that yesterday when I said, have a look at that, Bill? And it's just coconut trees lining the...
Fishermen coming in and out.
And we've come in from our surf, and there's a couple of local lads carrying a bucket of mahi off the boat, fresh, big, 2.5, 3 foot mahi-mahis. It's kind of just what goes on day in, day out down here, and we just happen to be part of it for a week. But, just for years, you can imagine waves trickling down this reef with no one on it, and all the other spots down around the corners with no one around, and just guys like our winner of the last heat and Fiamanza are in this heat, just kind of rocking around all day long. No sights of bullays really at a lot of the breaks.
Oh, for sure. Even the transplant bullays like Dino, speaking to him last night, surfing this place for 18 years.
Kept it a secret for a long time until they bought some accommodation and a restaurant.
Got to sell a couple of rooms and a few bennies.
That's our go-to spot when we want a nice snack in the afternoon and a cool one. Watch a bit of footy.
Yeah, check out Lani's, it's good.
First
priority is with Blue. He's going to take it too. This is the Australian Jack Reagan. That's a quality first turn. Now he's shown his wares. Follows it up with a good second one. He loves putting that left hand into the face of the wave, a bit of a Larry style. But this wave racing down the line, that's about his 4th decent turn, emerges from the whitewater, stands tall, and why not? Probably the best wave of the heat so far.
Yep, for sure. I reckon he gets he'll now have the 2 best numbers in his column. Jack will go to the lead. He waited a long time for that wave, Billy, but boy, oh boy, he really made it count because it had a lot of bowl, and he turned in the pocket every single time. So Jack Reagan, well done. It was only his second ride, so he probably would have been feeling a little nervous, but he didn't really show it.
No, it's good that you get to see surfers you've never seen perform before. I'm glad they get waves so you can see what they're made of. And you still got to deliver, and he really did on that wave.
Yeah, I really like how just loose and free he looked. And like I said, he waited a long time. He knew he had the best wave of the heat, so there was no pressure on the scoreboard, but the clock's always an issue. He goes Fiamanza.
Oh, double F now. Good looking opening cutty. Got a lot of the wiggles going down the face. He's loving life. His mates in the athlete area will be going absolutely bananas as he works his way to the inside. Here's a nice section for him, Mark. Chucks in that cutty again. over the shoulder. That's probably his signature move.
That is his trademark go-to move.
Good on him. I'm loving this.
Little cutty slash to check what's behind. All right. Does he bust out of the 2-point range and get his best number?
Oh, 3 for sure.
3. You reckon? Let's have a look. Little criticism. Turns are done right out on the face. So that was probably his better one. Brought it back to the whitewash that time. Waiting for the signature look over the shoulder here just to check what's coming.
Yep.
Where is it? Hang on. There it is.
2 points right there.
2 points for the signature move. There's the beach. Look at them going nuts.
Yeah, there's the gang. Little market in there in the shadows, Mark. I want to talk that you can buy anything. There's slinkies. There's the little remote control birds that jump up and down. Get anything you want to eat and drink in there.
Yep. That iced tea we had earlier was pretty nice. They've got lots of little bonkus Nazi packets going on down there.
Right now they're looking at a massive mosquito.
Going, what the hell is that thing? None of them know they're on TV. They can't even work out what it is.
Great work from Ryan and our drone operator here at Krui.
And this is nothing. These crowds, it's Monday.
Yep.
Come next weekend, Billy, that will be lined. There will be just heads all the way back to the main road. A 6 and a 5 for Reagan. There's the 2 best numbers. I like that number. Wave of the heat. Judges are being well measured with what's going on here, Billy, knowing that we're going to bust into the next round later on. Plenty of room to go up right there, but rewarding the wave of the heat for Jack. 4 slashes, all in the pocket. Nice. Oh, there we go. A 2-4-7, I think.
Ooh.
Double F just locks in his best score.
I might have to have a go word to the head judge.
Too low?
Yeah, I'm not happy about that.
You saw a 3 somewhere in that ride, didn't you? All right. Maybe did he get deducted for the look over the shoulder, over the back of the wave?
Possible.
Either way, he needs a mid-5 to get out of trouble here. Tenchi's kind of comfortable in second, and mid-6 to challenge for the lead. Jack Reagan has ridden 2 waves, a goofy footer, and really made that last one count. So next heat, we've got old Pink Hair coming up, Coda.
Pink Hair Coda. Loving it. Big, tall lad. Can't wait to see he's made of. Jay Brown, he's taking on Takumi Yasai. That'll do. Yep. From Japan. He's going to take on Ben Zanata. I'm going to say that with a Japanese accent.
All right.
Even though he's Australian.
Fair enough. So that's our Heat 11 matchup. It's coming up shortly. We've just got to find out whether Fiamanza Double F can get himself out of trouble here with a mid-5. Has he got a mid-5 in him, Billy?
Of course he has. He's my man.
What's it going to take?
Well, it's going to take a lot of looking over the shoulder and a lot of courage to get it towards the pocket and not quite on the shoulder.
Turn in the pocket.
Yep.
All right, there you go. Send the message out to him. Where's that drone?
Yeah.
Send him a note. Get in the pocket. A la Reagan. How's our team? We've got a couple of young guys on the beach announcement duties up there.
Mate
Joy.
Yep.
And Mate Dara.
Yep. Killing it.
Yep, so the 2 youngsters there, they're giggling their way through life and they're up here in a paid role. They'll be surfing in heats when we get to the juniors. So it's learning and earning as they go, these 2.
Well, that is what ASC is all about. It's getting guys educated and opportunities left, right and centre. That's right. So if they want to grab hold of it and take advantage, it's good. Help from other countries. Surfing West Australia's had a big push into the coaching and judging and stuff in here years ago. Probably about 5 or 6 years ago, it was a majority, at a lower level contest, it was a majority of bulle of white judges. But now, totally Indos, and they do a great job.
Yeah, well, it's probably a 50-50 blend up there at this stage. At this level, they try and keep it international, and they've got an Australian head judge, an American in Tori, they've got Ren, Japanese, we've got a couple of Balinese boys, so there's a good blend on the panel. Munchie out of WA is getting his first gig. There's another opportunity for the Mundog.
Big shout out to Munchie. First lesson in Indo, if you're going for a great surfing expedition, bring up the 2 old blokes and take them with you.
Yeah, but the judging panel, Mark, it is a co-sanctioned event, so you have the Australians and you have the Asian countries, and it has to be an even split up in the judging booth. You can't have all Australians, you can't have all Indonesians, you can't have all Filipinos. You know, it's got to be an even split across the board, and that's well represented up there in the tower for this event.
And then, of course, into his new role, Ty Sarati, I think into his second year as heading up the APAC region.
Yep, good job.
CEO or GM, whatever the actual official title is, but he's running the show here and does a pretty good job because he's been around for a long time, and another opportunity thrown. He's taken it by both hands and doing a pretty good job.
Well-respected administration guy, but also a ripping surfer.
Yeah.
Fantastic having that position. Love to hear a little bit more Indo on the welcoming ceremony. That was great when he did it in NIAS last year. He got a standing ovation.
He was a bit nervous that he was going to bust out that line, and he got it right.
Yeah, I was
the
looking
crowd
forward.
went nuts, and he's like, "Phew, pressure's off."
Yep. I was looking forward to it today, but it never came.
All right, he goes double F down the line. He needs a mid-5. Firmanza. Here we go. Get in the pocket, son.
Oh, yeah.
Kind of a wave. Let's see. Hang on. This is a great drone angle. There he goes. That's in the pocket, surely.
Yeah, Ryan doing
Hang
a great
on.
job. That was a tube.
Hang on. Thought about a tube. All these turns are looking pretty sharp. No real mess up so far. Somebody else is dropping into a good one out the back as well. I saw out the corner of my eye. Down he goes onto the stomach, straight in. He knows 4 minutes is not enough time to get back out there.
Job's done.
I think I saw Reagan drop into a wave out behind as well. So let's have a look at the judges' view.
Yeah, it's double F from face on. Taking that high line. I like that he just goes to the bottom when he wants to do a turn and generate speed by staying nice and, mid-face there. That thing not quite tubing over him, but a couple of handy little cutbacks and slashes on the inside. Looks like he's run out a bit of puff there.
Oops,
He's caught a heap of waves. It might have a stitch.
He needs some nazi. In
Yeah.
he comes. In he comes.
Good on him. Very entertaining.
Okay, goes Nishi. So he's in second, a comfortable second. I think he needs the wave of the heat to win, so that's a good way to go about it. Yep, 2 good hits.
Ooh, that was handy.
Yep, we've seen 2 good hits, but there might have been more to that wave. I'm not sure. But Tenchi Nishi chasing a mid-6. Either way, Firmanza, he didn't fail. He surfed a pretty good heat. He rode 3 or 4 decent waves from start to finish.
Entertaining.
Determination. Do you like this wave, Billy?
I really like that. That turn we just witnessed right then was really cool. I like that. He hits it, airdrop down, really controlled well. So there's been critical surfing under control, which the judges really love. And this is Jack Reagan.
Lots of lump and bump here for Jack. Wave number 3. He's already got the 2 best scores, so he'll be feeling pretty comfortable. This thing's growing as it goes down the line.
Ooh. Could be new surfboard time there.
Yep, he just looked a little off whack most of that wave, and it's definitely not going to be one of his 2. So does Tenchi get a 6-4? Tenchi looks very measured for me. Everything he does, it's looking like he needs to bust out and just get a little more aggro involved, because it looks like there's more in that skin. And I reckon he's probably just holding out, going, well, I won't show you yet. He probably knows he's going to move through to the next round. I think Firmanza just put one of his better numbers together, but still in the 2 range.
Jeez, it's getting close to 3, isn't it? 2.63.
You want a 3, don't you?
I want a 3.
He's on the beach, mate. It's not going to happen. Tenchi might have improved his situation. I think he will. I'm not sure whether he goes to the lead. Enough for second, though. He'll be happy with that. That's all you need to feature in the round of 64. 96, actually. Next round. Big old set to finish things off. 90 seconds on the clock. So shortly I'll go and have a chat with Jack Reagan and find out a little bit more about where he's from and how his holiday in the tropics is going. Look at this set, Bill.
Yeah, beautiful. You'd love to be in a position to take off right there. But none of the boys are.
1 minute. Is there anyone in position in this heat? Tenchi might be out the back somewhere. No, this is him in the red, I'd say.
Yeah,
bottom left corner of the screen.
Guys out the back of the next heat, I
50
would
seconds.
imagine.
Tenchi puts together a 5.67, so did improve his total. A low 5 will get him the win. Doesn't really matter. He'll move through to the next round and be happy with that. Him and Reagan, definitely the quality surfers out of an all goofy foot heat. Yeah, boys have been well walloped just to finish off this heat.
Do I just turn around? There's only 20 seconds left. Of course you do.
Probably could have turned around and come in about 2 minutes ago, both of them. Saved themselves the drama. Alright, well thanks for joining us everybody for Heat 10 right there. Congrats to the Australian Reagan and Tenchi Nishi and Fiamanza. Definitely entertaining, and we'll have to settle for a third. So that'll be the end of it. Heat 11's in the lineup, ready for a start. Someone's on a good one. I think Reagan's picked up a wave after the hooter, but he's looking like it could have locked in as one of his best, but we'll never know. We'll never know. Drone footage is gold. Alright, meanwhile Heat 11 has started. Surfer there up and riding, we'll get to that in a moment. Giada will be coming in shortly to sit alongside Billy. Alright, we will throw to an ad break and we will let Giada step in, and I'll catch you lot again later on.
Thanks, Mark. Right, welcome back wherever you're watching around the world. This is the Krui Pro 2023. We are headlong into the first round of 128. Heat number 10 has seen Jack Regan take it out and Tenchi Ishii coming in second. We are now into heat number 11, and joining me is Gia Lagari. Welcome back to the booth. Run us through this next, surfers.
Yes, in this next heat we have in red Kota Killorn, in blue Jay Brown, in white Takumi Yasui, and in green Ben Zanata Krui.
Right on. Look forward to that. You've been enjoying your day?
Yes, it's been so great to be out here, and the waves are pumping. So even when I'm not in the booth, I'm always out there looking at some heats.
Nice one.
So I accidentally though missed the last one. What happened?
Jack Regan, a couple of solid waves, nothing. His second wave was really impressive, in fact, but kind of a low-scoring heat. That's the Australian and the Indonesian Tenchi getting through. This is Mr. Killhorn, chucks it up around the lip. That turn was really impressive. Released the fins, half his board out of the water. He finds the lip again, goes for it, and let's hope he didn't get a fin to somewhere you don't want it, the face or the belly or something. That looks really painful.
Wow, that looked like it went straight to the face.
Yeah, Kota Killhorn throwing it all on the line here in the first heat. He's kind of hasn't got back on his board yet. Let's hope everything is in place.
Yeah, hopefully he didn't hit anything, any vital parts of his body, but that was a beautifully surfed wave by Kota. And right behind him is our surfer in green. This is Ben Zanata Krui. You know, a solid looking wave, starting to taper out, but it looks like it might even stand up for him, but he decides to pull off.
Yeah, Jay Brown in the meanwhile is getting busy on a wave of his own. I love the rebound, high rebound off that white water. He follows it up again, hoping the inside is going to stand up. Staying busy, staying aggressive from rail to rail. Judges love that. Bit of a hand drag on the cutback. So that was probably a really good way to start your heat, Jay Brown. Meaning business here in heat number 11.
Yeah, he wasted no time in between those turns, so he was just flowing, had speed, he looked comfortable. So it's going to be interesting to see this exchange.
Yeah, we are waiting for scores, but in the meantime, it is Takumi opening up with a 6.17. Waiting for scores from Kota Kilhorn and all surfers, in fact. But have a look at Kota's first turn. Bang. That you mean your business. Imagine seeing the fins drift out the back if you're his competitor. Followed up by a couple of solid turns. Then this one, ooh, landing right on the bottom of the surfboard. He's back out there though, so hopefully nothing was lacerated. All right, and this is our surfer in blue, Jay Brown.
Another beautiful wave by Jay Brown. Opens the arms up as he gets wrapping around. This is a replay of his last wave. You know, I just felt like maybe Kota's wave had a little bit more variety to it than Jay, but that's just a personal opinion.
It's good to speculate in the booth. No one can hear you except for the people at home.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely feel like Kota Kilhorn had a little bit more variety, even if he didn't complete it. But it'll be interesting to see what the judges think. I'm no judge, but been around a lot.
All right, this is Takumi. That natural footer, beautiful style. I think he's finding the lip on 2 consecutive turns. A bit of an elevator drop there. He controls it in the end and goes straight up again, if you don't mind. So the aggression and the intent is right there from our surfer in white, current heat leader. He's going to stick with it all the way through to the inside. Good looking style. Hoping for a little ending of the wave coming up. You can see he's getting the speed. Here's the lip offered and bangs it off there. Could be a 2-for-1, goes upside down, but the wave gets the better of him on that attempt. But nonetheless, that is an impressive effort by Takumi.
Yeah, that was that wave selection was great. It's amazing how much that wave actually started to grow instead of shrink. So those are definitely the types of waves that you're going to be looking for when you're on a heat out there. And he'll be feeling good after that. And we're going to be going into a post-heat interview now with the last heat winner.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the winner of the last heat here with me, Jack Reagan. You're telling me you've never done a post-heat interview? Really?
Yeah, that's right. It's my first one, so super excited to win the heat. So, yeah, thank you.
Congratulations on the heat win. Tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from?
Jack Reagan. I'm from Central Coast, New South Wales of Australia, specifically North Shelley boardriders, of course. The Vaughan boys are here, so hopefully North Shelley goes good this event.
I like your little shout out there to the North Shelley boys and the Vaughan boys. Who are you rolling with? Are the Vaughan boys here with you, one of them?
Yeah, they're around. I'm mainly here with just my dad, but yeah, definitely get a couple surfs in with the boys and hang out. It's good to have some people from home around to surf with.
Well, you looked right at home out there. That second wave you caught, you waited a while for it, but it was a ripper of a wave. 4 nice hits right in the pocket. That must have felt good.
Yeah, well, that was the game plan, just to go really try and work the rail a bit more. So really happy I made both of those waves at the start, so the pressure was kind of off a bit at the end.
Well, your first post-heat interview, surely there's some crew at home. You might want to look over here and say hi to some gang at home, just in case we may, well, let's do this again another time, but say hi to his friends at home.
Yeah, so just want to say NSB for life. Thanks to Dad for supporting me at the event, and thanks, Mum. I'm sure you're watching at home. Love you lots.
Unreal, Jack Reagan. I'm going to shake your hand. Winner of the last heat, everybody. Well done, Jack.
All right, looks like that post-heat interview is over, G, and it's back to us. It is the 16-minute and 30-second mark, and it is Takumi, our surfer in white, with the best of it, heat total of 11.77. The rest of the field, 1 solitary wave, a Brown a 5, Kota a 4.33, and Ben at 3.70. So there are the requirements there on your screen. It is Jay Brown requiring a 6.77, Coda a 0.68 and a 1.31 for Ben. Very achievable scores. One couldn't help thinking if that last turn had come off for Coda, it would have climbed up around into the good range, quite healthily into the good range. But not to be. He seems to be okay and back out there, but those first couple of turns from Coda, old pink hair, very promising.
Yeah, I've been seeing Coda in Bali a lot. Just before I left to El Salvador, he was surfing Ulus almost every day. He was surfing pretty much like 6 hours a day. Like,
wow.
I have never seen someone with so much energy, and then it was every day. He didn't have any breaks, and he was out there all morning, all afternoon. He'd only come in to eat. So he was frothing, pretty much. But yeah, it looks like the judges are really scoring those finishing turns, so you have to really complete these waves today to get that score you need.
Yeah, we've had a couple of excellent scores, haven't we? The highest of the day is still BPR, Elliot Prada-Reed at 8.33. Really impressive.
Not only did he have the highest score of the day for now, but one of the most interesting post-heat interviews.
Did you like that?
It was very funny. Especially, living in Tanjung, I know most of the places he's been hanging around. Yeah, it was a great post-heat interview. It was fun, entertaining.
Well, we get to see his countryman Kehu Butler surf later on. If you haven't seen him surf, he's absolutely on fire. Super funny dude, but an electric surfer as well. So the Kiwis bringing the mana, as I like to say, to Krui 2023. We look forward to that. I love the international flavour here. The Japanese surfers always delivering and dangerous. The Australian surfers, they've got a good coaching regime going on here with Surfing New South Wales. We'll talk a bit more about that tomorrow. But Noodle Webster is here, and Tom Dixon from Surfing New South Wales, and the great Matt Cattle is here on coaching duties.
Here we see our surfer in green using his priority and catching his waves. 2 wonderful turns straight in the pocket. As he goes for a third, gets a little bit stuck on the rail coming down, but that didn't affect anything, and he's still back on it. This wave looking like it's going to stand up for him on the inside as it wraps up close to the reef. He's going to be taking this all the way, and wow, that was the money turn for sure. He's feeling it. He looked at the judges. He's like, what else do you want from me?
Yeah, I like that from Benzonata Krui. He was absolutely ripping on that thing. At the end there, that bit of a flex. It's kind of looking to the athlete zone more than the judges zone, which I like.
Yeah.
But wow, yeah, that was a really well strung together wave. Some really critical surfing high in the pocket. We're going to have a look at it here. So, bit of a setup turn to start with. The lip's a little bit crumbly out there, so it's hard to deal with, but he does it really well there. A little elevator drop. Finds the pocket on this one, gets a little bit stuck, but it doesn't whack him out of rhythm. And right at the end, he was probably his money turn. Not that one, but it's starting to stand up on the inside. This wave is getting better and better as this tide increases. That's a pretty good turn, that one. And yeah, feeling it, loving it.
Solid stance.
Yeah, the no claim.
I think that last turn was definitely the money turn in that wave. Completed, flow, wasted no time in between turns.
All right, tick, 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 you think that's good? Let's have a look at the requirements. Still waiting for scores, of course, from a couple of surfers. But it is the Japanese surfer out in the lead at the moment. 6.77 is the highest requirement.
This is a wave from our Japanese surfer. He picked one of the foamy ones, so he's just pulled in and out. You know, those waves with that whitewash on the face are always really, really hard to surf and keep your board under your feet under control.
Yeah, Takumi there, just in and out. Didn't like what he saw. He's got the heat lead, but he'll be a little bit nervous with that 5.60. Especially when you see someone like Ben, who's down at the bottom of this scoring tablet at the moment. But surfing like that, I don't think it will be for too long. Still waiting on scores from that good-looking left-hander.
Yeah, this wave is just so special, and we see Kota looking at this one. He's taking the high line, getting around this section, almost falls off and wraps it around beautifully. This is one of the bigger set waves of this heat, so we'll see what he does in this section. Wraps it around, really using that upper body, and just cuts a little stuck. This wave looks like it's gonna taper down a little bit, so he decides to pull off.
Yeah, well, he needs not much to go to second, but quite a hefty score to go to first. As we look at our heat leader now, this is Takumi on a smaller inside frothy one, but his surfing is standing up, finding the pocket and just losing the training wheels there on the bottom. Just getting out there, keeping busy in the last 10 minutes of this heat. Be interesting, that score from Kota. I mean, at certain parts of that wave didn't like there was too much energy in the wave, and his body was kind of getting a little bit bent out of shape. These big taller surfers, their technique has to be perfect, it has to be spot on. You know, you've got all those levers, you can't make them look too unco, but as opposed to the shorter surfers, which are really compact, and it's kind of easy to keep looking pretty through your turns. The big taller guys have to be really precise, and we see him just overbalancing there. You know, solid surfing, but those little bumps and lumps really stand out amongst the taller surfers.
Yeah, that probably wasn't what I was hoping for from that wave, but he was definitely paddling back out. And this is Takumi. You know, his style is flawless. That was an amazing turn, and it might not look like it from here because he makes it look easy, but that was a really difficult section to hit. And this is the judges' tower, where all the magic besides the surfing happens. Oh, and our surfer in green got a 4.8 on that last one, pushing him up to second, but we're still waiting for waves from red, from Kota, looking for a 4.18. So we'll have to see what the judges decide on that.
Yeah, look at all those waves there, Jada, and none really stand out. You know, we've got a 6.17, and then we're still waiting for Kota's second wave, but probably imagine it'll be high fours, around the 5. So this heat in the last 8 minutes and 30 seconds could go anywhere. Any of these 4 surfers could come out with the win. No one's really busted out of the gates and blown the hair back of the judging panel. So it's going to be really tight.
Yeah, and with that incoming tide, we won't get so many of those runners anymore. Those really walled up inside waves. It's gonna be seeing a lot of those big sets come in through again and washing some of the athletes back down. Here's the view of Krui. We're all down there next to the flags, the athletes area and the judges tower.
Yeah, that's a great drone shot, isn't it, around the point there. As you can just see from that, that's a very small couple of kilometres of the coastline down here in South Sumatra, and there are waves everywhere. You get down here, bring your motorbike, bring your tent, you never know what you'll find. If you don't mind going without aircon and 3 meals a day, the dream is still out there, folks.
Yeah, there's just such a wide variety of waves here. You know, there's so many wave types. As we see Takumi, our heat leader, going on a beautiful looking wave, sets it up to hit that lip incredibly and straight into a little bit of a foam climb, but takes it 12 o'clock still. Wow, another tail release. This guy is on fire. That was a beautiful surfed wave by Takumi. Flawless style, so relaxed.
Loving it. That was a great looking wave. I love that first turn. First couple of turns from memory there were really on point. Yet to see a claim from a Japanese surfer.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a Japanese surfer claim.
That's why I respect them so much. All right, a couple more scores coming there. Kota's second score, a 3.50. So a surfer in red now needs a 4.18, and this is all before that last wave of whites drops in. Takumi's last wave. Here it is now, replay. Bit of a setup.
finds that. That's a beautiful looking backhand turn. Really brings the nose of that board around. Like you said, a bit of a foam climb to copy that, to follow that up. But third turn is really quality. Releases the fins, staying really busy in there. There's four or five decent turns already before that inside section. So our surfer from Japan, spot on in his wave choice and his execution. Bravo, young man.
Yeah, his style is quite flawless, and this
is sorry to interrupt there, G, but that was Ben going for it, putting it all on the line. Oh, that could have been a super high score or a snap surfboard.
Yeah, that that did not look very friendly.
Or was that Jay Brown? I can't really see the colours there.
Yeah, that was Jay Brown, our surfer from Blue, looking for a 3.50. He's already got a 5, so we know he can do it. It's really not, the score line is not so far between second, third, and fourth. As we see the last score of our Japanese surfer coming out at 6.60. You know, lifting up that requirement for the surfer in green, looking for a 7.97. That's pretty much an excellent, almost.
All right, those scores are dropping in. Let's have a look at it. There's a little rescue vessel out here. It's pretty cool. There's a remote control boat can get out there and drop you a rescue line.
I remember.
It's in trouble. It's on the shelf. It was provided a lot of entertainment last year, and it's continuing. So innovations left, right, and centre here in Indo.
I've actually never seen that anywhere else besides Indo.
The idea, you get it out to the patient, they grab on, and you get a lift back in.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that's actually not bad.
It's not doing too well getting out though.
Yeah, it looks like it needs a little bit more practice on the actual getting out part.
In Australia, they straps up to somebody and they swim out and they put the loop around them and you pull them back in. But the automated stuff not doing what the humans can do.
Yeah, it's not looking like it's not working great. I don't know how much I trust that thing. If I'm in trouble, I don't think I'd be stoked to see that thing coming for me. As we see,
bit of tube action there, G. That was Jay Brown, in and out. He likes it. He only needs a 3.50. That was our first tube, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would give it to him.
Yeah, come on.
That was entertaining. That was pretty cool. Tubes are always exciting.
He's Ben now, a nice looking bottom turn, really tight and high in the pocket for the first turn. He sees the lip and he bashes that thing, loving the drone angle. Ryan, great job. He only gets 2 turns in. So 7.97 is the requirement to take the heat out. I think that could be a bit of an ask on that wave. But look at this. Dragging the hand, bit of finger painting on the way through.
That was a beautiful style as well. He was standing up. That wasn't as small as it looked from the first glance. And this is our surfer in green 2-turn and
not liking it.
Yeah,
doesn't look as impressive from front on. The drone angle makes everything look epic.
That's why I love drone angles. I like when they film me on drone because it looks way more interesting.
All right, let's have a look at that loiter board. Nothing too dramatic to drop, so it is our surfer in white from Japan taking out the lead. Here's Koda. Really busting the fins there. We haven't seen this wave before. And a little bit of tube action, but it acts to the forehead. So again, it's kind of been the story of Koda's heat so far. He opens up with a banging turn and then something goes awry just down the line. But what he is capable of is super exciting. Let's hope he can get that 4.18 and we see him surf again.
Yeah, Koda really putting that emphasis on that first turn, which is most of the time the most important because you really want to start your wave off with a bang and catch the attention of the judges. And I think that's where most of those big scores come through because it's a bigger wave, bigger part of the wave. It's critical. There's more exaggeration to it. And he did improve his score. That Koda goes into second, gets another 4.33.
Yep, pretty much on that one turn. So that was enough. He has gone into second with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. And the work to do now is from Jay Brown and Ben. Wow.
We still are waiting for the score of Jay Brown for his little cover-up.
Yes, this little shampoo. Is it a 3.66?
high drama
Yep.
in the latter stages, the dying stage of this heat.
Looks like there's a set on the way.
First priority sitting with our Japanese surfer and the heat leader. Second priority is with Koda. So Koda should be sitting on someone's tail right now. Or going to full attack mode. It looked like it's full attack mode.
Yeah.
The goofy footer now, both hands in the face of the wave. That was a really aggressive and impressive first turn. Now he gets to follow it up with a second. 48 seconds to go. Can he finish a wave? He can't. Oh, wow, that would have been a big score if he finished that last turn.
Here is our heat leader. Another beautiful foam climb to get around this section. Grabs the rail, wraps it around. This is definitely one of the bigger set waves we've seen in this heat. Sets it up, but just closes in front of him. He's looking pretty good. I think he's definitely got this heat in the bag. We just have to see what the last score of red is.
No, I'm still waiting on Jay's tube there, aren't we?
I think so as well.
Yeah. All right, a few heats to Scott because there are waves being ridden left, right and centre. There's only 5 seconds left in this one, and this is Jay. Doesn't need a big score, but that is a massive turn and just comes off on his backside. What a pity. And you see those sets rolling through. Everyone's having a little duck dive practice. Wonder if this is before or after from Ben, but that was a fantastic backhand slap. Ooh, very exciting. We'll no doubt be on hold because the judges have a whole lot of thinking to do and writing down of scores. However, we are going to throw to a quick ad break. We'll let you get about your business, Giada, and we'll bring in Chris Brown. Chris Bins. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are into Heat 12, the round of 128. Got 80 women here as well as about 100 juniors, so it is non-stop action in the water right now. Kota Kilon is the surfer in red, Jay Brown is in blue, Takumi Yasui is in white, and Ben Zanata Cray is in green. So 3 Aussies and a Japanese surfer. How to run us through what we saw happen in the last heat quickly.
Well, yeah, we had most of the action from that last heat actually happen on the last minute of the wave. There was such a large exchange of waves come through, so we need to actually figure out what ended up happening. But it was a super interesting heat. We even had our first cover-up of the event. I think Jay Brown caught a little barrel, so that was entertaining to watch. And yeah, and Takumi Yasui was my discoverment of the day. Had some of the most beautiful style and so precise. That was some amazing surfing from Takumi. I hope to see him. I can't wait to see him in the next round. But I don't think I've ever really seen him before, so he was a great thing to watch. And here we have the lifesaver again. It's I'm not sure if they're testing it or what, but it needs a little bit of reef practice.
The remote control rubber ducky.
Yeah, look at it go. Look at that thing go. Here's when it gets into trouble because the reef kind of blocks it and the wave always brings it back. Have you ever seen anything like that?
It sort of looks like one of those remote controlled Tom and Carol dolls from back in the day, except it has people's welfare in mind.
Imagine you're in trouble and you see that thing coming towards you.
Alright, so just wrapping up the last heat. Kota Killorn took the win. Jay Brown was in Takumi Yasui took the win. And Kota Killorn snuck through in second. So unfortunately, Jay Brown and Ben Krui say farewell, but I've got a feeling we're going to see Ben again in the juniors. Not sure about Jay. Heat 12 is now in the water. Luke Brumby, an Australian, is in red. Taro Wake is in blue. And two Indonesians. Ahmad Rabani is in green. And M. Risky Aulia is the surfer in white. And here he goes. Risky by name, risky by nature. Big airdrop floater. Falling out of the roof on that one. Finds the open face once again. And rattling off a couple of turns, he makes his way down the line. Out the back now, this is Luke Brumby, the surfer in red. That was a big, strong, powerful turn. Repeats the treatment a second time. This is going to be a decent number for the surfer in red.
Yeah, it's a great way to start his heat. Look at how this wave is just picking up for him on the inside. I would have kept going all the way.
And this is Ahmad Rabani on his forehand. A lot of commitment, not quite the execution he was after. He goes down. And just ran into a couple of guys, Tom Dixon and Nathan Webster, who are both working with Surfing New South Wales. They've got a big pack of Groms over here this week. Some of them are competing. All of them are competing in the juniors. Some of them are competing in the open men's as well. Some of the older boys and girls. But yeah, a young pack of Aussies who all have pro surfing careers, you know, dreams of pro surfing careers, and they've been brought over here by the government body Surfing New South Wales to just be around an event like this and get a feel for how they play out, how the heats go, and for some of them getting experience surfing a heat at the open level at this qualifying series level. So that's a pretty cool initiative from Surfing New South Wales. Great job to all of those guys. I think we just saw Ben Krui in the last heat. He's one of those lads who's over with that program. Here's the replay of Risky Ulia's last wave.
Yeah, I just get stuck behind that section after that turn. Does manage to wrap it around one more time and decides to pull off. But and here is our surfer in blue. Beautiful. Wrap right under the lip. Doesn't manage to finish it off, and we have been seeing those judges like really scoring those finishing turns. You know, if you get to finish your wave out here, you will get one of those bigger scores. This is a replay of our surfer in green. Just falls off under the lip. But that's actually a really interesting program that you were just telling me now. As we see surfer in red. Into the pocket, a beautiful turn. Throws that water out, wraps it around on the second one, showing those judges a little bit of variety in between turns. Here taps it one more time and decides to pull off.
Yep, that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Still waiting on all the numbers to come in. This is surfer in blue, Shitaro Wake. That was a beautiful turn. Really collected the lip. Pretty punctual timing. Goes vertical again. That was a great turn. Knock knee style. Looking effortless, and that was a big hook under the lip, and he gets out of there. So that's going to be a decent number as well for the surfer in blue. First score in for Luke Brumby is a 5.5, puts him into the lead. Ahmad Rabani has a 0.67 to be sitting second. We're waiting for scores to come in for blue and white. And after this, we have 4 more heats in the round of 28, and then we are running the first 4 heats of the round of 46. And that will be 16 heats and an opening ceremony to kick things off. So big first day of action.
Yeah, it's been pretty non-stop out here.
So there is Shitaro Wake. His last wave was a 4.83. And while we add up all these numbers, 19 minutes to go, we're going to cross over to Billy Hangen, who is with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, we are live and I'm here with the heat winner. This is Takumi Yasui. Very good heat, sir. Very close. Your competitor in red was very close behind you. Could you feel the tension in the water?
Yes, but doing my I don't know. Okay. もう精一杯やることに尽くしました。
He's really proud of himself because he did his best and he's happy about it.
He should be proud of himself because it's a very good heat. We are going to introduce our translator here. Why don't you tell the people at home who you are and what you're doing?
Hi, my name is Lana and I'm here to translate with the Japanese crew and I'm here to help out. So yeah, you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Okay, very close heat. Your style is very precise and very good. Where did you learn to surf?
California. My coach name is Tomma. Yeah.
And how many times have you visited Krui?
Second time.
And is there, maybe you can ask this later, what does he enjoy about Indonesia and Krui?
Barrel.
That's a simple answer we can all appreciate. What do you like about Indonesia? A barrel. Yes, that's why we all come. Now, would you like to say something to your friends and family in Japanese?
もう次も精一杯自分のサーフィンして、皆さんを楽しませれるように頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lana. And thank you, Tatsumi. Very good heat. We'll see you in the next draw. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks a lot, Billy Hangen. So all scores are in. Luke Brumby with a 5.5 is in the lead. Shitaro Wake has a 4.83 to be sitting second. And here goes our surfer in white.
Going for that first turn, slides out into the second one. It looks like this wave might be a little bit fatter than he might have expected. You know, there's so much water, it's hard to get those deep bottom turns without those bumps and lumps on the wave. But nicely surfed by surfer in white.
Yeah, here's the replay. So big, wally, slopey wave. Never really stood up too much. Forced to do some open face carves. It's all a learning experience for a lot of the competitors in the first round or so.
Yeah, it's great to have someone like Lana out here translating for some of our Japanese surfers. She came up to me this morning and took me and volunteered. She's like, "Hey, I want to help in any way I can. If I can be there in the interviews to translate."
So that was Ahmed Rabbani. He's got priority. Had a look at that. Not interested. $15.40 to run. Just wondering. There we go. Priority to Luke Brumby, surfer in red. So they're saying that the priority judge there is saying that Ahmed Rabbani made enough of a paddle, had enough of a look at that wave to cough up priority. Gave it to Luke Brumby, who was sitting there in position with second priority. Shitaro Wake now picks up third priority, and we're still waiting for Risky Olia to make his way back to the takeoff zone. 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, these heats go by really, really fast. You know, saying 25 minutes out loud seems like a long time, but especially when you're out there those big long waves, the paddle back out, they go by really quick. As you see, Rabani taking a look at this insider. This goes down the line, managed to get around that section, sets it up, and just falls as it's going down for that turn. It's been a little bit more of a slower heat than the other ones. No one really getting past the 5.5s. So I'm sure everyone's itching to, so it'll be great to see if this is going to be an action-packed last-minute heat like the previous one.
14 minutes to go. Luke Brumby has the lead, has a 5.5. The only significant wave we've seen so far. Satoru Wake, he's got a 4.83, not too far behind. Would like to have done a little bit more with his wave. But fairly sleepy affair. There is tons of swell in the water. It's just few and far between when it hits the reef at just the right angle to run off and give the competitors the opportunity to open their shoulders and go to work. But never to fear, we are going to see lots and lots of waves ridden this week. And we're going to see fantastic conditions through various tides as well. So we're just sort of easing into the week on our first day. It's a 7-day window, and we're going to use pretty much all of those days just so that we can make sure that we're always on it with the pick of the tides and the winds to run the heats in as optimal conditions as possible and crown some champions. 4 champions being crowned this year, men's, women's, and the same for the Pro Juniors.
Yeah, as we see the swell dropping throughout the week, it's going to be looking like the juniors are going to come out. And, man, I would have killed to have a junior out in a wave like this. It's such an amazing wave. There's so much opportunity out there. You can find your own, like, takeoff zone. Even under priority, I've been seeing some people still getting those scores. So it's going to be really cool seeing all those younger guys out there, guys and girls.
All right, this is Risky Olia on his backhand. Oh, throws the chop hop if you don't mind. Interesting approach to the second section, but he obviously decided there wasn't a whole lot on offer down the line, and he is out of there.
What I'm really enjoying about this year in Krui is that I'm seeing a lot more of the local surfers coming out and joining. And
Satoru Wake on this wave. Talk us through it.
This is Satoru a little bit on a whitewash wave, so you can really see him struggling a little bit, but we see this wave start to grow on the inside. Beautiful turn there as he sets up and just gets unstuck. But yeah, as I was saying, I've really seen an improvement in all the local surfers. Like, even from last year to this year, their level has increased so much. I guess it's every time the QS comes into town, they get to see the level and learn from everyone and pick up a few heat techniques. So it's been great to see that.
Okay, here's the replay. That knock-knee turn style of his, looking pretty cool. This wasn't the greatest of waves. Plenty of white water on the face, nothing clean to work with. But he's done pretty well. And then down the bottom, the wave does start to stand up and clean up. That afternoon light glistening, and unfortunately for Satoru, he's come undone down the bottom of the line and is out of there. That's a 3.5, so it does put him into the lead. But still early to, well, 10 minutes to go. So 15 minutes have gone off the clock. There's 10 minutes to go. So
So it's not early days, but it's, not a whole lot of anything on the scoreboard so far. Luke Brumby, the young Sunshine Coaster, he's been competing on the junior series in Australia. He'd be looking to back up his 5.5, see if he can't, throw a 7 or an 8 in the mix and really put this one beyond doubt. Toro Wake, he won't be happy with his surfing so far either. Clearly a very talented surfer, but just hasn't strung together much of a wave. Luke Brumby, he's sat with priority probably for, 7 or 8 minutes at this point. Hasn't seen anything yet to convince him to cash it in.
Yeah, he's definitely playing that patient game. Just sometimes I see a lot in heats when those surfers wait for too long. Once they actually stand up on their next wave, those nerves start to kick in because you're sitting there, you're in your head a lot, you're trying to keep those nerves down. So let's see how he takes this one. Only trying to replace a 0.5, that's not big. But he's definitely waiting for the right one to come through, as we see Blue just in and out. Our surfer in green, keeping busy on the inside. We've seen before there are definitely some runners coming closer to the reef in between those big sets that they just go all the way through. They're super clean, have a great wall to them. So there's so much opportunity out there. Even if you don't have priority, you can always find waves out here in Ujung Bochum.
So with 8 minutes to go, do you think the surfers need to be doing less dropping anchor and more keeping moving?
I would think so. I definitely, well, obviously not, it's not a beach break, so you don't want to be going for any type of wave like you would. But maybe keeping a little busier.
There's definitely scoring opportunity to be had further down the line. So, by catching a longer wave, you are exposing yourself to those ones that slide past the pack and stand up a little bit further down the line. So you're keeping your options a little bit more open rather than just sitting and waiting for a big set to come through.
Yeah, we've even seen some of those bigger scores were just 2-3 turn waves. The judges, I don't think they always score the waves based on how far you go, but I think it's just a matter of quality over quantity maybe, as we see our surfer in white take off one of the inside ones and just goes over the back. Our surfer in red taking a look at the one behind, and it looks like he's gonna use his priority on this.
Luke Brumby. So he's from the Sunshine Coast. Wouldn't go left too often when he's at home. And gets well and truly clipped by that one. Did not have a great line. Just about copped a whack in the head from his board too as it flung out the back. So, yeah, unfortunately for Luke, he sat with priority for over 5 minutes and he's cashed it in for what's just going to be a minor score. It will probably replace his 0.5.
Only looking for a 283 to go to first. Clearly, he does know what he needs, but he's definitely going to be looking for something a lot better than that.
So there it is, a 233, not enough for the lead. He wouldn't be fussed anyway. He knows that's not a score he wants to hang on to in 6 minutes' time. Would like to see the replay of that from another angle, because we got the drone shot from up on high. It'd be good to have seen it from in front to see what that section was that he was dealing with that got the better of him. 5.55 to run. Toro Wake has priority. He's got a 4.83 and a 3.5 to sit in first. And here is the replay of red.
This is just taps the top, a little bit of an air drop down, looking like he was going to go for that section, and the wave just swallows him whole. So he doesn't get around it, but as we said, maybe we'll see him go back a little bit more down the line.
Here goes Ahmed Rabbani on his forehand. Local surfer with a 1 and a 0.83, and that's probably going to be close to his best score. Behind him, here goes Shitore Wake, currently the heat leader. Gets swallowed up on that wave. Luke Brumby, his second turn, he sort of got stuck in two minds. You could see he came off the bottom thinking he was going to crack it, and then he sort of doubted himself and, oh, actually, I might have to put the foot down and highline it, and instead he got stuck kind of mid-face, not going anywhere, and got swallowed whole. So all the points for that first turn from Luke. It was looking pretty good, didn't quite come out of it as fluently as he may have liked. That possibly led to him then getting caught in the two mines. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He is still sitting in second with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's the man in white, sitting with priority, looking for a 5-2-7. So Luke will either be starting to stay close to his opponent, or maybe paddle a little down the line and get that a little bit of a higher score. You know, he's definitely not going to be wanting to keep that 2-3-3. So we'll see what strategy Luke Brumby was going to go for.
4 minutes remaining. Shitori Wake only has third priority, but he's going straight to the top of the line. Now, all three surfers on the move right now. Have they seen some lines out towards the horizon?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a false alarm. If I would be sitting a little more down the line. I think I'd want to get away from the pack and improve a little bit on the 2-3-3, just to create a little bit more distance, secure my spot. As you see, maybe a little bit of an inside runner. Luke taking a look. Looks like he's pretty interested in what he sees, but with second priority, White lets it go. Let's see what Luke brings in.
Okay, Luke Brumby rolling into this one. First turn looked pretty strong. Putting the foot down. Gets around that one as well. Oh, late to the party on that big section that came at him behind him. This is heat leader Shitoro Wake. I think Luke might actually be our new heat leader. Needs a 2.83 to jump up to first. A couple of very smart turns before he got chopped down by the lip. Here's the front on replay.
Here's the replay. He sets up for this first turn. A little bit stuck behind, but goes for the second one, and it looks like he couldn't really find the rhythm in the first two turns, and that wave absolutely ate him alive.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe not the 2.83. It's going to be very close regardless. This is a big wave, one of the bigger waves we've seen recently, and it is Risky Olia, a local surfer currently sitting in third. Needs a solid score to move up to second and progress. He's got a solid wave and a couple of smart turns. He's going to hang with this one through to the whitewater. Well, the whitewater swallows him before he can revisit the open face once again. Last score for Luke Brumby, he needed a 2.83. He got a 2.43, so still just a little bit of a gap to go if he's to jump up to first. 1 minute 40 remaining. And 3 of our 4 surfers yet to make it back to the lineup. Talk us through this replay, Giada.
Yeah, one of the bigger sets we've seen come through this heat just like exploded out of that first turn with so much speed. Goes up to that second one, and I thought he was going to actually go for a finishing turn there, but just tries to get around that section and gets his board just swept off his feet right under him by the whitewash.
Okay, here is our heat leader, Shitoro Wake, with 1 minute 10 to go. He would love to seal the deal. First turn was pretty good. He's flying down the line now. Up into the lip. That was a crisp turn. Got great connection with the lip. And again, very rhythmical top to bottom surfing from the Japanese man in blue. Behind him, we can see someone up in action as well. And it's looking like Shitoro Wake. This is turning into a victory lap now. I think he's just going to, checks the wristwatch, says I'm making my way into the beach with 30 seconds remaining. Couple last little turns. Oh, that was pretty critical. A little bit too critical. Overcooked it, went down. 30 seconds to go. This is Ahmad Rabbani skating through to the inside. Wonder what he got done out the back. There was a bit of noise from the beach. The local crew giving it up for their man. And job well done to the 2 local lads, Risky and Rabbani. Not sure where Luke Brumby is. I'm thinking at this point it's going to be Shitoro Wake in first. He's got a number to come, but I think it might be close to the best wave of the heat. And Luke Brumby, I think he's caught a wave. No, he's sitting there. So time has run out. Luke Brumby's going to be locking in his total. And we're going to see some replays of 3 other surfers in this heat to figure out just the numbers that they'll finish on. You feel like it's going to be Shitoro from Japan and Luke from Australia who've taken the win. And second, we're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Krui Pro coming our way right after this. Welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is a QS 5000 event. We're down here in South Sumatra. Just waiting on final confirmation from scores in that last heat. Looking like Shitaro Wake and Luke Brumby through to the next round. There it is. A 6.27 for the last wave of Shitaro. That was very handy indeed. Gives him the win. Luke Brumby had a good first wave, couldn't quite find a backup. In the water right now, Ricky Sato from Japan, Ash Jana from Australia, Dylan Wilcoxon from Indonesia, Muhammad Al-Faruqi Noor, also from Indonesia, and in the booth, Chris Binns and Mark Clift. We're both from Western Australia, so I spend a lot of time in Indonesia. Me nowhere near as much as you, Mark. And, mate, what do you know about Dylan Wilcoxon?
Yeah, okay, Kanduis.
Yeah.
The name springs to mind. Saw him at down in Lakey a couple of last season for a while. His dad was down there all day. Ray.
Is he all day Dylan?
Yep, that's him.
Or half a day Dylan?
No, he's all day.
Small day Dylan.
They reckon junior all day. No, they reckon he goes pretty hard, and I've seen some good clips from him. And he's got a bunch of swagger sponsors. The kid's on fire. He's on a tear and lifting his act up, big time as he gets a little older. But
how old would he be? Do you know?
He's only 14.
Right,
yeah,
so
maybe 15 max.
He'll be competing in the juniors as well.
Of course he will. Yep, and his brother's here. He's got a young brother as well. They're both under the tuition of Richard Johnson, I believe. Rich, there you go. And I believe his young brother, who's only 10, is a dead set shredder as well. So when we get to the juniors, again, you can expect to hear that Wilcoxon name a couple of times. And the way he goes about business, he's every chance of advancing in the Opens as well. So we've got a Japanese. We've got the Australian in Ash Jenner. We just talked about Dylan. And I imagine Muhammad in the green. Looks like he'd be one of the local fellas featuring down here this afternoon. They've had a bit of a day out as well. One of the heroes won a heat earlier, back in heat 9. Dia is Dihar. The boys are all up there. They're pretty pumped. They're taking up half the athlete area. Benji, there's a lot of them.
Deer actually comes from Arche.
Oh, okay.
He's a long way from home.
Well, I'm sure he's got legendary status down here. If you're one of the local Indos, without coming out of Bali, if you're one of those crew and you win a heat, it's going to be a big deal. All right, so this is heat 13, everybody. We'll just scan ahead a little. I'll let you in on who's on heat 14.
Just before we get to that, we might cross over to Giada Lagarde, who's catching up with the winner of the last heat.
So I'm down here with the last heat winner. Congratulations on your win. These waves are really different to back home in Japan. So what would you like about here, and what's the difference?
そうですね、波はすべていい波なんで、まあ、日本でこういういい波は少ないので、なんていうんですかね、楽しくできたと思います。
He's saying that in Japan, there's not much of this big wave, so he's really happy and he's enjoying it while he can, yeah.
You know, if you're not used to this big wave, sometimes it can be a little bit maybe scary or intimidating. What do you tell yourself to, feel ready for it?
波がすごいでかかったりするでしょ。この何日間とか大きかったりして、その時にちょっと怖かったりする時もあるだろうけど、その時は自分になんて言ってたりしてますかって。
いつも冬にハワイに行ってるんで、まあ波の大きさはなんていうんですかね、まあチャレンジっていう精神で大丈夫なんで、そうですね、いい波乗って勝ち上がれるようにしたいです。
So actually he goes to Hawaii in winter, so he's not too scared of the big ones, but he said he wants to challenge himself and take the big one as well.
All right, well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your last heat win. And is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back in Japan?
これから、明日も、勝ち続けるので応援よろしくお願いします。大丈夫です。
Back to you guys.
Well, thanks, Giada, and some nice translation work there from young Lana. I'm sure the young fella, the young Japanese surfer there taking out that heat. Let's have a look. It's Shotaro Waki taking that out in style, winning off heat 12. Meanwhile, bit of a 0-0 draw to kick things off with 7 minutes off the clock. Are we going to see our first restart of the day, Chris?
God, there were a lot last night in El Salvador.
Was there? Okay. So things were getting slow over there, huh?
Yeah, one heat had 2 restarts.
No way. That's rare. And I imagine they would have been... So were they 30-minute heats? So 10 minutes off and a restart?
Yep.
Okay. Twice.
Well, yeah, plus the first heat of the whole day.
Wow. They must have been rethinking and getting a bit nervous about their call starting the event. We're 3 minutes off a potential restart in this one, so come on, Yui. Let's kickstart us into gear. It's been a long day. We are going to finish at heat 4 of the next round, everybody. This is heat 13. Here we go. We got a heat.
All right, this is Ash Jenner. I think he comes from North Stradbroke Island.
Good on you. He just made sure there was no restart.
Yeah.
There we go.
Taking one for the team. Cheers, Ash.
Yep. Oh, really deep was red. Sato. Here we go now in white. So this is Dylan Wilcoxon. Winding up, young fellow, about 14 or 15. I think he may be 15, but let's see what he's got here. Wouldn't be doing too many QS events. It's probably the first time he's stepped into this arena. We know he's a junior, but he's doing it here with the big boys as well. So this is a bit of a free hit for Dylan. Surfing out of his weight division.
Oh,
nice floater. Gee, this is a good wave. Look at it, just walling up.
This is one of the best waves we've seen all day from Dylan. Well, from anyone,
yeah,
but
seriously.
Not done yet either.
This is what this point break can do. It's when it gets doing its thing, it's a 10-turn wave. There's probably 8 reasonable moves on that wave out of Dylan. So
Oh.
good wave choice, young man.
Yeah.
Goes red.
Okay, this is Ricky Sato on his backhand. I mean, you think for Dylan Wilcoxon, if his home break is Kandui, he knows his way around a terrifying left, and he found that pretty easy on his first ever event or heat, wave in a heat. Here goes Ricky Sato on his backhand, late to the party, chopped at it and rode out. Ooh, did he ride out? What do you make of that turn there?
Oh, geez, I kind of lost focus because...
Ash Jenner quickly in, quickly out.
Another up and down throwaway score for Ash. Okay, we'll get some replays of Sato's again. The judges have to be cruel on the did they make it or did they not. You've got to be convincing. But have a look at this wave from young Wilcoxon. I had a look at, okay, let's have a look. A medium-sized wave that held its height and its steepness pretty much the whole way. So Dylan helping himself to big hit after big hit. Gets around this thing and it just starts bowling to victory here for him. Sun just shimmering off a super clean wave. So first part of the deal was great wave choice. Secondly, he kind of started believing as he went down this wave that it's he's just got to do his regular standard surfing and he's going to get a good number. Yeah, just another little wind. Sure, there was a couple little edgy moments on this wave, a couple little bits where that wasn't perhaps as clean as he would have liked to have been, but for a youngster, first wave in a 5,000 QS, well done, young man.
This is Ash Jenner from Stratty. Point Lookout Board Riders. Gets a little bit discombobulated somehow. Swings the arms around and pulls that one off. And this is Ricky Sato.
So everyone now getting their groove on, Chris, and starting to find what's to me looking like some of the better waves of the day. This set, not too big, not too small, it's just kind of hugging the reef nicely. All the boys helping themselves to some pretty good hits. This is the replay of Sato's last wave. So this is the one where you were going, was this a completion or not? Let's see. Cops a few little ribs, are really late on that hit. I reckon he gets it for sure. Yeah, that's a completion.
Well, you mentioned some of the best waves of the day. I'm going to say that Dylan Wilcoxon's just about gone close to the best score of the day. That was really polished surfing from start to finish. And plenty of variety. Had that big rooftop floater. Had a couple of occasions where he got caught up and we've seen other surfers get, come undone, whereas he just muscled his way through it, attacked a few big sections. I really liked it.
All right, well, I like what he did as well. I've got a flashback to Winter Vincent's 3 big power hits this morning. That was all super convincing. A lot of moments on Dylan's wave there. As a youngster, in and opens, you've got to be thinking he might get a little... The judges will have noticed all those edges that he caught. I'm thinking still the best wave of the exchange, but I don't think they'll get too carried away and go near the 8s. That's just my thoughts.
I hope they get carried away.
All right, let's see. It was the wave. The wave was potentially an 8 or 9 point wave.
Oh, I'm so impressed with the way his composure on that wave from start to finish. Never looked flustered, no matter what the wave threw at him. He kind of kept the ball rolling.
And like you're saying, coming from Kandui, he's probably going, when's this thing going to barrel?
Well,
barrel?
It almost did through the middle. There was a section where it was almost like the reflexes kicked in where he went, hang on, I need to sit on my tail here.
Well, Heat 13, to start off, has been kind of blessed with a real nice set. Everybody's awaiting their numbers. The judges are having a good think about it because there's a bit to digest out of all of that. Blue would have got his best number after a couple of non-event waves.
Oh.
Wilcoxon, there you go. They did notice. They did notice the edges.
A 477.
Sato's was better.
Oh gosh.
So the judges are cruel. They notice and take note of little errors.
I'm blaming the heat.
Yeah, no, it was. They've been kind of stingy all day, mate. So they're sticking to that theory. Here goes Jenner.
Yeah, that was a nice first turn. He's going to put the foot down. Now he gets around the section.
Yeah.
Crunch. And unfortunately becomes one with the lip and goes down.
The good thing about Jenner, he's fallen on 4 waves and there's still half the heat left. So he's still got plenty of time to get his 2. He's fumbled around. Caught 2 closeouts at first and then fallen on his next 2. So regroup, wipe the slate clean, surf the back half of your heat a little smarter.
And he saved us a restart.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Should get some kind of little bonus for that, surely.
What's the politics out there? Do the surfers get, you know, would there be an unspoken kind of like, do we want to restart? Do we not want to restart?
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they
give
have
each other the nod, and then someone turns around and swings, and the restart doesn't happen.
You know, there's only 2 minutes till a restart. Sometimes they'll sort of have that little powwow, but most of the time they got their poker faces on and they're trying to believe that I don't care if we do have to surf it from here. That's so be it. But I don't know. Anyway,
probably not as much of the thing as it is in the various booths where people are working.
Yeah.
You're not even allowed to talk about it.
No, well, restarts just make us have a longer day. That's about it.
Okay, Ash Jenner's last score's come in. It's a pretty decent one. Won't be a 7.6, but
I think it must be another 5, something in the 5 range. I'm pretty sure he already had a couple of 2s. All right, so these two, Sato and Wilcoxon, are pretty well positioned. They've both got, in these conditions, a bit of a keeper. Jenner, playing catch-up, might have done just that and put himself in that same conversation as red and white. Our young fella Mohammed, we're yet to see what he's got to deliver. He does have top priority. Yeah, they're somewhere in the green. Sato's eyeballing what looks like a pretty good wave with third priority. Let's see how he goes. His last wave, a 5.17, his opening wave. Oops. Oops. Wow. All right. Well, that didn't go to plan.
That did not go to plan. Guy maybe got a little bit ahead of himself, just eyed off what was coming down the line, because that looked like it was shaping up to be a beautiful, beautiful wave. Had great curve.
Yep. First opportunity to bury a rail. Overcooked it.
He buried his inside rail into the face and promptly sat on his bum.
Just under 1 point for that effort for Sato. We're yet to see what Jenner's best number is, but I think it must be about a 5. So Mohammed needs a 6-1 at this stage. More importantly, let's see from him. Is this him paddling? It is. Oh, does he lose priority? No. Here goes Wilcoxon. He's once again picked another pretty good looking wave here, Chris. A smaller version of his last effort.
Oh, he's standing on the tail. We're going to see a punt? Is this what he's trying? Or no, back to the... That was a vicious hook. I like the looks of that one. That board is looking dynamic underfoot. Can't quite ride out of that last turn, but...
I'm liking the no nerves look that he's
so
showing us.
Comfortable and casual.
Well done, young man. There's your second score. That'll be enough for the lead, I think. I think he will go to the lead, but, you know, for someone that is so young, trying to mix it up, he's relaxed enough to have a bit of a stall. Look at this wave he's got here. Nice sort of a set-up first move, and then gets on the afterburners, thinks about a stall. Maybe he thought there might have been a tube on offer here. Then starts to get his rails wet. Boom. Pretty good second move. Third turn and final move, goes upside down, had to go for it, does not ride out, so we'll get some credit for his first 2 moves. He probably really only needs just about 3 points to hit the lead. I think he'll get it. 5.23 for Jenner's best wave of the heat. I reckon Wilcoxon to first. Mohammed did lose priority for that paddling effort. Down to 8 minutes, team. You're watching the back end of Heat 13. We are here in Krui Town. Tanjung Setia is the village. Thanks to those crew for hosting us once more. Ujong Bachor is the name of this wave. It breaks down to meaning the leaking edge. All right. Here we are in the Pesisir Barat region, and the province is, of course, Lampung, South Sumatra. We're going to be here until next Sunday. The swell ramps up again next Saturday, Sunday, everybody, for finals end of this, what's going to be a pretty long campaign. The waves are going to drop off a little through the mid-section of the week. Here goes Mohammed now. He's got himself a wave. He's a goofy footer. Start to build up a little bit of speed now. His first scoring opportunity. That was about it. A little bit stuck behind. Stuck. And the good news out of all that is on the scoreboard. Won't be a big number, but he's got one.
Sure has.
Took him 18 minutes, but well, good
So
on you, young man.
Last off, Dylan Wilcoxon, a 4.2. That puts him into the lead. Ash Jenner has priority. He's chasing 3.74 for first.
Muhammad's decided to come in.
One and done. He watched your surf yesterday. Thought that looked like him.
The only thing he could have done better was drop it on someone. Anyway, there's our athlete area. Look at these crew just chilling in the shade. Limited shade on the point, so this athlete area is an absolute bonus for the crew. There's all the little gangsters there we were talking about, the young crew. Woohoo! Hey boys. Sitting up close near the TV screen, looking at the replays, catching all the action on the webcast and live. Down to 6 minutes. Can Sato answer back? He needs only a mid-2.
Yeah, he's in the red jersey, so the top seed, he would not appreciate sitting down there in third. In the next heat, Fraser Martin is the top seed in the red jersey. But keep your eye on Dane Henry, the surfer in blue. He's from the Gold Coast or the far north Tweed Coast. He is an incredible talent. He'll be in the blue jersey. Ippo Suzuki is in white, and Rafli Ratama is the surfer in green.
And Muhammad's called it a campaign. He's come in to hang out with his buddies. Had enough. One wave, a 137. Here's the rest of our cool little setup. That's the judges area up there, just to the left of the screen right now, that 2-story tower.
And then straight where you can see there, a big throng of people behind them. There's lots of stalls and food vendors. There's a real buzz around the town at the moment. Have you seen the cars that are parked out the back? All the black SUVs with the number plates and the flags and stuff? This is a big deal.
There's a lot of officialdom involved, mate. They're all official cars, and there's a lot of policey. There's a lot of people getting around in uniforms.
Yeah, you've got to have epaulets and some kind of rope under the
Most importantly, your uniform's got to be tight. Could be almost a size too small, but you've got to wear it rain, hail or shine. Steaming hot, they've got all the go gear on. They love it. It's pretty classic. There we are, there's our work. That's where we used to be, actually. That's the old Onbuckinda Resort as we fly by. That's where we used to operate out of. We've changed locales this year into Karang Nimbor, which means reef splash in Bahasa. Yeah, Bahasa English.
And shout out to Ryan Williams, who's flying the drone.
Does a great job, doesn't he?
He has not stopped today. We've had him tracking waves. Such a long wave that it's hard for the various cameras to cover the whole playing field. So Ryan's been doing double duty, not just shooting beautiful panoramic aerial shots of the landscape, but tracking surfers on the wave as well. Three and a half minutes remaining.
Yep, so Sato's going to have to pull something out of the hat here. He's got second priority. Jenna's got first priority and second spot, so he's going to make life difficult for the number one seed. The youngster Dylan Wilcoxon, 14 or 15 years of age, in the lead right from the word go. Looked like he was in the groove and meaning business. The youngest guy pretty much in the open draw, and he doesn't look like he looks right at home.
He looks so comfortable. He's looking a lot more relaxed than far more veteran campaigners we've seen surfing already today. What a place to grow up.
I know, can do he? Stop it. You've got one of the best lefts in Indo and one of the best rights on your island, and a couple of other little handy inclusions right out there on your front doorstep.
Calling Kandui a left's very generous. It's a close out if you ask me.
Not the way that young fella says.
It is terrifying, that wave.
And
plenty of other options. He would have learned to surf at 4 bobs straight out the front.
And plenty of other waves and nearby islands that are pretty threatening and world class. So Dylan, he probably reluctantly goes on holidays. It's like, why? Everyone comes here to holiday. There's nothing better. I think I'll just stay home. Thanks, Dad.
2 minutes remaining.
Well, Sato, most disappointed should he dip out here. 145 suggests you're going to need a two-wave set to make sure Jenna gets rid of his priority. Jenna's staying pretty close to him. He's hounding him up and down the point. Will Coxon says, up to you guys, do what you want. I'm winning.
Yeah, Ray Sato only needs a 3.8 to move into the lead, so well and truly within striking distance. Ash Jenner would love to get rid of that 2.37 to feel a little bit more comfortable. As we know, there's only 3 surfers in the water.
Mohammed's called it a heat.
Mohammed has called it a day.
He's second and third right here. Reddy's third. Blue is second. Blue has priority, so there we go.
Well, clever surfing from Ash Jenner on his backhand. Wants to get rid of that 2.37 and consolidate second. Big turn. Nicely done. A little bit hung up. Now he's back out on the open face. Long, drawn out cut back. Doesn't quite hit the rebound. Don't let this drone shot deceive you. It flattens out the angle a little bit more, but from in front, this would be quite a big wave, and that has taken his legs out from under him. 30 seconds to go.
I reckon he goes to the lead. He needed a high 3. It'll be interesting to see the front-on view to verify that call, but I'll suggest he goes into first. Let's have a look at this. So the action replay, he took his chances though. He did hit the lip, and that's hard out there, and this second move was a real gutsy effort. Well, that might have been his big move. I think that maybe that was his big move. Nice little wrap-around cutty here just to keep the points board ticking over. Good drive off the bottom again, so another good hit. Yep, there goes it into the lead with that, regardless of this fall-off here. Blue goes to first, I reckon. White will drop into second.
3.74.
He needs a 3.74.
I reckon it's going to be close.
I reckon he gets it. I reckon he's in the 4s. Low 4s.
Okay, just while we are waiting for the judges to add up some numbers, we are going to throw to a quick little ad break. Don't go anywhere. The Krui Pro is coming back right after this quick break.
We're in trouble. We'll give it a go this time. All right, we are back from that ad break. Mark Clift, welcome back.
Caught me with a mouthful of water. We are indeed. Billy Hangen, thanks very much. Still yet to confirm who won that heat. Let's see whether Jenna did enough to get the lead there. Maybe you can bring it up for me, Billy. Either way, it's going to be blue and white advancing through the number 1 seed in that heat, the Japanese. There we go. Jenna did, in fact, win. He got a 4-1, so he went into the lead. Dylan dropped into second place. It wasn't much in it, but congratulations, young Dylan. Will Coxon. Ricky Sato will be dead set, spewing that he got knocked out right there and taken down by probably the youngest guy in the open men's division. This is Heat 14, everybody. It is Dane Henry in the blue. It's Fraser Martin in the red. They're both Australians. Ippo Suzuki in the white from Japan, and roughly Ratama from Indonesia in the green. Just write in those results. Well done, Ash Jenner. So Billy, so far, it's been a good day, quite a long day for you. What are some of our highlights?
Highlights is probably my post-heat interview with Elliot Reid. It was absolute classic.
Yeah.
Yep. Really entertaining.
Had a bunch of the Cuzzy bros down there with him in his camp, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
His old
But
man.
he's a character, but a really strong performance today. I think he means business. He's not happy with his performances during the year so far. So expect big things from EPR.
Well, he's got the best wave all day.
Yep.
The 8.33 stands up as still the best score. So here goes Fraser Martin now in the red, gives it a pump off the bottom. Geez, he's looking like a big, tall dude. And now just starting to feel it out here. The wave flattens off. He's going to have to make up his mind to either stick with this thing or just get straight off. And he does the latter. Big old set rolls through. I think he's got some duck diving in the immediate future. He goes green.
Yeah, roughly. Check it out. Looks like a local lad. Ratama. Natural footer. Didn't like the look of that inside section. Why would you? It's getting pretty shallow in there.
Probably won't like the look of the outside section either when he has a glance what's rolling through.
Yeah, that afternoon glare really showing the form of these waves. It's a cracking venue that we've got here. The Dane Henry is taking on Fraser Martin, Ipo Suzuki and roughly Ratama from Indonesia and Japan respectively.
All right, well, Binzi was saying watch out for Dane Henry.
Right on.
Said he's out of the Goldie and he's a big hitter up there, so let's see whether Binzi's prediction plays out. Fraser Martin opens with a 3-5. Now, one of the best things I've seen today, mate, that Winter Vincent.
Yeah, polished.
18-year-old, out of Manly for an 8.17. He was the first one to bust into the excellent range today. 3 hits that wave. I didn't see Elliott's. I believe that was a 3-hit exchange as well.
Yeah, really different though. Really contrasting styles. That really smooth and precise style of Winter, as opposed to that bit of more of a lip bash from Elliott. But you know, they are contrasting styles. That'd be a fantastic heat if they come up against each other.
Yeah, and you know, time will tell. We've got the round of 96 to ramp into this afternoon. We're at heat 14. We're going to do 4 of those heats and then pull the plug on day 1. That'll give us a 20 heat advantage out of our busy schedule.
Right on, that's a good start.
Good start for sure. And a opening ceremony, can't forget about that.
Bang, that's a solid day.
You forgot to throw that into your highlights, Billy, when I asked you. Should have started there, shouldn't you? Righto, big old paddling effort there.
Paddle and a miss. Was that Ipo Suzuki?
Yep, he's just lost his
priority. Yep, down to 3.
Down to 3. And he'll be spewing because right behind it is this thing.
That is right behind it as he takes off.
Suzuki.
Geez, we might leave it this wave and watch it wash on through before we go over to the post-heat interview. But solid surfing going on here. That rebound off the whitewater is very good style and a solid little wave after missing one. But let's cross down to Chris Binns. He has the winner of the last heat. Thanks, Chris.
All right, we're on. Thank you, guys. Having a chat with Ash Jenner, mate. Congratulations on the heat win.
Thanks, mate.
Run us through conditions, because obviously it started off a lot bigger this morning. Starting to find a bit of a groove out there?
Yeah, it's like kind of was clean before, but there's a little bit of wind on it now, but way better shape than this morning, yeah.
You had a few swings and misses, got there in the end. How was it trying to keep your nerves together?
Yeah, I was pretty bummed falling on that first one, but I was pretty happy when I made the second one. Like, just got a bit pumped up, splashing the water a little bit, just to get one under my belt.
You're an island boy, you're from North Straddie. Feeling comfortable here in Sumatra?
Yeah, always on island time.
Where have you been surfing the last few days?
Mainly Mandira, yeah, like a couple heavy barrels there. Been really fun, yeah.
It's been kind of crazy the last few days. Now it's settling down. Have you surfed the comp bank much apart from your heat just then?
Surfed it a couple days ago for a day, but not much since then. Didn't want to bother going out yesterday and wasting my energy, but today was fun, yeah.
You got Magic Craft underfoot?
Yeah, Matty Herworth Shapes. Treat me well.
And any shout-outs to the Point Lookout boys back home?
Yeah, shout out to all my family, mum, dad, and my grandma, and Island Juice.
What's Island Juice?
Parents Juice fan.
There you go. All right. Well, Done like a true professional. Good luck going deeper in the comp.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks very much, Chris, and well done there, young Ash. Meanwhile, Ratama has gone into the lead, the Indonesian. Time to answer back now from young Dane Henry.
Yeah, Dane Henry, first time we see in action, 2023. Starts with that foam climb. It's a solid-looking wave. That's a solid-looking back bottom turn. Standing up nicely. That allows that nice lip bash, but comes unstuck, landing on his backside halfway down the face. So Dane Henry's looks like his second wave.
Real missed opportunity, I reckon, right there, mate. Had some good work done on a big eye-catching set wave and really failing to capitalise on what wasn't a very difficult move, but just something went wrong in the mindset, and down he went.
Yeah, it's those ones that taper off. You haven't got much room to play in between the curl and being off the edge of the wave. You know what I mean? It's a really tight area to get a turn in. If you don't get it precise, it's trouble.
Yeah, there was a bit. We'll see the replay again, so let's see what went wrong. I like his little ollie into this first bottom turn.
Yeah, I like that too. They're really difficult to do. They don't look too hard, but you know what I mean? It's not really walling up. He has to find the pocket, and out on the shoulder there is kind of a nothing. So
looked like one of his legs just got a little wobble, a bad buckle to it, and it was enough to blindside himself. All right, either way, that moves him into second, so that's all right for now. And 16 minutes to go. So it turned into a 3.27 for the work he did before the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Best wave, or second best wave of the heat. Fraser Martin with the best number. It's a pretty low 10 minutes to kick off heat 14. So I'm sure there's plenty more better work to come from these four surfers. So Ratama. What do we know about him, Billy? Roughly? Indonesian.
That's all I know.
All right.
Yep. Roughly Ratama, double R.
Double R, there we go. Let's see if he can join the winner's circle out of the local contingent. And for some of the crew that may have just tuned in, well, there's a bit of downtime in the lineup. We've been doing this event at Krui since 2017. The first year we parked up here and ran a QS event. It was a 1,000 rated event. It was won by Japanese surfer Kijiro Nishi. They had Moses Legrice. Well done, Moses.
Mm-hmm.
From our hometown. Lucy Callister and Ali Francis did the 1-2 in the women's side of life. We came back in 2018 and ramped it up to a QS 1500. And Oni Anwar took it out ahead of Rio Wider. A couple of famous names right there. Elise Cooper and Emily Gossoni were the two finalists there in the women's side of life. In 2019, we ramped it up again to a QS 3000, so this event has been on a steep climb the whole time. Lucas Silvera took down Mitch Colborne in GF, and Leilani McGonigal accounted for Kiala Tomata Bannert. So that was 2019. We then had a little hiatus due to something in the air.
Yes.
And we came back 2022, bigger and better again with the QS 5000 men's and women's, and added some pro juniors, 1,000 points either side of the draw for the Groms.
Yeah, and that's the model we got right now still, right?
Yep, that's what we're doing this year, 5,000 points for the big fellas and women. And we do have the pro juniors still here with us. So we'll throw some props to Jessie Mendez, outrageously good surfing to take down Billy Stearman, and Sophie McCulloch accounted for Ella McCaffrey right there in the women's. And we better mention Jamie Thomas.
You mentioned Jessie Mendez, you better mention Jamie Thomas, because magnificent surfers, karaoke singers, pretty average.
Both staying at Lavina. So Team Lavina went pretty good that year. And also there's Simon Iwa, Japan, out of Lavina.
Yes.
Took care of Willow Hardy there. There's another West Aussie name. To win the Pro Junior Women's side of life. So that's the history of this event. This is the 6th year we're running, and it got better each year. No, the 5th year. The 5th year we've been running, and here we are with another 5,000. Talk, Indonesia won a Challenger Series event.
And always created a lot of interest, local interest, which I really dig. No, 12.5 minutes on this one, Mark. There are no scores really busting into the good range. The highest a 4.20, and it's anyone's game. 12.5 minutes remaining.
All right, stage is wide open. Anybody can win this heat. You can see they're all sitting there, trying to keep the belief alive. One eye probably on the clock, one eye on the lineup. Going, yep, that guy just checked his clock. Surfer in green, Ratama.
Yep, Fraser Martin is sitting there with priority. Second is our Japanese surfer in Aibo Suzuki. Both of those guys need to get to work. It's probably time for a couple of waves each. Sounds funny to stay at the 12-minute mark, but it's quite a paddle out.
Yep, that's probably a fair assessment, Billy, for sure. Everything would have to go perfectly to get 3 in that time. So you're probably thinking they're down to 2 more opportunities apiece. No one's posted a big number, so they would all be fairly keen.
Dane Henry now, Mark, on the march. We just saw a banging first turn from him. Follows it up with a second lip bash. This is really impressive stuff. A nice flow, a nice groove. He's getting on a man in blue. That's a third one coming unstuck again. So he's had a little touch of the yips and quite can't finish off his waves.
I don't mind it because he went hard early. Let's have a look at this from the judge's view. So that was a nice setup, kind of eye-catching start. He then started putting a bit more whammo into each manoeuvre. In his third turn, he started to believe, actually one little fumble there. That led to another fumble here. Falls off a second time. It's still in a low-scoring heat. It's going to be a handy number.
It is, mate. It will be handy. Probably take him to the lead.
Yep.
However, there is opportunity missed down the line there.
Yep. For a second fall. So that's the sort of times it might come back to bite you. Should you lose the heat by a narrow margin, you go, oh, I fell twice. 4-5, enough for the lead. Best score of the matchup. He'll still be a bit concerned with his form because he hasn't teed off yet. He hasn't shown us his best surfing. No one in this heat has got their groove on. So the door is wide open for anybody. Dane will be a little bit bummed. The 4-5 could have been a 6-5. The 3-2-7 could have easily been something in the 5s.
Yeah, but it's kind of, if you get through and you're not surfing at your best, sometimes you've dodged a bit of a bullet and your shocker heat's out of the way and you can really carry on from there. So if you can stumble through your first round, not surfing your optimum capacity, it's sometimes a good sign.
So what's Green thinking here?
Give me a wave. I'm a local.
Well, Red says beat it.
I've got priority.
Yeah, Fraser Martin. So the goofy footer, he's about 6'5" when I saw him on the beach. He's a big old lad. Can't quite make the most of that section. So speaking of wasted opportunities,
maybe our locals just sold him an absolute dud. Oh. Yeah, this is our surfer in white, Aibo Suzuki. A bit of a laxy-daisy start. Looking for something to bash, something to get some points, and there is the first one. Beautiful looking wave. I'd love to be free surfing that. I like that wraparound, high rebound on the white water. That's the money turn right there. Set up for 3 solid hits.
And Dane Henry now. So this is about wave number 3 or 4, the young fella. That was a nice backhand whip. Look at this section. Tags it. All right, resets himself. Drives into a third hit. Looking at that for a 4th closeout move, which did not happen. Still some of his better work. So I kind of like what he did on that wave, although it was short-lived. And Suzuki, nice style, very, once again, relaxed and measured. The wave ended up about twice the size of the thing he stood up on. He goes, Ratama.
He looks like a bit of a closeout. He's going to get busy to get around that white water. He's thinking, nah, there's 8 minutes left. Do I spend the rest of the heat duck diving? Do I come in and have a Bakari sweat with my mates? Looks like he's coming in.
There's the dismount.
Double R. Not happy with it.
He's having fun. What about Muhammad in the last heat? A local fella came in with about 6 minutes to go. Had one wave and went, that'll do. It's better than none.
He's pulled the cliff.
He had the sort of surf I had yesterday. One waver. All right, so there will be some reasonable numbers to drop. Suzuki and Henry. Here's some replays. Let's have a look at the big fella here.
Oh, that would have been impressive.
Yeah, went pretty hard on that. May have paid to just back off a smidge and just get around that section. Or hit it, but get around that section.
I like this, Mark.
Go.
Bit of a stumbly start. This is where we caught up with it on the initial play, and that's a cracking turn.
Not a piece of wasted energy. Same with the second one. He's looking down the line. I love that backhand turn where they're still looking down the line. So the board comes around, but the focus is on the speed, and the recovery is remarkable.
This is Hippo's wave. Kind of split in half of him, but you look how small it is here. You watch the way this wave ends. That was a nice little bit of body torque. Held onto it for a while. Classic little wraparound cutty. There goes the layback finish on just about a 1.5 times overhead wave, and it started off about head height.
Yeah, this is Fraser Martin keeping busy. We said they had 2 opportunities. They've all got 4 waves each, making fools of us. But looking deadly. I just hope this wave gives them some opportunity to garnish some big points. It's getting a little bit shouldery mark and a bit frothy.
It's still turning into Fraser's best wave.
The big finish would be really handy here from the big Australian. Getting a lot of speed. It's hard to tell from the drone angle, but that's a deep bottom turn. Shouldering again. This is the money section.
Whoa.
Almost gets a little tube. And this is
one.
going to be very interesting. It's doubling up all over the shop. Almost onto dry reef.
Ended like a Padang closeout. The way that thing split into 2 right there. Anyway, that's put Fraser right into the mix here. That'll be his best score. His 1's definitely gone. Needed a low 4 to go into the lead, so I think that's a potential going to happen.
Right, here's a better angle, Mark. Talk us through it.
Righto, well you see this thing steepens up a bit now, so he's just keeping his rails engaged, just weaving, really looking for a brutal section to hit. There was lots of nice turns on this wave without any real major moments. We've got a little bonus section in here for mine. He decided to stay with this, and like I said, it almost offered a barrel down here. He's right down in front of Alani's now. This thing here, he's wondering, do I stay on this? What do I do? And he's like, it's still got better as he went down here in a little moment, and then it splits in 2 and goes really bizarre. He's off camera, forget it.
Yep.
Anyway, let's see where his number drops. Fraser, now he needs a 5-1-1 to go into second, because Suzuki has overtaken. How's that? Ratama was in the lead about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, now he's languishing. He's back out there, though.
Henry's got a couple of 4s to have a dodgy lead. 5 minutes to go. Suzuki doesn't need much to win. Fraser Martin will be anxious to hear that number. There was lots of average surfing there for Fraser on a decent looking wave, and he needs an average sort of score, so it could be close. What's he get? No, the judges didn't buy into it. Lots of too much average going on there for Fraser. Had the wave, didn't really sink his teeth in.
No, I'm not sure he had the wave, mate. It was a bit shouldery. It's hard to find that lip line when there's none. His intentions were clear, but the playing field wasn't cooperating.
He's got a huge paddle out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
maybe a little hiccup there.
3-6-7. The judges weren't that impressed with Fraser. So there's still not much in it. If he can get back out, he needs under 5 points. So at this stage, he'll be having a chat with Dane Henry if he holds on. 4 minutes, he's got priority, so he's well positioned.
Yep. This is where the coaching strategies come into play, Mark.
Ratama's got second position. Has he got a 6.10 in him, Billy?
Of course he does. Best wave of his life.
Let's see if he knows how to use priority here. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, the Indonesian local priority system is I get any wave I want and you get out of the way, Whitey.
What do you mean I've got second priority? He's probably throwing death stares at the priority judge. Second priority? Don't you know I live in this hood?
Well, mate, big news out of Western Australia. It's Jerome Forrest has taken out King of the Point.
I know.
How's that business?
I know. Hey, he's been on a bit of a tear, old Jezza, so congrats, Jerome. He's probably back on the tools today. But good on you, mate. Feather in your cap. Not everyone gets to win the King of the Point.
No.
Not everyone can deal with the power.
You got one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got one.
Couple of seconds, but the win was gold for me.
Well, it's very sentimental, but I know I'd rather be here.
You got me there. Yes, I would too. No, I would too, because it looked like a shocker of a day they had there to run the event. Grey and overcast, and Dan Dobson there in his full raincoat.
Oh, yeah, horrible.
It was horrible.
But here we are, mate. The atmosphere is electric. It's contagious. Got a lot of young surfers here, stars in their eyes and belly full of ambition. It's cool to be around. The venue is great. The competitors are fantastic. It's going to be a great weekend and a great week ahead. And this is our second place holder at the moment. But that's a banging turn. That is the way to start off a lead threatening wave. Kind of fattening out there, but he's going to follow it up with a second turn, but almost headbutts his way into the shore break there. Out the back is Dane Henry.
Yep, so a medium inside reef hugger here. This thing is growing. His first scoring opportunity, not too bad. Second hit, pretty strong. Doesn't ride out. Credit will be for one single manoeuvre, so I don't think he at all will improve on his two-wave total. Suzuki probably would have had the score for sure had he held on to that finishing move. So here goes Henry's one-turn wave effectively. There it is. Yeah, so no improvement on his two-wave total. Ippo may still go close.
It's going to be interesting what he needs because this first turn, ripper.
Kind of look better from the drone angle, actually.
Indeed.
A little lazy on the second turn as well. He needed to make that to have any chance of
knee cruncher.
getting the high three. I know that hurt.
Wowee.
So the leaderboard will remain the same, I'm confident. With 1 minute remaining, Fraser Martin may still get a chance. He's not even in the lineup. He rode that wave so far down. Not even in the priority rotation yet. He's going to have to hope something wide swings off the reef down his way now. That's his only chance. Did he ride that wave too far?
Well, you don't know what's going to happen down the line, do you? It could have been the finishing manoeuvre he needed to progress.
40 seconds. Dane Henry.
It's only a bit over 1 point of what he needed to advance. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, time will tell. 25 seconds. Dane Henry. Going to go and find out a little bit more about Dane and see what his aspirations are. I think there's some hype on the Henry corner. The ocean looks like it's gone a little flat. Ratama, can he get back to that winning feeling? He was on top of the leaderboard there for a while.
Oh,
Dane Henry, something happened out wide.
a little bit of disco dancing on the inside.
Where's Ratama? Is he on? Come on, young man. He is on.
Oh, here he goes. Heat winner after before the siren for sure.
6.3 and he wins the heat.
Well on his way, Mark.
He's lining up something on the inside here, Billy. That nose wipe, surely there's points there. No.
No, good on him. This is very entertaining. They love it when the local lads are in a heat. Well, that was entertaining, mate. Let's throw to a quick ad break. You can take a rest, and we'll bring in Gia Legati.
Right.
Okay, I'm loving those Earth Island ads. Tippy Jubrick absolutely ripping the bag out of it. Great company and great support. Here we are live. Welcome to the booth, Gia Legati. Check this out.
Hello, I'm happy to be back. This is our surfer in blue. Starting off really nicely. The waves are, still clean. The wind hasn't really picked up, so it's a great day of competition.
Yeah, it is Muhammad, our surfer in blue. This is heat number 15, believe it or not. We're already there. Wow, really ripping through the program today.
Yeah, lots of heats and quite a few to go still. That was our surfer in blue, Mohammed Sobari. We have in red Kaito Kurokawa in white, Teddy Billy, and Jake Smith in green.
Yeah, all right. The Smiths are taking it there. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Jake Smith, brother of the young man we saw before. What's his brother's name?
His brother's name is Luke Smith.
Luke Smith, that's right. Jake Smith, fresh off a stint on the jet ski safety. We thank him for that.
Yeah, it's great to see, you know, that those younger guys coming in and taking over that water safety stuff. That was actually, I was quite surprised. And this is Mohammed again on his backhand. Nice first turn, squares up for the second one, and just wraps around this third one as this wave really, you know, standing up for him. He's surfing with such beautiful, chill style. I'm really liking this wave.
Yeah, he's doing all right. Loving it. That's his second wave. A little chop up to celebrate at the end. So Mohammed Sobari.
Yeah.
Yep. Really killing it. Here's the replay. Check it out. Nice tight little turn to start things off. Finds the lip on that second one. So getting his groove on. Feeling the speed. A lot of flow in this wave. You'll be pretty happy with it. The board not really coming all the way around through those turns. There's a lot of flow and there's a lot of go in it, but not much danger, not much criticalness in those turns. We'll see what the judges make of it. I think that too is from his first wave. We're still waiting for scores on that second one.
Yeah, I liked his surfing gives out a lot of tranquility. He looks very relaxed.
That's a good word. Of course, Teddy Billy up there on the bucket. Looking forward to what he's got to offer in this heat. He's been getting around. He's gone from a little short guy to a big tall guy in about 6 months.
Yeah, I remember when I first met Billy, he was maybe just up to my shoulder, and now he's like 3 heads taller than me. But yeah, he's definitely some of the next generation back in Bali, growing up and surfing the bucket a lot. See, his home break is Bingen. And this is Jake Smith.
Yeah, Jake Smith on his backhand, fresh from the stint on the jet ski, as we mentioned. He's still got some energy to do a couple of bunny hops down the line. And this one kind of shouldering out, not much on the offer to the right of screen. And he'll continue in that hopping way. So not much he was looking at. Get out the back. He's still got 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so heaps of time. Good looking wave. Pretty relaxed. Right out there on the shoulder. For those kind of new to surfing, the judges love seeing a turn really close to the white water. That's where the dangerous part of the wave is, and that's the place that garnishes you the most points because there's the most risk involved.
Yeah, a little fun fact about Jake. He spent this winter in Nazare. He was out there, obviously using the jet ski as well as, you know, catching his fair share of waves. You know, he looks super comfortable when the waves gets hefty, and he has his family always backing him up. And the last of Mohammed Sabari came in at a 3.43. And last of Jake, a 1.97. But still waiting for waves to be ridden for white and the second wave of red.
Yeah, so Mohammed Sabari off to a bit of a strong start, or a fast start, more than a strong start you would say. Teddy, he had to get going. Spent the first half of his life on a boat. Teddy Billy.
Really? Oh, yeah.
A sailing boat. He kind of disappeared out of nowhere. So where have you been? Oh, I spent most of my life on a boat. I think he was 11. Yeah, we've had him down to Western Australia for the small fries contest. So he's well travelled. And all this, that 6-hour drive will be nothing. Be a walk in the park for him to get down here.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll be pushing into 4 rounds of the 4 heats of the next round. We've got one more of the round of 228 to get through. Blake Necker will take on Takai Kanazawa and Iko Wanatanabe, and they will take on Taj Air, the best name in the draw. But right now, let's drop down to Mark Clift. He has the winner of the last heat. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, here we are, winner of the last heat, Dane Henry. I'd like to ask you, what is your honest assessment of that heat?
Well, being honest, I had a pretty terrible heat. I picked some alright waves, had a little bit of a game plan going, but my surfing wasn't quite where I want it to be. But yeah, it's all progressive, lot to work on for the next heat.
Yeah, a couple of fall-offs there on some pretty good waves. At the end of two of those waves, there was a fall and a fall. What do you say to yourself in those moments as you're paddling back out?
I just got to cool down, slow it down. I've been working on that a lot with Maddie Cattle and Surfing New South Wales over here. And I don't know, I just didn't really get into my head. And I don't know, a lot of good waves out there, so it kind of threw me off a little bit. But yeah, a lot to learn on.
The good news is when you get through a heat like that or you win a heat like that and you know there's plenty of room for improvement, that's got to feel good.
Yeah, it's always good to win a heat, but yeah, it's always great to have a bit of room of improvement and heaps of stuff to work on. So yeah, I'm keen for the next few heats.
And stepping into the round of 96, I know Matty Cattle is a good guy. I was doing the rounds with Matt. What do you think his message to you will be going into the round of 96?
Yeah, it's just that feeling of slowing it down, you know, getting sorted, cruising into it, building on the heat, you know. That's about it. I don't really want to push it too hard on the first waves, but hopefully once I can get to the later rounds, if that's a possibility, I'll start pushing it a bit more.
And give us a quick insight into Dane Henry. Where are you from and who do you surf for?
From Fingal Head on the Gold Coast. I surf for Kingscliff Boardriders. Shout out to all the crew. Sounds like they had a good Boardriders the other day. And yeah, hi Mum and Dad.
It's nice to be up here in the tropics, isn't it?
Oh, bloody beautiful. The water's so nice.
Bloody beautiful. There you go. Well, we'll throw back to the boys in the booth. Thanks, Dane. That was pretty cool. Thanks for the answers.
Riley on his backhand here in Krui. A beautiful wave. I'm definitely putting my bets on that's going to be the best wave of the heat for now.
Yeah, it looks really good. Shout out to the production crew putting that wave up while the beach interview's going on. A great little feature. Mark Cliff, back to the boys in the booth. There's one boy and there's one girl. What's he thinking? Have a look at this replay. Talk us through it.
Here, a beautiful wave right in the pocket. Gets a little bit stuck at the top, but he comes out of it nicely. That was much smoother. Not as vertical, but still really nice. As this wave kind of tapers out a little bit for him. Manages to get the 12 o'clock on that one, but pulls off quite soon as, you know, there's not much scoring potential after that.
Yeah, that's right. He couldn't have done too much more with that wave, these sections that were on offer. So we'll wait for that score to drop and see where it takes young Teddy Billy.
Yeah.
15.5 minutes in this one. Oh, that's a nice deep bottom turn, and that looks like our surfer in red, is it? Oh, it's a replay. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, it's maybe a wave we missed during the interview. Really well surfed. He wastes no time and unfortunately gets a little bit unstuck on that last turn.
Yeah, it's Kaito.
Kaito Kurokawa.
Cool names.
Yeah, it's great to see the. I've heard quite a few times of this name, Matty Cattle, coming here and coaching a big group of Groms.
Yeah, I'll have all those details. A good friend of ours, Tom Dixon, is now involved in New South Wales. He gave me all the details, and we will probably address that tomorrow. But yeah, there's a big bunch of kids from Surfing New South Wales. Matt Cattle and Tommy Dixon are here helping them along as we watched our surfer in blue. This is Muhammad going about his business. But yeah, it's a really good opportunity. You don't have to travel too far around the world, but you know, it introduces the kids to travelling, staying in a foreign place, being in a team environment. It's a real stepping stone, you know, these QS 5000s. And the coast sanction allows Australians to come over, New Zealanders to come over, and of course all the Asian region as well, all the way from Philippines, Japan, Thailand, and of course Indonesia.
This is the replay of our current heat leader, Mohammed, the surfer in blue. And Teddy's last wave came in at a 4.5. Doesn't need much to take back first place. He doesn't have a backup, so it's still anyone's heat. We haven't seen many of those really big scores come through yet. We haven't seen any of those sets either. So I'm sure everyone in the heat is kind of itching to get onto one of those better ones.
It's been a sleepy few heats, in fact. There hasn't been any big eye buggers. Well, your eyes bug out of your head. But, yeah, I mean, it's early round of the contest, early round of the contest, and we'll see what the boys come up with.
Yeah, you don't want to show all your tricks on your first heat.
Well, yeah.
So,
unless you got really good tricks.
Yeah.
Right, 13 minutes left in this one, and it is still Muhammad in blue out in front. Teddy Billy with one solitary wave, a 4.50, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He doesn't need much, 1.33 in fact, to go into the lead. And it is Kaito in red. He needs half a point, pretty much stand up, do a bit of a wiggle, and that'll get him to the second position. And old Smithy down the bottom, he's having a great time out there.
Yeah, I think he's just stoked he got a spot in the contest.
Yeah, oh, I like it.
I mean, who doesn't want to surf his perfect wave with where 3 other guys out? We see a few lines. I haven't seen one of those really big sweeping sets come through in a while, actually.
No, that bodes well for tomorrow. Surfer in white. This is Teddy Billy. Likes the look of what he sees on the inside. It's a smaller one, but they do hug the reef and offer scoring potential, as we've seen for those first 3 hits. Here's a 4th one, the best so far. Can he finish it off? He does. Knee over the chest. Get down there, son. Well, we'll have to leave that up to the judges. Did he get knocked off by the second piece of white water, or was it the first one? I tell you, one guy that is not going to hang around in this Kaito.
Kaito Kurokawa.
Wow, that turn was good.
That was a really crisp turn, and he wastes no time between one and the other. He creates his speed from that top to bottom movement. He's a very smart surfer, wasted no time. It's going to be interesting to see the difference between one and the other, especially with the complete or incomplete part.
Yep, the comparison is going to be tight. You might just want to give it over to red in the first half of the wave, but the second half of the wave for white was pretty good, especially that turn. See, he comes down, kind of regains his balance, and then gets knocked off this way. They might call it complete.
I think that, looking at it again, it kind of looked like a complete.
But what do we know? There again, that third turn, the 4th turn were probably his strongest. And this is Kaito.
I do think maybe thinking of the size of the waves, Kaito might have a bit of an advantage.
Maybe. Yep, you're right on the money there. They do both grow though. We'll see what the judges say. We're just speculating at the moment, but that's the fun part of it. I hope you're doing the same at home. Wherever you're watching around the world, I really hope you're enjoying the Krui Pro 2023. This is the first round of 128. Believe it or not, we're going to the 96 very shortly in a couple of heats' time. Those scores are not yet to drop. Of course, Teddy with a 4.50 and our Japanese gentleman with a 4.00. So we'll see what scores the drop for Teddy and Kaito.
Yeah, it is looking like maybe our surfer in blue might be dropped down to 3rd after this exchange. And the last of Teddy comes in at 5.17. That is now the best wave in this heat. Hearing this, Mohammed wants to waste no time, so he goes up to this wave that doesn't look like it has so much scoring potential.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there, Giada, but that was an interesting finishing move. I think he's going to hang on. That's pretty dry reef underneath him though. So Muhammad giving you a good crack, but a 5.17 for Teddy. Scores yet to drop for Kaito.
Yeah, that was a close one.
At the moment he only needs a 1.83 to progress, so you would think he got that from the first turn.
Oh, for sure.
We're interested to see how high it goes. 9 minutes remaining this one. Heat number 15. We'll see another heat in the first round, and then we're going to go straight into the first 4 heats of the 96. A big solid day of contest to get this started. The Krui Pro 2023 is go. And pretty good waves. He goes, Kaito not hanging around for that decision on the wave. He wants to get busy. A couple more trademark backhand belts. I'm really liking it.
Yeah, we haven't. Oh.
Oh, what was that? A bit of a Geordie Smith basketball claim. He might be copping a bit of heat for that around the refreshment table tonight.
Oh, that was a beautiful turn. Super vertical, a little bit of an airdrop. I thought that was more like a Spider-Man type of
I think he could be onto it, yep. But a two-turn combo from Teddy Billy, really handy. You know, I didn't see that first turn the first time, so two really quality turns. That could be the best score of the heat thus far. Remember, we're not counting the turns. It's the quality over quantity.
For sure. And it's looking like that. Those two turns were really high in quality. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges score that compared to the 517. And Kaito Kurokawa's last wave came in at a 5.77, improving on his score, pushing him to first. And Teddy only looking for a 4.61. I'm thinking he's going to get it.
Yeah, so things are hotting up. There's 7 minutes remaining. That score coming in for Kaito at 5.77, as we were kind of speculating. It was pretty close, getting the nod over Teddy. But in the meantime, Teddy has that two-turn combo of his own. Pretty critical surfing. I can't wait to see what the judges come up with that. I would speculate that's going to be the best wave of the heat.
I think so too. There were two very crisp turns, sharp, speed, power, flow.
You're sounding like a textbook. All right, first priority does go to White. That's some really excellent paddling. So really good strategy there. If he does get this score, one would imagine he would sit on Kaito's tail for the... Oh, it's pretty early to do that, but you want to keep him off the good-looking set waves.
Yeah, there's still time. 6 minutes is a lot. Anything can happen until, the very last few seconds, so you never really know. Even when you decide to sit on one person, there's still another 3 in the heat that could...
Yeah, true.
That could, just turn the heat around. It's great to see that, the wind hasn't really affected the wave. There's a little bit more texture, but it hasn't really changed the shape of the wave, is what
You'd still be out there, wouldn't you, for a free surf? Look at that thing rattling on through.
Oh, I'm frothing.
Mm.
I haven't gotten in the water since my flight, since yesterday, so I'm pretty frothing to get out there.
All right, on the end here looks like our surfer in White. It's Teddy Billy looking to square up onto that section, wraps it around. A larger looking wave. I really like his bottom turn. The top turn not so good. I wonder what's happening to the right of screen there, if it barreled on down the section or closed out. We'll never know. There's 5 minutes to go. We're still waiting on that big score from Teddy too.
Yeah, here it was setting up to be such a great wave. The second turn as well gets a little bit. He's like bogs his rail on the way up. I would have loved to see if that wave was going to be a closeout otherwise, or a great scoring potential.
Yeah, maybe opportunity missed. We'll never know. But back to the action, and this is Jake Smith. I would say in the glare. Looks like his style in the green. Bunny hopping his way to glory down there. Good looking wave.
Yeah, well, funny he seems to catch those bigger ones. I've seen that bunny hop trademark in a lot of those big wave surfers. Here he is going to hit that section.
Oh, yeah, come on.
Oh, just falls.
That had a bit of racetracks to it, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
A little bit of outside corner.
But, yeah, that bunny hop, I think Kai Lenny has really brought it into vogue. Bunny hopping your way down a 20-foot, 30-foot wide face.
I mean, it's not quite 20 foot here, but
No.
it's big enough for a bunny hop.
All right, let's have a look at Teddy's score, 6.07. As we kind of guessed, that did go into the top score of the heat. So now it is White in the lead with 3 minutes and 40 remaining. It is Kaito with the work to do. A 5.48 is the requirement. Muhammad now looking at a 6.34. And old Jake Smith looking for a 7.57. So well done to Teddy. Now sits with second priority after that little hiccup on the last wave. But a strong position still.
Yeah, it's a great way to like build his house. Actually, great heat tactic from Billy. Every wave he catches, you know, building on that score and creating a little bit more distance between his other competitors.
Yep, that is the plan. First wave to bust into the good region on the scorecard.
You see our surfer Mohammed looking at this insider. Nice first carve, top to bottom. Tries to hit it a little bit more vertical on that second one, but doesn't really build up the way I'm expecting. Oh, he was expecting it too. You can really see how close to the reef this wave is breaking.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
all those little bumps and lumps in the...
And the further you get down to the right of screen, the heavier it gets. If you get a big, long one, it's almost dry when you pull out down there. But here goes Mohammed, flying his trade on that smaller one. He'll be kind of looking at that going, well, I don't know. Not much is else going to happen here. It's gone all wobbly and sharp over that end reef section. There's the athletes area. That's where we do the post-heat interviews. And it looks like with 2 minutes to go, just under 2 minutes, I could be having a word with Teddy Billy. I hope he's not too annoyed at me for stealing his motorbike yesterday to go for a surf. He's getting a bit big to push around. But, yeah, it's a great contest venue. The judging tower, of course, to the right, and then the general public to the right of that again. The crew here at Krui really know how to put on an event. I'm grateful for it, and hopefully we can keep coming back here for years and years and years.
Yeah, and it looks like it gets better every year. I don't know how it can get better than this, though. Waves are pumping, food's great, the community's all here and happy to have us. So it's really one of my favorite events of the year, especially because it's close to home.
Yeah, indeed. Let's have a look at Teddy there. He's got the lead. He's got priority. He's got under a minute to go. And that's a position you really want to be here. Mohammed tapping away on the inside. Needs a hefty score. It's a beautiful surfer, but that wave is not going to do it, you would think. It's only a little baby and a couple of lip taps. Not really the desired outcome. But a strong heat nonetheless by Mohammed. Hold your head up. You held the lead for a long time in that heat. And it was the comeback of Kaito and Teddy in red and white, respectively. 20 seconds to go, Giada. Looks like I am going to go have a chat with the Teddy Billy.
Let's see what you can get out of the Grom, which is not so Grom anymore. I feel like every time I see him, he grows another few inches.
All right, I'm going to go to have a word with that young man. We're going to throw to an ad break. I'm stepping out of here. Chris Bin's going to join you very shortly.
All right, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is a QS 5000 event down in the deep south of Sumatra. What we got on the screen right now? This is heat 16, the last heat of the opening round, the round of 128. Blake Necker is the surfer in red from Australia. Taki Kanazawa is in the blue from Japan. Iko Watanabe is the surfer in white. And in green, Taj Air.
Wow, this is an Aussie versus Japan heat. I know Blake Necker, half Indo though, half Indonesian, half Australian. I'm not sure of Taj Air though. I haven't really heard much of him. Taki Kanazawa and Iko Watanabe, both Japanese surfers, and like all of their other companions, I'm sure they have that perfect, precise Japanese surfing that they all have.
Taj Air's from the south coast, New South Wales. That is one hell of a surfing name.
Taj Air. I wonder if he's going to pull any airs out here. The waves have not stopped out here as we see our surfer in red, Blake Neck, on his backhand, going back to the foam to pull up that first wave, go straight into the second. Very sharp and fast surfing. You can see him really trying to push that flare and finishes this wave. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. That would have been a great way to finish off that first ride. Blake Necker, our surfer from Australia. And that's looking like how you want to start a heat. First 5 minutes, and he pulled the trigger. This is a replay. You see him flare into the inside. A beautiful first turn right in the pocket and straight into the second one. You can really see the speed that when he comes out of that. Beautiful top to bottom surfing. Unfortunately, doesn't make this last one, but I'm sure he's itching to get back out there and try it again. Here we have the drone shots. These are an incredible way to see the lineup and shows you really how much distance there is from the point all the way down. This wave is extremely long and easy to get your own space out there and catch your own wave and be able to, you know, create a little bit of distance from the other competitors if you want to, as well as staying close by, depending on priority. So Blake's first wave coming in at a 5.50. That's a great way to start his heat. He would have definitely been going into those 6 to 7 ranges if he managed to finish that last turn. Hearing that Taj Air looking like he's definitely a junior competitor as well.
Yep, I think he's part of the New South Wales crew of Groms who've come over. So he may have been a last minute entry. We'll be seeing him in the juniors as well.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see those upcoming juniors really into these big 5,000s, competing with those bigger guys and kind of showing what they've got. Get that learning experience. So him looking at a wave but doesn't go. So this is the last heat of the round of 128. We'll be going straight into the second round. Only the first 4 heats though, and probably continuing the rest tomorrow.
So about 2 hours of surfing left. It's still only 3:30, guys. It's been a long day. With the couple of hours of break in the middle of play to celebrate the opening ceremony.
Yeah, it was great. Great moment. Great to see all the dancers, the show. Everyone's really excited to have the contest in town. And we're all out there. Went up to the stage, busted up our own moves as well. So we've had a great day of competitions. Some surfers even reaching the 8-point rides, 7-point rides. The waves haven't stopped. It's been really clean all day. The wind just now started to pick up, but hasn't changed the shape of the wave, which is great. So it's looking like a great week of waves.
So Blake Necker opening up with a 5.5 to move into the lead. Blake's from Queensland, possibly around the Gold Coast. I could be wrong. He competed last year here in this same event.
Yeah, Blake, half Indonesian. His dad, if I'm not wrong, is from Bali. Well-known surfer as well. This is our surfer from Japan, Kanazawa, on his backhand, looking at a really great start. This is his first ride and manages to finish off that wave. You know, the judges are really scoring those finishing turns.
All right, this is Iko Watanabe opening his account, surfer in white on his backhand. Afternoon Indo Glass coming into play. And that's going to be a decent first number for the surfer in white. Bit of paddle action now. This is Blake Necker. He has second priority. Taj Air has first. And sat on the shoulder and eventually played the card. They must have both really liked the looks of how this one was going to shape up down the line. And here goes Taj Air. That was a strong first lacerating turn. As we shift to the drone view, we see Taj drop the other shoulder into a little bit of a layback. Now a couple of calves, and he kicks out in the deeper water of the channel. That's one of the stranger priority skirmishes I've ever seen. Blake Necker was on his feet for a long time. Probably could have even fired off a turn. And Taj was just out on the shoulder, just putting in the big ones. Eventually caught the wave, and thankfully for Blake, by that stage he'd said, well, if the Grom wants it, the Grom can have it, and he ditched through the back. Here's the replay of Iko Watanabe's last wave.
Yeah, I'm guessing they both saw a lot of potential on that wave. And I like how Taj wasn't afraid to, fight for it, being the Grom in the heat. A beautiful wave from our surfer in blue. You can really see how this wave really stands up for him and starts growing as it gets down the line and finishes it really nicely. There's going to be a big exchange, so we'll see how everyone ends up.
It's Taj, yeah, on the shoulder. Blake did do a turn. And then finally Taj got to his feet.
Taj was not going to let this one go.
He was super hungry. That was his money turn. That's where all his points will have come from.
I'm sure Blake couldn't really believe what was going on himself. He did a little bit of a, whoa, what's going on out here? Blake did manage to get priority again. It looks like he's much farther up the point than any of the other surfers after their last rides. Our surfer in blue got a 5.90 on that last one. Still waiting for the score for surfer in white. And the last score for Taj Air.
So Blake got a 0.5 for his wave.
There's lots going on today in Krui town. There's a festival out the back. They've set up some stands. This event has really grown throughout the year. This is the 5th year of this event, starting off in 2017, all the way down to 2023. And each year, this event keeps getting bigger and bigger. Now they've set up a big market out in the back, so it's kind of like shifting into a type of carnival as well.
Yeah, festival.
So the last score of white came in at a 4.73. Everyone has gotten their first waves in.
And Taj got a 2.5 for that wave.
Fought really hard for that.
That is a hard fought 2.5. That wave ended up as a 3-point total because Blake got a 0.5 for his little wiggle before Taj stole it off him.
Taj not letting the big guys rule him.
That looked like it was ready to reel. Of course, we're seeing what you're seeing on the screen. We couldn't see that it was going to close out down the line. Taj, yeah, that looked like it was going to be more of a wave worth fighting for.
Yeah. You know, but once you start fighting for that wave, you can't lose priority. You have to at least give it a go. So everyone still in that 5-point range. You know, there hasn't been any real big standout yet. No wave going past and into that excellent range in a while now. Still 12 minutes to go, halfway down the heat, but it's still anyone's game. There hasn't been any excellent score in a while. Or we haven't seen those big sets come and sweep through anymore as well.
Yep, the swell's definitely on the wane. Well, it's backed off. I don't know if it's waning. There's always swell in this part of the world. There's also always dancing bears in this part of the world.
Yeah.
There's a bear dancing around out there to this fantastic tune that we're hearing over and over. It's raising money and kids are having a great time. So we're enjoying the soundtrack as well.
I love this song. I'm probably going to put it in one of my Spotify playlists. You know, a bit of a preheat warm-up.
Why not?
I'm going to ask for it, and as soon as I need to paddle out to my heat tomorrow, I'll play this.
All right, we have all scores in with just over 11 minutes to go. Priority and the lead are with Blake Necker, a 5.5 and a 0.5. So when he finds himself a decent second number, he'll be looking pretty good. However, best wave of the heat goes to Taki Kanazawa, a 5.9 for the surfer in blue for his one salvo. Iko Watanabe has a 4.73 to be sitting in second. And Taj Air, he has third priority, he has fourth place, a 2.5 and a 1. The story of his heat so far. So 10 minutes 40 to run. Let's see if these guys can crack the code for a few more high-scoring waves before this one wraps up. And that will be the end of the opening round, the round of 128. We're going to roll on into the round of 96 after this.
Yeah, it's been a great day of competition, an amazing first day, non-stop waves. We've had an opening ceremony. You know, you can't really ask for more out here. Some surfers reaching into that excellent score. We've had Elliot with an 8.33. We've had Winter go up into that 8 range as well.
Yeah, we saw Ty Coolis drop a 7.5. Another highlight as well was seeing Dia Isda, a local Indonesian surfer, place first in Heat 9. Now, if you're wondering about the draw, so this was the round of 128. Jada, you know how many tennis players there are in a Grand Slam?
No, I actually haven't.
Male and female, there's 128 men, 128 women. You know how many matches it takes to crown a winner?
No.
It's pretty easy if you think about it. There's 127, so 127 people lose. So you basically take off one because there's only one person who didn't lose. So if this was around 128, you're probably wondering why we didn't just have 127 heats or something like that. But we have seeds who come in every round. So the next round is the round of 96, and there'll be 2 seeded surfers in every heat.
Then we go on to the round of 64. Again, there'll be 2 more seeded surfers. And it's not till the round of 32 that it's an even playing field for everyone.
Wow.
Who have we got? This looks like Taki Kanazawa has found himself a mid-size wave, and unfortunately a little rib in the face has tripped him on the way down from what was looking like a pretty promising start. Just a 1-point wave for Taki does actually put him into the lead. A 0.73 the result of Blake Necker's last wave, so he's still looking for a second score. So a bit of a 2-horse race between Taki Kanazawa and Blake Necker.
Yeah,
Hiko Watanabe a 4.73. Taj Air, nothing of too much consequence so far.
Yeah, we're still Watanabe's still looking to back up that 4.73. So there's not much score differences between all of these surfers. It's anyone's game with 7.5 still on the clock. I'm sure everyone's still on their toes. There's not one concrete score yet. No one has gotten a backup, so I think it all comes down to the second wave of everyone that in this heat. Oh my god, and just as I say that wave, that was a great turn. I'm really excited to see that replay because it's looking like he will be definitely improving on that 2.33. As we see Taj Air behind him on a really good looking wave as well. He's gonna go for that turn and just falls. That looked like a really heavy wipeout. We've seen that inside section time and time again today take out some really, really great surfers. We've seen some crazy wipeouts on that inside section, just like this one. Poor Taj, straight to the head and down he goes. As we wait for the last wave of blue to come in. Here is the replay of our surfer blue. Grabs the rail and sets up for this beautiful turn. This is one of the bigger inside waves. And finishes it off. He doesn't manage to get around that section to get a third turn in, but it's definitely going to be improving on his 2.33. As you see, White just an up and down. Unfortunately, his nose and rail gets stuck on the inside. And Surfing Blue comes in as a 3.73. Does increase his score, but Blake only looking for a 4.14. Doesn't have a backup. He's going to be looking to improve on that 0.73. As well as Watanabe. Taj Air still hasn't broken around that 2-point range. So as we get down to the last few minutes of this heat, it's going to be interesting to see who can pull what out of the hat.
All right, 5 minutes remaining. Blake Necker, he has priority. Wants to cash it in and do some damage. I don't think we've seen the best surfing from any of these guys yet. Round of 128 is slowly sort of struggling to its finish line. It'll be a breath of an injection of new energy when we kick off Heat 1 of the round of 96. Huey Vaughan, the highly touted young Aussie, will be in the red jersey. Dom Thomas is in blue. Pretty sure Kaimariki from Japan, who won the first heat of the day, which seems a long, long time ago now, will be in white. And Tipi Jabrik, who came second in the second heat of the day, should be the surfer in green. We're not quite there just yet. 4 minutes remaining in this one. Priority is with Blake Necker.
Blake being very patient in this heat. Has only caught maybe 2 or 3 waves. He's sat with Priority a long time before. Unfortunately, came unstuck on his wave and is sitting out here with Priority again. He'll be hoping for a decent sized wave to improve on his 414. To improve on his 0.73, requiring a 414.
3.5 minutes to go. This is heat 16, the final heat of our opening round men's side of competition. We have 80 women to get through as well, and about 100 juniors, male and female. All right, here goes Blake Necker. Be looking to move up into the lead. This is a good looking wall from our angle. Strong turn there. Things fatten out a little bit, so he's got some flat water to skate across before he can re-engage the fins once more. Oh, things went very awry there. Behind him, here goes Iko Watanabe on his backhand, falling out of the sky and landing very awkwardly. Here's hoping that Iko is okay. That looked ugly on impact.
Yeah, that wasn't looking
Seems to be grabbing his board and no worries. I'll tell you what, Jada, at my age, someone falls like that, you reach for your knees. Connective tissue is not your friend once you get past your mid-30s.
We have that afternoon Indo glare. Must be super hard to be looking out and seeing those sets come. As we reach down to the last 2 minutes of this heat. In first we have, still waiting for the last of red. Comes in as a 3.83. Not quite what he was hoping for in that last wave. As our heat leader right now stands up, wraps around that first one, straight into second, hoping this wave will stand up for him a little bit more to hit it square up and just falls out. Wasn't very nice place to be. 1 minute 20.
Oh, here goes Taj. Yeah, that was a great turn. Unfortunately, left him a little bit behind the 8 ball, and he pulls out. I wonder if he had anything before that point to add to his total.
Here is a replay of Taj. A nice wrap out the back as he races down the line to get this finishing turn. I definitely think this is going to be going up into his top 2. But the replay of our surfer in blue. Nice first setup turn. A little bit more power into the second one. And he sets up for this one, unfortunately not landing it. So we'll see. You know, white with priority, only looking for 4.61. He has gotten a 4.73. We know he can do it. The last 10 seconds. Let's see if he'll get the chance to. But it is looking like our surfer in blue is going to be taking out this heat. And we're going to be going into an ad break. And I'll be having a chat with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so we're doing this, everybody, and we have bounced straight into the round of 96. Mr. Chris Binns, I'm Mark Clift, and welcome to the round of 96, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at Hugh Vaughan, is the surfer in red out of Australia. There's another Australian there in Dom Thomas in blue, Kai Mariki in white, and Tibi Jabrik, the Indonesian, right there in the green.
Yep, so Kai Mariki won the very first heat of the day, 16 heats ago.
Yep, that would have happened at about 5 to 8 this morning. Seems like a long time ago. Big long days. Nice to get them out of the way early though. Why not? The swell's pumping. I'd like to say, once again, just a real happy birthday to Johnny Uluwatu, who's online watching. Johnny, thumbs up, mate. Kudos, hugs, and good mojo coming your way, brother. Tell me about that last heat quickly, Chris. I kind of missed all of it.
Oh, it's a bit of a slow one. We just saw on screen there, that was Taiki Kanazawa who took the win from Blake Necker, Australian surfer with a bit of Indonesian heritage. Everyone had the wobbly boot on. All right, here goes Tibi Jabrik.
In and out there for Tippy. So that will put him squarely into 4th priority. Still all 25-minute matchups. We're going to finish today's proceedings after Heat 4. Meanwhile, let's watch Hugh Vaughan. He's got himself a good-looking wave. Bit of a skid turn to kick things off. This is a little better. Lots of frothy stuff to deal with and gets slammed on the head for his effort. For the crew online that have been hanging in there most of the day, thanks team. It's been a long day. Every morning by 7 a.m. we'll have a call on the format and proceedings and all the things you need to know to lock in for a full day. So if you are nicking off or you want to know what's going on, I reckon tomorrow will be another full day. I'm pretty confident men's and maybe women's might even get a go tomorrow. But from that point on, the swell drops off a little. I imagine a big day coming up tomorrow, and then swell dropping off a little. I imagine the juniors will come into play at some point, maybe Wednesday or Thursday. Good news is for the event is the swell ramps up again at the right time once we get to the pointy end, which will be Saturday and Sunday. .383 for Vaughan's opener. Tippy Jabrik's on the move again. Here's this amazing drone angle. Tippy trying to get to some clean green face. Kind of yes, but no. There it is. Now he's on the clean open stuff. One reasonable move there for Tippy Jabrik. And denied a second scoring opportunity. So his second wave, off to a quick start. No big numbers, 383 for Hughie Vaughan. That's about it. This is the judge's eye view of what we just saw there from the drone. We are going to be doing a post-show summary of the day at the end of every day. So at the end of Heat 4, we'll give you guys a quick rehash on what happened here today. Every morning we'll have a little lead in with a morning sort of show as well. But this is looking like a much better effort now for Hugh Vaughan, wave number 2. Benzie.
Yeah, strong up into the lip a couple of times and then he is out of there. Very lively. He's the stereotypical cheeky grom is Hughie Vaughan.
All right.
Incredible surfer. Big future. And yeah, slowly starting to find his feet. He'd still be a junior.
Okay, so we'll see him once the pro juniors bounce down. A couple of nice tidy hits. Looks like he's confident and got his groove on now, although they're not big numbers. Confident surfing starting to happen out of the red Rashi. Tippy Jabrik's throwing together a 2.5 for his last wave. And who else we got in this? Dom Thomas and Mariki, Kai Mariki. For those of you joining along at home as well, and you might want in on the Krui action, well, we are at a village, a little tucked away village called Tanjung, Setia. That's the site of the Krui Pro. The part of the reef is known as Ujong Bocor. We're in the Pesisir Barat region. They are the main sponsor of the event, so thanks to the government. And we are, of course, in the province of Lampung, here in South Sumatra, Indonesia. Good times. We've got 6 more big blockbuster days coming at you to round out what's a fairly hectic program. We've got a round of 128 of the men's. We've got a round of 80, I think, or thereabouts for the women's. 32 Pro Junior men's, and I think we have about 24 Pro Junior women's. So not a lot of downtime throughout this week. Today we'll round out with 20 heats, so that's a good start, Chris.
Sure is. That's a marathon day, especially when you factor in the opening ceremony.
Yep.
A lot of the Pesisir Barat crew were in attendance for that.
Oh, all of them.
All sorts of officialdom and fanfare.
Shut the gates on the office doors at the head office today. They were all down here for sure. So Huey Vaughan's number would have been, I think he had a 3.83 or something, so a high of 4 for that last wave. 8 points versus 3 points versus 0 and 0 for blue and white. Dom Thomas must have a wave owed to us. He's not on the priority rotation.
And looks like Kai Mariki on the move. He has priorities, still working his way. Is Huey forcing him a little bit further up the point? Does that mean Tibby Jabrick is just back off screen, lurking, looking for the bigger, wider ones?
Yep, taking his time.
He's on a twin fin on his first heat. In his first heat this morning, Tibby.
Okay, let's see if he's still doing the 2 fin deal in this heat. Boys still keep chipping away further up the point, so they must like something they see. Red says enough's enough. I think I'm deep enough. Who did Kai Mariki take down this morning, Chris?
Well, it was the first heat of the day. It was Dede Suriana came through
right.
in second. Willis Druma, the highly fancied Victorian, unfortunately bowed out in third place. And Theo Radcliffe, was a young lad from Changgu, but surfing under the British flag.
Now, I've got a bit of a spoiler alert on tomorrow's Dede Suriana campaign. Won't be surfing.
Oh, what's that?
He's done his back.
Oh, no.
His last wave here today, I think he would have been in the next heat, wouldn't he?
Yep, he would have.
He would have been in the next heat. He won't be here. Can barely move, can't walk, over and out. We'll have to withdraw from the event. I heard that news maybe half an hour ago. So if you're listening online, Dede, we love the fact that there was a brief step out of retirement into the Rash Fest. We love what we saw this morning. Obviously still got the goods. Bit of a tweaked back is forcing the withdrawal from Dede Suriana next heat. Here goes Tippy Jabrick. So wave number 3.
Does look like the twin fin again.
It does. His wave choice is leaving a little to be desired at this stage, but he's still got 16 minutes to kind of burn off. I imagine both those numbers would be handy to get rid of them. Huey Vaughan will want to put a couple of better numbers on the board as well, but Dom Thomas and Kai Mariki might be feeling a little nervous about now. We got white on the inside, so Mariki, here we go.
All right, on his backhand, loading up off the bottom. First turn was pretty strong. Now things get a little white watery. He's got a lip to deal with, does so nicely, and the wave races off without him. So just the 2 turns for Kai Mariki, and he is out of there.
So they'll be comparing that up against Huey Vaughan's 2-turn combo for his 417. Jabrick, a 1.8 for his last effort. Waveless, Dom Thomas. Here we go. So let's see what the judges are thinking of this 2-turn combo. First turn was a little lateral. Second turn, I think it's going to come under Huey's 417. Both those turns a little out and back rather than up and down.
That is Huey Vaughan, heat leader and has priority. So the Aussie Grom doing it very nicely with 15 minutes to run in this heat. Tibby Jabrick, his last wave was a 1.8. Sees him sitting second. Dom Thomas and Kai Mariki. Well, they've got waves to scores to come, I'm assuming. Kai we know about?
Yeah, I'm not sure where Dom is or what's happened. I haven't seen hide nor hair of the blue Rashi.
I think he might be another junior, so maybe he's decided against surfing it. He might be off down the coast.
Might be at the donut shop, stuffing his face. Maybe he thought that was it. Didn't look too far ahead into the format. So he's in the juniors, yeah. Okay. Being a frothing grom, he's probably oversurfed somewhere else and forgot about the format for the Savo. Heat 1, the round of 96, everybody. We will pull stumps today at the end of Heat 4. All the seeded, well, not the top-ranked seeds, but a lot of quality seeded surfers coming into the round of 96, which is where we'll pick up, I imagine, tomorrow morning. As I was saying earlier, 7 o'clock calls will be made each morning. We'll then have some input into what our day looks like, and we'll let you lot know as soon as possible. Given what swell we have available still for tomorrow, I reckon for sure we'll keep rolling into men's. Maybe, potentially, might get the first sighting of the women's, but I'm just preempting that. But for sure we'll probably try and tidy up the back end of this round of 96, which would be 12 heats. They would be really keen to keep on rolling, and I can see 8 heats penciled in for the first round of the women's, which was that the round of, what's that?
Round of 80.
Round of 80. So I'm sure they'd be pretty keen to punch out 20 heats again tomorrow. Still debating Mariki's number. Dom Thomas must be an NS, a no-show. Three, 6, 7. So half a point under Vaughan's last ride. Jabrick right in the middle of your screen, folks. Ridden 3 waves, hasn't really capitalised on the twin fin just yet. Good surfer out of Bali, been around for quite a while.
Last score in for Kai Mariki was a 3.67. He's still sitting in 3rd place. Assuming that Dom Thomas
no show.
Yeah, found himself some waves up the coast. Tibi Jabrick has 2nd priority, and Kai Mariki somehow with 3rd took this one off him. And so far, not a bad call. This one's shaping up quite nicely. He's still racing it down the line now. He finds the open face once more, falls out of the sky. He is out of there. Just needs a fraction of a point to move into the lead. Will have done that comfortably. Needs a lot more than that. To move into 2nd. Needs a lot more than that for the lead. Not going to happen. And here goes Huey Vaughan.
Okay, so this is wave number 3 for the youngster. This wave seems to be growing as he now starts to bury some rail. He's got that really solid vertical attack. It's going to serve him well throughout this event at Krui, because the judges have been hanging their hat on that all event. There goes a 3rd big spike up into the lip. Had he ridden out of that, for sure, wave of the heat. Probably still will be, really. It was a great looking wave. And even Mariki's, I like what he did before he fell, but I'm really loving that Vaughan 6 o'clock to 12 o'clock approach. Here it is again. Huey Vaughan, so a little wind up here. Puts him well positioned into this big stab. Watch this thing. Boom. Hey, love it.
Turn was strong as well.
Yep.
Was really bowling beautifully here, and unfortunately just the wobbly boot got its revenge.
Oh, he goes, well, that was the paddle of Tippy handing over this wave to White. Action replay of Mariki's last wave, so both red and white are owed a number.
That means Tippy's got the line up to himself.
I think Mariki's in for a decent score here. So no huge numbers I'm predicting, but enough to have a bearing on the heat. Mariki will overtake Jabrick, and Huey Vaughan will probably strengthen his 2-wave total. In fact, I'm confident he will. 9 minutes. Little break in the action, so let's let the crew in on next heat. Corbin Hutchins out of NZ will take on Hiroya Miwa out of Japan. Casey Lane, saw him win a heat this morning. The Australian, Dede Suriana, we know he's injured, and that's a real pity. I was looking forward to having a chat with Dede and just rehashing our friendship. So I'm going to have to just put a line through that name. There will be no green in the next heat.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Dede, just one of the stalwarts of Indonesian competitive surfing through the noughties and into the tens.
He was. He featured heavily at the back end of every event we ran. Won quite a few.
He won the QS 1000 at Karamas one year. Maybe the first year it ever ran.
Well, that's a good memory if he did. I've done quite a few events with Dede in, and I can't remember any of his wins or victories where they were. It's like all a blur back in those days. But I do remember just a standout. He was a real weapon. Had a real solid head on a real fit body with a great skill set. Had all the things you like and need to be a top-ranked surfer. Meanwhile, this is a replay of Tippy's wave number 4. He's got both his kids here with him. This is much better. This will be Tippy's best ride.
He's not done yet either.
Here we go. So he's owed a reasonable number. So I think things will be pretty close. Mariki's 5.33. Had he finished that last move, would have been in the 6s.
Yeah.
So Huey Vaughan did increase his lead with the 4.93. Tippy will post his best score. Needs a 6.5. I can't see that, but the 6.5 requirement will come down once that number drops in for green. There it is, a 3.53 now, needs a 5.47. More importantly, he's got to get his act back up the point and regain some sort of priority over these 2 groms.
Not a bad event as a grom for Huey Vaughan. Just to come over here with a bunch of mates. Not a lot at stake for the young man.
Okay.
Obviously, he's hoping to get on the Challenger Series, but
more about the experience, I suppose, really, surfing against the big boys, and then the Pro Junior has probably got his eyes really set on a huge result there.
And just
well, actually, he wouldn't be in the juniors because we don't allow. It's only Indonesian. It's only the Asian region in the men, so he won't be in the juniors. Actually, this is his one and only stanza right here in the Opens. So the organisers took that stance this year and elected not to open up this year's region in the Open, the junior boys, and they've locked it down to Asian region only. I think the women's side of the draw is a little different. Alright, yellow flag will be going up shortly with priority. Mariki in second. High 3 will do it for the lead. Huey Vaughan, we know he's got a really good strong vertical attack. Hasn't really put together the shut the gate numbers. Even Tippy can still do it with a mid-range 5.
so 5 minutes remaining. Down to the final 5. Huey Vaughan in the lead with a 4.93 and a 4.17. Has priority, so his pick of the waves. What do you think, Mark? With a 4.93 and a 4.17, is Huey dropping anchor? Only going if he sees something significant.
Here he is.
Offers him a lot of points.
I'd say he's going.
Well, here he is in action. Bit of a fluffy lip on the first section.
Releases the tail over the second one. That was nicely done. Critical backhand floater. Really enjoyed that manoeuvre. He's going to have to put the foot down to reconnect with the open face. Does so right now. Hooks hard in the pocket. That was beautiful. So a great bit of variety from start to finish from Huey Vaughan. That wave grew in size as it worked its way down the line as well. And I really enjoyed that one.
Really good wave of the heat, hands down. Did a really good read on this section that when it got super fast and it's like, oh, is he caught behind? It's coming up shortly. You watch this. So he connects here and he gets to this section where you're like, the projection and the travel time across the lip there to get him back to clean green water was super good timing, young man, and then just belted that for the turn of the wave. So he got better as that wave went. Big number coming. A convincing lead will drop into the red column because, yes, I agree, I really liked it too. So well done, Huey Vaughan. He's going to leave Mariki chasing a substantial number now. So he surfed a pretty smart heat, really. The waves he's caught, his first two weren't great waves, but he got some sort of decent numbers out of them. Then threw away his 3. He's improved on his scoreline again. So he's kind of started with an okayer, got a 4, and then a high 4, and here comes his best number. So he's kind of surfing a really well-paced heat. Better with every ride is exactly what you want to do. 3 minutes to go.
Still waiting on the last score for Hugh Vaughan, but he's done it pretty nicely from start to finish. 2.5 minutes remaining. You would imagine this is going to be the best number of the heat so far. There it is, a 6.5, so it takes him up into double figures. The first of our surfers in this heat to do so. A 6.5 and a 4.93C, and 11.43 total, giving Huey Vaughan, well, not giving him, he already had first place, but he's established it even stronger. Kai Mariki is now chasing a 6.11 for first. Chippy Jabrick is looking for 5.47 to get up to second. Those two guys have first and second priority. Kai has first, Tippy second. 1 minute 50 to go.
Some lumps moving out the back too, folks. If you're online, get near a screen. Let's watch the back end of this roll out because there's movement in the ocean. It's looking a little solid and unruly. Another wave behind this. You can see the stretched out line. It's showing no taper. A couple of closeouts presenting themselves here. You wouldn't mind seeing that if you're in first or second, because you don't actually need a wave.
Yep. Yeah, wash us all in.
Wash us in. It disrupts the lineup. Tippy's the only one that needs a wave. He's got second priority. Mariki's going to have, well, he's let Tippy off the hook here. He's not guarding him at all. Showing no respect to Tippy. He's out there hunting another wave himself. He's trying to get the 6.11 needed for the win. Could he be the first surfer, the first two surfers to go through to the round of 64? Tippy Jabrick might have something to say about that. 45 seconds. Where are you, Tippy?
Just over 30 seconds to go. Huey Vaughan, maybe he's made his way in. No sign of him reappearing back in the lineup. So a 4.93 and a 6.5. Oh no, there he is. Third priority, 20 seconds to go.
Well, that might be the last we see of Tippy Jabrick. He's not even in the picture. Or is that him up there? 8 seconds, either way. The Groms have done a great job. Huey Vaughan really paced himself well in that heat. I like what I've seen out of Huey.
I might go and have a chat with him, I think.
Why not, mate? Have a good one, have fun. And
Huey Vaughan and Kai Mariki through to the next round. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. Heat 2 of the round of 96. The Krui Pro coming our way right after this.
And now we're back. Here we go. Heat 2, the round of 96. My good friend Billy Hangen rejoins us. Billy, this is good stuff.
Great to be here. Come on. What are we? Third last heat?
Yep, third last heat, correct. Huey Vaughan did a great job surfer in red. Did you see any of that?
Mate, I missed it all. I was doing a little bit of admin. Is he as impressive as they say he is?
Got a great vertical attack. He rode 4 waves and he got better every single wave.
Awesome.
And finished with a 6.5. So, a lot to like right there. Here's an action replay of the live heat. We'll just confirm who this is. It's white and it is Casey Lane. It was Casey Lane. Got some news on this heat, mate, and you're not going to like it one bit.
Yes.
Deadair Suriana is injured.
Oh no, my hero.
Hurt his back, cannot front up, cannot surf this heat. There will be no green in the lineup.
That's no good.
Yep, I knew you'd be disappointed with that because we love what he's brought to the Indonesian tour over the years and how many people he's inspired with his whole act.
Yep, super polite guy, gentleman in the every sense of the word, and a ripping surfer too. That's a pity.
Certainly is. It's our loss. And second in that heat was Kaimariki. Tippy Jabrick out.
Jabrick out.
Yeah, Jabrick out.
Heavy news.
Heavy news. So this heat, we've got Corbin Hutchings, the Kiwi, in red. The Japanese surfer Hiroa Miwa is in blue. And Casey Lane, we just saw him. He's in white. No green again, a 3-person matchup.
This is our surfer in blue, Ruya. Good looking wrapping top turn. He really finds a pocket on that one. Stabs it high. Wraps this one around. Small wave, but big moves. I like it. Really nice flow into that inside section to set him up to be right in a great spot for that bottom turn.
Wow.
Just couldn't finish off. So maybe cost him a couple of points at the end, but a really well put together wave.
Hutchings. Let's have a look at Corbin here. Once again, a small wave, so you've got to be deadly on a small wave to catch the eye of the judges. Pretty nice move there. That'll be all she wrote for his opening wave. So let's see who gets the better of that first 3-way exchange. Wide a quick up and down. That won't factor in much at all for Casey.
Oh, yeah, we have Australia, New Zealand and Japan.
Here's some replays again, so let's have a look at Corbin. Now, what do you like best about this wave, Billy?
I'm liking the wave so far, but I'm really digging those turns. They're out on the shoulder.
Yep.
Not really allowing me through that middle section, of course. We know he's capable of really attacking that lip. We don't really see it on this wave, so I'm not sure the judges are going to get too excited about things. This one where he spins it all the way around, even still, you know.
That was his best move.
Best maneuver right at the end.
And a so-so wave. Replay now, surfer in blue.
Yeah, Hiroya.
Never looks rushed.
No, heaps of time. I love the flow on the guy. Those 3 manoeuvres strung together really nicely. No awkward bits, no downtime. And I'm liking this flow through here. Puts him in a perfect position for an attacking bottom turn. There it is. There's the attacking top turn and free falling into face plant.
Yeah, an incompletion there. So he did a lot of work to get to that section and then didn't capitalise. So out of all that, pretty ho-hum start to the heat, really. Maybe Miwa might end up with the top score out of all that. Miwa 4.5, Hutchings 3.9, Casey Lane, that might be his 2 numbers put together.
Well, a big chunk of the program out of the way today, mate. 20 heats, 25 minute heats. That's a solid day's work and an opening ceremony.
Yep, and it will be late in the piece by the time we pull stumps here, mate. It's 20 past 4. How's the locals down there having a big day out, big afternoon on the rocks?
Mate, look at the Groms. Oh, look at that. A couple of sharkers and a couple of Californian sharkers. Look at that cheeky little bugger right there.
Some dance moves, a couple of hello misters. Cheeky little Groms. Groms will be Groms. They always find a way to have fun.
They do.
I wonder if they know what they're even watching.
No, they don't know.
They don't look like young surfer type. But
not yet. But I tell you what, the local guys have made such a good account of themselves.
I reckon they'll be looking for a surfboard pretty soon.
They're down. All they know is there's hundreds of boulays down there at the point. Let's get down and see what these maniacs are doing. Good on you, fellas. Come the weekend, it's going to be hectic down here, Billy. You know that. You remember what we saw last year and the year before.
Yeah, that could be like finals time too.
It will be.
So, yeah, there'll be police security and escorts for all the surfers to come up. If you're young, you're blonde hair and blue eyes, you can't walk 5 feet without getting a hello, Mr. Photo.
Photo.
Yeah.
And you stop for a photo, that's the end of your next half hour.
It's
so
weird.
Just keep moving.
Yep. It's quite strange though. There's 2 50-plus blokes sitting here behind the microphone. We haven't been stopped once.
No. Well,
It's
we don't have
strange.
blonde hair, that's why, Billy.
I don't have any hair.
That's why. Well, we cop a lot of hello misters, but we don't get the photo mister. It's like, hello mister, keep moving. Okay, we get it.
Anyway, just under 18 minutes remaining in this one. It's our Japanese surfer out into the lead, Mr. Miwa, a 4.50, the highest scoring wave of the heat. Minor scores required to get up in that first position and or to advance. There's plenty of waves on offer still. The
Good
guys
waves.
getting choosy, you know.
No, there's good waves, mate.
And not so many of those big roller sets coming through, and this is Casey Lane.
It is indeed. His first scoring opportunity is there. Gives it a little chip to keep his speed going down the line. Kind of repeats the similar manoeuvre, so really yet to throw down any too devastating. Maybe that fourth move was his better one. This is a really good section, though. Come on. Let's get stuck into it, Casey. Okay.
All right, mate. If you look at that, you'd probably go, that's a good wave, and that's kind of where I'm predicting it'll come in. Just scratching the good zone.
Oh, I don't reckon it will even go that high for me. But let's have a look now. Over to you, Billy.
Hiroya. That's a tidy looking snap, and that's a big attack on the lip, but the lip getting the better of it in that exchange. So one turn only from a Japanese surfer and the current heat leader. It's not going to bother the scorers too much.
Yeah, I think Casey had the opportunity to open up a little more than he did. To me, he played it pretty safe. We'll see where the judges go with this, but had a good-looking wave, had a lot of good sections, and to me, maybe just cruised his way through them a bit much, but time will tell. Let's see what the judges are thinking.
Here he goes.
Here we go. So you guys at home, you guys see if you reckon I'm talking bull or whether you reckon he got it.
That was a pretty snazzy first turn. Let's really dissect this thing. That's a bit lateral, although we did have a little free fall through it. Tidy carve. Another snap in the pocket. And comes up on that bit of a free fall. Yeah, I'm going to stick with my prediction. Just before the good range.
Just before the good range, all
Yep,
right.
scratching it.
Okay, scratching it. Let's see.
I like this though. Boom.
Yep.
Check turn into duck diving.
Into oblivion. There you go, scratching the good range of 5, 6, 7. Well done, Billy. To me, though, it was a 7-point wave. If he could have connected the dots a little better, I thought he undersurfed a smidge, that's all. Sorry, Casey.
You probably described it best, mate, playing it safe. That could be a heat strategy. Let's get a 5.65 under our belt. Maybe another one, and then let's go bonkers.
Either way, he's in the lead, so his theory, his tactic is working a treat. He's now only got a burn off of 193, so at the end of the day, he's pacing it well. Still 15 on the clock. That's Corbin right there in the red rashi. He's waveless for his second wave.
Well, he likes
He's on the hunt now.
Look at that.
He's showing clear intent here.
Oh, Menchari. He likes what he sees.
Yep. He wants more than a look at it. He's going. So let's stay with the drone angle on this thing here. Corbin Hutchings, wave number 2. Needs a high 2, almost 3 points to go into second place. Tidy way to kick things off. Leans into another strong rail move. The wave flattens out and he'll go, oh, I thought I saw something better there.
Yeah, the body language is he was excited. Didn't really hug that reef and run down, did it?
Not considering how fast he paddled for that thing. You thought he comes an absolute A-grade wave. Maybe he forgot to look further down the line and see what was going on down there. It probably looked good coming at him.
It did, mate. But at this stage, it's 14 minutes to go. We are going to throw to a post-heat interview. They're back on.
All right, down here having a chat with the winner of the last heat, Huey Vaughan, mate. Congratulations on the heat win.
Yeah, thanks heaps. Pretty fun out there. Like, I was happy to get one good one.
Tell us a little bit about yourself for people who might not know you. Who are you? Where are you from? How old are you? Star sign? What do you like?
Name's Huey Vaughan. I'm from the Central Coast, New South Wales. I don't really know. I'm 16.
Who you are?
Yeah, and I just love surfing, and I've done it for a very long time, and yeah, I really enjoy it.
Is this your first QS 5000?
Nah, I did a couple at home actually, back in Oz. Yeah, but this one's pretty fun, like long left-hander, can't really go past it.
Who are your mates who you're here with this week?
I'm here with my brother Joel, Morgan Sibley, Dylan Moffat, Lennox, Smith, Board Caddy, Jarvis Earl. I know all the boys. Yeah.
So as a crew, you've been running rampant up and down the coast the last few days. Where have you been surfing?
Been surfing around like, I don't know, kind of everywhere to be honest. Mandiri and trying to surf left-hand points. Yeah.
Pretty epic little hood, hey?
Yeah, so many fun waves around here, and can't wait to get back here as well.
What's your goal this year?
My goal is to just do as good as I can in the QS and the Pro Junior as well, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Just see how I go.
You look pretty comfortable out there. You feeling comfortable?
Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable over here. Nice people, warm water, and I know can't really get much better.
Well, congratulations, you're through to the next round. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Great interview. We now know a whole lot more about Huey Vaughan. Geez, he rolls with a heavy pack.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah, that's a solid crew. Wow. Every one of those names.
Yeah.
Swellians, they love the Huey Vaughan. I've heard a couple of good reports from those boys.
All right, another Australian name to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Keep track of. And all the guys he's here with, I think, are going to feature quite well in the event also. So time will tell. Meanwhile, Miwa in a closely surfed heat here, mate. 0.9 separating them all.
Wow.
This is turning out to be one of the matchups of the last hour or two. Blue wants some input. Well, you're going to have to do something, Miwa. You're in third. No real big numbers thrown down. The 6.5.
Yeah, the 5.67 and the
5.67 was probably the best of them.
1.93 is his chase up there, Casey. So he'll be looking to throw that in the bin. Look at that. That sun's kind of disappeared off the front now. It's a beautiful afternoon.
Yep, it's almost 4:30 down here at the point. A few of the gangsters right there.
Yeah. Who we got there? See if we can pick him out.
Was that Kian? It is. That's Kian on the end.
No, I don't think it is.
Is it? Oh, no, it's
it's
not.
a lookalike. I
Oh,
think
it's
they're
his
all
stunt
Aussies.
double. It's his stunt double. Couple of lads filming us. How are you guys?
Yep. Clothing optional at this part of the world, apparently.
Shoes not needed.
No. A couple of slaps where it shouldn't happen.
Yeah, bit of a rumble down there on the rocks.
All right, Mark, have a look
been
at
a
this
long
one. It's 10 minutes 30 remaining. Casey Lane still out in the lead by the slenderest of margins. He is followed closely by Corbin and Haria.
Yep, 0.03 separating the two in first and second. Miwa 0.9 behind a win. So something's got to give. Someone's going to crack one in a minute. I can feel it, Billy, because there's three good surfers in the water. The biggest number, 5, 6, 7. I'm sure someone's going to eclipse that before we're done here. 10 minutes is a good amount of time for these boys to step it up. There goes those Groms down there.
Fantastic footage from Ryan, our drone guy.
They've managed to snaffle 2 boards off somebody that wasn't watching. They're going to see, they do their best to lose the fins on those rocks. Hutty. Be careful of the outgoing tide as well, boys. I'm sure you can't swim, so be careful.
Oh, look at that. The kid's just beginning surfing straight over the rocks.
Oh, that was what I was talking about your fins. My goodness. The ding doctor up there is just rubbing his hands together.
Yeah.
Groms will be Groms. That's too funny. That's something I would have done on my foamy when I was their age.
No,
Never
for
had
sure.
a 5.0. .307 Miwa needs. That's nothing. One good turn.
Yeah.
Probably
Stand up, a good lip bash, a
4
finishing
points.
manoeuvre.
Make it a 4, he goes to the lead.
Bang. All right, well, as has been the case in most of these heats, a little bit of a dreary start. Some solid numbers put on the board. 5, 6, 7 amongst the best of them, or actually the best of them. But last 9-8 minutes should get pretty exciting because no one's really busted out of the gates yet.
No, they'll all feel pretty nervous.
There's that
World's
drone.
biggest drone. If you miss your flight to Lampung, you could always catch one of these. Look at the size of that thing. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's the land of extremes, Indonesia. I'm loving it.
How's the way they've even made it look like a plane? That's great.
Yeah, thank you to the Indonesian
Hang on,
military for
coming
their
in
support.
landing, coming in for landing, cleared for landing. Let's see how this goes. 1.5 mil. Don't stuff it up, boys.
No. We do sincerely thank the Indonesian military and the police for their support down to this event. They are out in numbers. I feel very safe and really appreciate the government support for this event, because without it, guess what? We ain't looking at surfing.
No. 5,000 to put a 5,000 event on and attach some juniors to it as well is a big deal, and it's a hefty spend. And they were down here checking out exactly where their money went today, and I think they were pretty happy with what they saw, but just quietly.
No, just seeing the flags there. This is a co-sanctioned event. So, Mark, I saw an English flag there and a Brazilian flag. They are competing in the event under those flags. Can they garnish any points?
No, effectively. No, we saw that last year with Jesse Mendes. Surfing out of under the Italian flag, he won the event. 5,000 points, just disappeared off the radar, and he had a good payday, and he practiced a lot of heats, and he increased his fan base, I reckon, by the way he was going about it.
Well, by 2, because he brought us a nice refreshment and sung us a karaoke song, so he's increased his fan base by 2.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun down there at Lavina, karaoke Lord.
Yeah, well, the points that the Indonesians and the Australians and the New Zealanders do garnish out of this and the Asian region, that helps you to get on the path to qualify for those Challenger Series. Is that right?
Correct. Yep. And that's, as we were suggesting earlier, this is the third tier of events. It's obviously the World Championship Tour holds pole position. The Challenger Series is where everyone needs to be to become a C tier. This is wedged right underneath those Challenger Series events. If you want to be on a Challenger Series, the only way to go about it is to do well in these 5,000s and try and qualify for your region onto the Challenger Series to have any chance to surf against the big boys.
I really like that change. The regionals is a big winner in my book.
Yep.
Kids are getting a shot from all around the world, and that's especially the more affluent countries that could afford to travel around the world to all these QSs and rack up the points. Well, now they can't do that. As we watch the Australian whipping the tail around there, this is Corbin Hutchings, the New Zealander. I should correct myself.
It was a pretty spicy first hit.
It was a big hit.
All right, so in a low-scoring heat, he's definitely going to burn off his, does he add to his 2-wave total? Maybe. First turn was pretty good. So it remains a low-scoring heat is where I was probably going with that call. Nobody can string anything of real substance together to really lock in a qualifying position. First would be feeling nervous. He's only sitting on a 193. Hutchings will be mindful of Miwa, who's got a better number than Hutchings has.
All right, just over 5 minutes remaining. Come on, lads, let's get into this.
Casey
Lane, the Australian this time.
Oops.
Doesn't like it. In, out. Try and get out there for second priority.
All right. So, yellow flag time, everybody. 5 minutes. Is Hutchings' number in? It might be in. It's just probably, there it goes. It's just dropping in now. It was just enough. Did he get a 5? He did. Got a 5.
I'm curious to watch that replay.
Must have been the fin blow that the judges went, you know what? Haven't seen one of them for a while.
But well done.
Yep, maybe they went, the risk was enough. Backed it up with another move. 5 points. So Hutchings now in the lead. Just over a 1 point lead over Casey Lane, who is up and riding Billy.
Yeah, KL, medium-sized one. This is going to allow him to bang out a couple of turns. Hopefully the lip presents itself. He's doing his best. He's wiggling around, but that ugly surface of the wave does suggest that it's the shallow part and it's not going to run off. So Casey Lane back out the back looking to reset.
and get another score. Have a look at this. It looked good from the takeoff, then it kind of didn't wall up.
Just too many ribs.
Yeah.
And he realised it. Those first two turns were okay, and further down the line it was just, all that chop and bump and the low tide stuff coming off the reef did him no favours right there. He's got to be happy with the fact he's gone into first. Because Miwa didn't need much to track him down for second. Now he's got a little bit of breathing space in the lead. Casey Lane has improved his sitch a little. He's now only 0.6 behind the win, leaving the Japanese surfer chasing a 3.81. It's highly doable. He's got priority. 3 and a bit minutes is enough time to find a good wave. 3.81 is not a big number. Gonna have to hold his nerves here, Miwa.
Yep, has priority. 3 minutes to do it. I mean, the strategy is strong. The execution has to be just as strong to get through to the next round.
It's one of those numbers where, they're not going to gift you a 3.8. Something good's got to happen, or two pretty good things have to happen. So, A, he needs a wave that's going to give him a couple of sections, and he's got to not fall on them.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does right here. Billy, you talk us through this.
Here he goes. The pressure is on. 2 minutes and 30. Picks a small inside runner. This could be to his advantage or not. Stands up there, whacks it around. That is a very precise surfing. Again, a bit of a check turn. This thing running down the reef. We'll see if it does offer him a section. It does. Really important to finish, and he doesn't quite pull it off. Goes upside down in the whitewater. So that could have been the difference, Mark. That finishing manoeuvre, that would have been a strong wave. He might just come up short of that 3.81.
If you have a look at it again, there was 2 half moves and 1 decent move. We were suggesting he probably needed 2 moves.
Yeah,
let's see it. Let's see.
Wiggle around this one.
That was his good move.
Mm.
And then the in between stuff, there was
Little
2 of
checker.
those. There was 2 of those.
This one's the important one, and that's what he needs to finish. His board was right in the lip line. It was critical. Could have fallen off at any time, but there we go.
This could be either side. 2 half turns and 1 reasonable turn. Boys upstairs considering the fate of Miwa. Meanwhile, Hutchings is not sticking around to hear the news. He's trying to burn off 3.9.
Yeah, the Kiwi looking comfortable now, isn't he?
Well, in the lead, just over a minute. Hits this, you come straight in and go, job well done.
Yeah, look at
See
that.
you lot in the round of 64. Confidently will move through for mine. Miwa, his neck is on the chopping block. Here comes the replay again. There was a lot of decent surfing here.
A lot to like about it, mate. Finds the pocket there on not a really steep wave. This one a bit of a set-up turn, looking down the line. I liked his flow, and the more you get in that groove, the more critical the turns look. That was kind of a nothing turn into the next section. I like the finish though, tail high.
Yep, that was
change of direction, and not an awkward part of his surfing on display there.
I'm calling wave of the heat right there. Let's have a look what Casey can string together to fend off Miwa. All right, so he's got around the section importantly. He's trying to burn off a 2.63. He's improved his 2-wave total already. So Miwa's requirement of the 3.8 will go up. So I'm tipping Lane and Hutchings first and second here with 15 seconds to go. Miwa is really going to have to hope and pray. There's another wave. There is.
Oh,
Billy, there is.
I like it. Wow, cat amongst the pigeons right now. I don't know how many turns he's done before that one, but that was a cracker.
So the heat is over in 2 seconds. I've got no idea now.
This important turn coming up, Mark. Nails it.
Hang on, does he? Yes, he does. So we're owed 3 numbers. I think Hutchings will put together the best score, unless something dynamic happened in the first half of Blues Wave that we missed.
Yep.
Either way, we're probably going to throw to an ad break shortly. Not just yet, but we'll come back, I imagine, and find out the fate of those 3. And they'll all be pretty nervous because none of them will realise what the other guy just did.
Yeah, it's either Lane or Miwa.
For second, I agree. I reckon Hutchings safe.
Yeah, that last wave was a beauty.
Yep, real strong finish. Good start, good finish for Red. So Hutchings will be safe. Second spot is Teta Tau.
Teta Tau, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Mark, I'm going to let you go. We are going to throw to an ad break. Don't go anywhere, anybody around the world. We're going to get Chris Binns in after this quick message from our supporters.
right, we are back live, and for the first time today, I'm joined by my buddy Chris Binns. How you going?
Hello, Billy.
Yeah, I'm going good. That was a really good heat, that last one. Only some, scores getting into the good range, but
Run me through it. What
entertaining nonetheless. Well, there was an exchange right at the end. We still don't know who has gone through, but it was either Mia or Casey Lane, the Kiwi and Corbin Hutchinson. Really strong last wave.
So it's looking like Corbin Hutchings just got the night of 5.43 and a 5 sees him scrape through in first. And in the water right now, Heat 3, round of 96. Miyu Furukawa is in red. Ryo Inaba, also from Japan, is in blue. Rafael Castro is the surfer in white. He's from the US. And Josh Levy is the surfer in green and gold. He's from Australia.
I like it. So we saw Rafael Castro in action earlier today, mate. Pretty impressive. A lot of energy. He caught a bunch of waves. He based himself out at Vanuatu. He was born in Cali. He's Brazilian. He's a mix, a full chumpo kid, but really well spoken, nice young lad, and a ripping surfer. We'll see if he can keep that energy levels up for this second last heat of today.
Yeah, it's a big ask for a lot of the surfers who've got 2 heats today, because they would have surfed very early on in the day, and now they're surfing as late as you can in the day as well. So they've had to keep the energy maybe not high. They've had to come down after their heat and sort of chill out and maybe go and get a massage or have a little nap, eat some food, and then put the headphones on, start listening to the Tool again.
Yeah, a bit of Tool.
Bouncing around on the exercise ball and get yourself up and about before one of these sunset session heats to round out play. So we've got one more heat after this one.
Big chunk of the program out of the way, Chris. 20 heats, 25-minute heats today, and an opening ceremony. So well done, everyone involved. It's been a pleasure bringing you the action wherever you're watching around the world. I hope you're enjoying it. And looking at that vista out there, the afternoon glare. This is what Indonesian afternoons are made of. The wind starts to back off, the tide gets right, and here you are enjoying a good 3 to 4 foot sunrise sunset session.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we wait for our first action in the water in this heat. Well, hang on. Here he goes, Ryo Inaba chipping away. And he's just going to sign off from this wave. And now we're going to throw over to Mark Clift, who's with the winner of the last heat.
Okay, here with the winner of the last heat, Corbin Hutchins. I'm going to shake your hand, Corbin. Must have felt good to finish with a wave like that.
Yeah, I was running a bit rampant in my head that whole heat. I was struggling, to be honest. Like, that was a shaky for me, but I'm stoked I got that one at the end and make that. Like, you definitely want to make heats. It's a long way out here.
So why was it so shaky? Is it the case of the first heat jitters?
I think first heat jitters plus, like, long day, kind of like pretty much last heat of the day. Hot, but like you get, and I think you just get so excited watching it. You're sitting here and you're just seeing like the best waves ever, and you're like, oh my god! And you get out there and it's like quite a shifty lineup, but yeah, it's all good.
It was a shifty heat. It was up and down. It wasn't very high scoring, and you nailed that finish and really put it to bed. So, what are your sort of goals out of this event and into the future?
I just competed that last season in Oz and did the Oz leg, and yeah, I loved it. I had kind of a bit of time off, and then, so yeah, this is the first heat for the next kind of campaign, first event, and yeah, ready to get it done, hopefully.
How good's coming to Indo and competing in conditions like this?
It's insane. It's super surreal. It's like rolling with a good crew and Sheldon and Owen, and yeah, we just missioned it from the Goldie, did it all together, and had a good dynamic going, and yeah, just trying to contain the froth a little bit at the moment.
Well, you're going to have to moving into the round of 64. A lot more seeded surfers come to play. Tell us where are you from and how old you are and stuff like that.
I grew up in New Zealand, born there, lived there till I was like 13. Moved to the Goldie, went to high school at PBC, jumped in the surfing program there, and been living on the Gold Coast since. And yeah, 25.
Got a little gang at home you might want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I think my girlfriend will be watching, my mum, my dad, grandparents, probably anyone, everyone. Thank you.
Well spoken, young man. Corbin, all the best for the round 64.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Oh, beautiful little interview there, Mark. Cliff catching up with Corbin Hutchings. Didn't know that he grew up in New Zealand.
No, well, I mistook him for an Australian on the call. Nick Chong's not going to be happy.
Well, he surfs for Australia, so... Oh no, he doesn't. I stand corrected.
No.
I never knew that. Huh. There you go. Josh Levy is in action right now. Some wild pizzas being thrown. Those arms are going all over the place, but he's getting the job done from start to finish. And he's chasing Rio and Arba's opening 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5 is the most of it at the moment, Chris, from Rio and Arba. But this is a pretty handy wave. Didn't mind that first turn. Did the most with the section that was offered. And again, a nice little tight jam. Throwing it around. It's a frothy one, but it didn't seem to worry him too much. Of course, you won't get points taken off because there's white water on the face of the wave, but it's a bit more difficult to handle and get those turns away.
This was Rio and Arba's opening wave.
Oh, there you go.
And he's clipped this one nicely a couple of times from start to finish. He's out of there. That was Rafael Castro quickly in and out. That throws priority the way of Miu Furukawa. So opening score for Josh Levy, a 3.73. Just a minor score to drop in for Rafael Castro.
Yeah, here is the replay of Rafa's couple of turns. Bit of a funny story about Rio yesterday, mate. Mark and I went for a surf at a bit of a novelty wave just down the road. Volcanoes it's called, we found out. And two guys paddled out right at the end. Sat right on the shoulder, let us get a couple of waves each. We went in and then politely got in and absolutely ripped it out of the ballpark. As we watch our surfer in red, there's Miu on his backhand. Tidy wave, small, but nonetheless got some turns away. Yeah, and as we look out the back, it was Rio in Arba. Just sat outside for about 10 minutes and let some old boys get some waves before he came in and did a practice for himself. So he's one of my favourites already.
What a legend. And he was ripping.
He was ripping all right.
Volcanoes.
Yeah, he was.
Blowing up.
Blowing up at volcanoes.
It was nice that you guys obviously just went down there to let off some steam.
And back to the action.
Oh, what do we got next? Round 96, Heat 4 is an all-Aussie affair. Kobe Clements from Northern Beaches of Sydney, New South Wales. Jack Thomas from the mighty Yelling Up Western Australia. Archer Curtis, and the last but not least in the green jersey,
the Guff.
McLovin himself, Alex McGuffin.
That's going to be a beauty. That'll be a fun one to finish off on.
Tell you what, Jackie T and the Guff, not afraid of a roping left-hander.
No, watch this. First turn's a ripper. This is a replay, of course, of the last turn. I love the last wave. It's only a little one, but he managed to get 3 decent turns away. We'll see what those judges have done all right today, haven't they? Yeah. Lots of heats to judge into the glaring sun in the afternoon.
They would be loving this slight little bit of haze and cloud cover that's just come over, because
now getting cooked.
Those poor guys and girls would be going very, very bleary and bloodshot by now. They've been staring into the eyes of the sun for a long, long time.
All right, Raphael with the 3.63. You know, that's kind of what you expect from those 2 turns. Nothing of great importance there. Joshua Levy, 3.73. The best of it is Rio, of course.
Okay, on the move right now, this is Rafael Castro. Doesn't have priority, so has to cede the way for Rio.
Oh, he's just kept him off. A bit of politics, if you don't mind.
Wow.
It's not all the way to now, Rafa. You got to give way.
Yeah, but Rio, that's cost him priority and he's got nothing out of it.
No. And it's not really the time or the place to play keepings off right now.
Clearly, Volcanoes is where you want to paddle out to respectfully watch your opponents catch waves. Not here at Ujung Bokor, the leaking edge. Here goes Rio Inaba without any form of priority whatsoever. Not going to bother him. He's clearly down the point inside all of his competitors. So, bit of a free swing here for the Japanese surfer, and might not be a bad one either. Couple of very sharp turns to get things going. Still kind of a flatter wave, so he's having to S-turn and skate his way through to the inside. And he's still just biding his time. That wave did the opposite of breaking. It just
unbroke.
It unbroke, petered out into nothing. Here goes your man Raf Castro on his backhand. We've missed a lot of the top of his wave, clearly.
His body language would suggest it wasn't anything special, because he has some body language when he puts a good one together, I tell you that much. Here's Rio on that insider, probably just resetting the rhythm. Get a few turns away, paddle back out, instead of sitting there and feeling sorry for himself. I like that attitude. And that's about the most of it. Then we get into that wave unbreaking.
Look, right about now, he's going, oh yeah, this might stand up and do some stuff.
No.
And then it went from, just vanished. Still enough to give him the lead. So Rio Inaba with an 8.22 wave total. Not quite sure of the breakdown of those two scores. Raf Castro is in second. Josh Levy is in third with priority. And Miu Furukawa has a 3.6. So there it is. Rio Inaba, a 4.5 and a 3.7 are his best two. Rafael Castro, a 3.63 and a 2.5. Josh Levy and Miu Furukawa yet to put a second score on the board. 13 minutes remaining. Plenty of time, not even halfway yet, and we can see some lines marching towards the screen now. Okay, so it is Josh Levy with priority. Miu Furukawa is on the inside. Is he going to force the issue? He's having a look, and Josh says, you know what, this one is all yours. Now, how's this going to play out? Red jersey streaking its way down the line. This wave's starting to bowl and stand up.
Ooh.
Strong turn from Miu there. Big hit, and rides out in front of the wave. So nicely done. We'll need to get the front-on angle to really disseminate what just happened. And here it is.
Yeah, here it is. It looked like a big, slow one right at the beginning, full of water, but it quickly stood up, allowing him that kind of check turn, but still impressive at the same time. This second one's a beauty. Nice slow-mo action, lads. Well done. And he had to really quickly get up the face again to finish it off. So, yeah, squeezed every point he could out of that wave. Impressive stuff.
There we go, a 5.33, best wave of the heat so far, and enough for the lead. So Josh Levy turned his nose up at that one. And fair enough, that front-on angle we saw, it really didn't look like much. But Miu Furukawa obviously saw something down the line that appealed, and his roll of the dice paid off handsomely. The best wave of the heat so far for a string of turns as the wave stood up through the inside. Did the complete opposite of Rio Inaba's wave previous that looked like a whole heap of everything and turned into a big fat pile of nothing.
Oh, it's been a long day. The world's upside down. Have a look at this now. This is Rafa.
So he's got this one under Josh Levy's priority as well.
Oh,
so
bashed it.
Second straight wave that Josh Levy has turned his nose up at. And wow, that was a great turn. Plenty of release. And Rafael Castro is linking some turns together, and now it looks like Josh Levy finally using his priority on the wave out the back.
Yep, well, this is going to have to finish Rafael. It does. And we look out the back. It's our surfer in green. Getting caught behind that white water. He'll be absolutely spewing. He waited ages for that wave and only squeezed out a couple of turns. So a turn of interest here at the 10 minute and 40 second mark. Wow, let's have a look at it. It's a good-looking wave. What's he got to begin with? A bit of a Larry layback. Finds a lip on the second one. Still a bit lateral with a bit of an airdrop. And that has put him behind the 8 ball. All the face wiping in the world was not going to get you that third turn. In contrast, Chris, talk us through this one from Rafa.
So I don't know if it's Josh waiting all that while that's going to upset him, but the fact that he let this wave and the previous wave both go to his opponents, and they have really capitalised on, Josh Levy's high-end tastes, just turning his nose up at 2 waves that are both going to go into his competitors' scorelines.
Yeah.
Here's Miyu Furukawa, who briefly had priority, not for long at all, but that wave might threaten his 3-6, but I doubt it. 9 minutes 40 to go. Big flurry of action then. And it's Rio Inaba and Rafael Castro who have got the better of that little...
Yeah, beneficiaries for sure. It's a 4.57 that Rafa needs. I'm giving that to him. And we'll see what they say. But interesting, trailing 9 minutes of this heat. Have a look at this replay. This is our Japanese surfer.
This is Miyu Furukawa. Beautiful looking wall. Ooh. And goes down.
So 1 turn only for red.
Okay, Rafael Castro, his last wave came in at a 7-point ride, so that was the best wave of the heat. And Josh Levy, just let him have it.
Yeah, I know, he'll be kicking himself. But you know, you can hassle for all the waves you want, Chris, but if you don't deliver, there's no use. But Rafael really did deliver on that one. Lots of energy, no downtime, vertical attack, a lot to like about it. Well into the good range. So my boy, Rio Inaba, has got some work to do. 444s to advance. All very attainable scores though in the far right hand column there, Chris.
Yep, all of these surfers more than capable of locking in what's required with 8 minutes to go.
Rio sitting there with priority, letting this one go through. Furukawa. Good looking inside wave, takes advantage of it. It's a good looking first hit, but that is it. It's the sideways dive off into the face.
A little bit quick.
That has passed. It hasn't passed the priority. Rio still set there with it. Being choosy. It's probably the good tactic at the moment. And now this is the Aussie Joshua Levy. Oh, that's a big elevator drop and comes unstuck.
And he would have seen Miyu Furukawa just out of his peripheral vision there as he came to land that big floater.
Rafael staying busy. Back to the action there. Kind of missed the first half of that wave, but sticking with it. Bit of a hair flick. Looking down the line. Will this break or will it unbreak? It looks like an unbreaker. It's turned into a right-hander.
Oh, don't mind that. Oh, we've lost it. He's going to do an air.
That's got to be an air.
Oh, it looks shallow.
That's right down there in front of Dino's. It's really shallow.
6 minutes to go. What do you reckon Rafa's chances are of making it to the top of the lineup once again?
Ooh, pretty good. He's a young, fit man, and that's a great turn from the surfer in blue, Rio. He's waited a long time for this wave, and he's delivered thus far, and completes it, which is very important. There's a replay, of course, of our surfer in white.
So right about there, you might have been thinking this wave didn't have much left.
He sticks with it though, patted a couple of dogs on the way. Nothing of consequence so far. Maybe a bit of a strategic hiccup.
That was a great little moment. You were wondering what was going to be unfolding when he came from behind whatever it was that was blocking the shot there.
Yeah, the anticipation. Selling the drama, that's for sure. Joshua Levy is selling the drama. He needs a 4.37 to advance.
Four and a half minutes remaining. Rafael Castro with a 7 and a 4.13 and a long paddle in front of him. Rio Inaba, his last wave was a 4.77. That's his high score. He has a 4.5 as his backup. Needs a 6.37 for first. Not sure whether Rafael Castro's last wave is that 4.13 or not. Miyu Furukawa has priority. Currently is chasing a 3.94 for second. Josh Levy has second priority. He's looking for a 4.71. 4 minutes to go, and here we go. Miyu Furukawa looking to get himself back into one of those advancing positions. Has some work to do. Long drawn out bottom turn. Good looking canvas, and he's applying some beautiful brush strokes so far. Wave slopes out a little bit right now. We're hoping for it to stand up and get a little bit bowlier through the inside. He's put the foot down. He's got plenty of speed. What's he going to turn it into? Transfers that energy into the lip. That was a beautiful carve. Really precise surfing from Mia right now. Hasn't really put a foot wrong, but was the wave there? We'll need to see the front on angle to get a proper read on exactly how critical all those sections were. The drone doesn't quite
makes it look epic.
Give you that
makes everything look epic. The lighting, everything. It's like watching a surf video, but this is the money angle. It's what the judges are looking at. So it's a bit more honest. But I tell you what, that's a good turn. Bit of a free fall elevator drop. This one pretty good as well. Love that low center of gravity when he's through his cutbacks. It keeps the momentum flowing really well. And this inside section, this wave playing the game. A few ribs, but he handles them beautifully. So solid wave, I reckon, mate.
Yeah, well, he needs a number to get up from third to second. He's chasing a 3.94.
I'm giving it to him. What about you?
I'm happy to give it to him.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure everyone was.
I'm sure he'll be thrilled to know that he's got a nod.
And everyone on the edge of their seat at home.
There's a rat pack of Torquay's finest. Spencer Kay, Tully Wiley, and Xavier Huxtable.
Looks like Elliot's dad up there.
The three Victorians really struggling in the sun.
I can sympathise.
What is this golden orb that's burning our skin?
Yeah, looks like Jamal up the back there on the camera duties, as always. This next heat's a beauty. That's Benny Spence there on the inside. This next heat, all Aussies. All characters. Minute 30 left in this one. Let's have a look at Kobe Clements, Jack Thomas, Archer Curtis, and Alex McGuffin. That should be a ripper.
Well, I think Miyu Furukawa's last score came in at a 3.7.
Oh.
So not enough. Still chasing a 3.94. 1 minute 15 to go.
That's tough.
That is really tough. We liked it, but that's why we're doing the talking and not the allocation of numbers. The judges, of course, are far better situated to pass judgment on the scores. They are looking at the waves with their own eyes.
And there's 7 of them.
45 seconds. Rafael Castro, a 7 and a 4.13.
sitting in the box seat. Rio Inaba, a 4.77 and a 4.5. He won't be thrilled with those numbers, but he will be happy if he can hang on with 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, for sure.
His compatriot Miu Furukawa had the 5.33.
Have a look at this, Chris.
Josh Levy, he needs a 4.71 to get himself up. He's handed off many of the best waves of this heat to his co-competitors. Can he do some damage? A 4.71 the requirement. We just saw what a 3.7 looks like with that last wave of Miu Furukawa. I'm not sure if Josh Levy's going to go 1 point greater on this wave. It's a really small unbreaking wave, and as it peters out in flat water, I think
From that body language, he's not impressed.
so. On that note, maybe you could go down and have your second chat today for the very good-looking Rafael Castro.
Yes, we're becoming buddies. That'll look forward to that one. But everyone at home, don't go anywhere. Stick around. We've got one more heat to go. We're going to throw to an ad break. This is the Krui Pro 2023.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Last heat of the day, Chris Binns. It's kind of nice to announce that because it's been a long day, a ripper, but a long one.
It's been a marathon, and steaming hot. We had an hour or two's intermission for the opening ceremony, and the conditions out there are looking pretty, Largo.
Yep,
Beautiful Indonesian afternoon. Golden hues in the sky. 4 Aussies in the water. Kobe Clements, Jack Thomas, Archer Curtis, and Alex McGuffin.
I'm glad I kind of get to do this one. 2 West Aussies there, not being a biased or anything, but go the West Siders. A couple of goofy footers.
Couple of goofy footers who, if you know anything about Western Australia and the waves that we have up north in the desert, these are 2 guys who come into their own in those kind of conditions. So they would be licking their lips at the thought of a long roping left-hand point break to surf in a heat.
Okay, let me have a look at the other 2 again and enlighten myself as to how tough this is going. Kobe Clements, yep, and Archer. Okay, Archer got through this morning, didn't he?
Yeah,
would have
sure
surfed.
did. Yep. And Kobe Clements is from the northern beaches of New South Wales. Do you remember Steve Clements?
Yeah, I do.
back in the day?
Yep. Surfed against Steve a bunch of times.
Yeah, Kobe's his son.
Yep, and I do remember seeing Kobe last year at this event and up in Nias Town as well.
Yep, he was in Taiwan as well for the Taiwan Open of Surfing late in the year. I think it was December we were all over there.
All right, so it's just after 5 o'clock. Final heat of the day. That's 20 heats we're rolling out with the addition of the opening ceremony. So a big effort, day one from the whole team. Puts us well placed throughout a huge. They always do.
Swarm. So a lot of numbers to come for the judges right now. I think Jack Thomas, best wave of the heat so far.
That's pretty good for sure. He's a big, strong guy. And when he lays down and does a serious move, he definitely gets the judges' attention no matter where he is in the world. So I imagine no huge numbers, but enough to see JT temporarily jumping into the lead. We are going to throw to our post-interview with the winner of the last heat. I believe it's Billy Hangen. Go for it, Bill. Who have you got?
All right, I am here with the winner of heat number 3 of the round of 96, Rafa Castro. Well done again. This is the second time today we've had a chat.
Yeah, thank you. Stoked to be here again. Hope more.
Yeah, for sure. Come on, keep it rolling. Now that looked like a really tough heat. Scores are hard to come by. Your best score came in at a 7, but the waves look kind of tricky towards the end. Run us through the conditions.
Yeah, it was super slow. I was hoping to get like one right off the bat again, like my first heat, but it's pretty slow. Like the other guys got waves and I was waiting, but glad I got one. And then I got a pretty big one. I went right like on the reef. I don't know why, but I don't know. I guess I was just like wanting to get the score, but stoked. Everything worked out.
Yeah, it looked pretty shallow on the inside. We were a bit worried about your fins for a little while there. Now, 2 heats in one day. It's a bit of a hefty paddle out after every scoring ride. How are the energy levels?
Oh, pretty tired now. I'm going to go home, watch some Indy Irons again and like chill, but stoked to make it, and glad to be here.
Well, mate, I've enjoyed the show so far. Take it easy tonight. There's no single fin to go drink at or anything like that. Get no distractions, get some good night's sleep, and you can back it up tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys in the booth. Boom, boom.
Well, thanks, Billy. We just saw Archer throw everything at that wave as well to get himself on the scoreboard. I don't think, once again, it's going to be much of a number, but everybody is off and racing now. We are owed a score from all these guys. There's Kobe's number, drops in at just a 3-pointer. Could have been a 5 or plus had he nailed that finishing move. Here goes JT again. So Jack Thomas, wave number 2 out of Yelling Up. I'm sure a lot of his boys would be watching this. So for the team down there in Yellyiva, Yelling Up land, g'day guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. There's your boy. Oh, this is the replay.
Yeah, that's the replay.
Okay,
that's
so
the
let's see.
turn of the heat so far.
Yep, let's see what sort of number they throw at this. Sure, there's quite a few West Aussies watching this heat. Here goes Archer again. Well, this is the replay.
Yep.
It's been a long day for people out there wondering what we're talking about.
This is Kobe Clements.
Yep.
Had some work to do.
Only a 3 this wave.
Skated past Jack Thomas there. This was a big section. Would have been a huge number if he could have clung onto this. He didn't hold back.
No.
You've got to respect that attack. And unfortunately, couldn't come out of that one. All right, Jackie T, a 5.33 for the Yelling Up lad. Sees him move into the lead. Alex McGuffin has a 3.72 wave total. McGuff is 2-time state champion.
Yep. And the current
Margaret
Classic champ. So the goofy footer has been doing the rounds on the QS for a while, and it's kind of paid dividends when he comes home because he does really good. When he's back on home soil, he's still finding his feet on the whole QS thing. He's trying everything in the book to get some big runs on the board and impress at the next level. But to his credit, he kind of has really put it together at home in the last few years, for sure.
I think he won a new set of tyres for winning the Classic this year.
Did he?
Yeah.
Now he needs a car to go with him.
Yeah. And if you live in WA, you do a lot of driving.
Tyres are important.
Especially if you're originally from Perth and you're down south, like McGuff.
If you're from Rockingham, you probably go through a set every few months.
Without actually going very far at all.
Up and down your local street.
16 minutes remaining. Jackie T is out in the lead with a 5.33. Alex McGuffin a 3.33 and a .37. So it's a West Australian Quinella at this point. Archer Curtis is sitting in third with a 3.23. Kobe Clements a 3. So yeah.
I believe Jack once again rolling at this event with his sparring partner Benny Spence out of Margaret. So I think Benny's seeded a little further through the draw.
I think he's also spending a lot of time with Elliot Parada Reid.
Okay.
And their dad's on camera or Elliot's dad is on camera duties.
Yep. So Kobe and Archer living in the low 3s. Not much better for Al really. So the only real noteworthy manoeuvre or wave was that 2-turn combo of Jack Thomas, the layback slash, looking pretty good. I think he learns a lot as he goes on every event. You know, he was really stoked to get back into the CT event this year at Margaret's, and he said, you know what, I'm just going to go big because you got to. And he goes, I'm learning from these experiences and how to not be shy and how to really send it. So let's see how this tapers down to a QS 5000. He was here last year. He did both the Indo events, and learning curve, non-stop learning from this young man. Sooner or later he's going to connect the dots and really post a huge result. So this is what a 5.33 looks like. Little run down the reef, a nice little Larry here to finish off.
Oh, that's a great turn,
Well,
wasn't it?
make it a nice big Larry.
Yeah. I mean, you think if that wave had given him a little bit more to work with post that turn, Jack would have been looking at a big score. Here goes Alex McGuffin, the green jersey, streaking down the line. He's got some work to do. Now he finds the open face, drops the other shoulder, a little bit of a Larry. And now building up into the lip, comes out in front with speed to burn. This will be a long open face carve. Gets nice and high and tight on the rebound. Love that turn. That's a purist's turn. Up into the lip.
Wow.
Oh, couldn't quite get the landing. Would have been well on his way to a really significant number.
Has he lost his board?
Not a
The
broken
Guff swimming.
leggy. This is not a good place to break a leg rope.
No,
There's so much
he is
water
swimming.
moving.
All right.
So unfortunately for Alex McGuffin, he's got some work to do. A lot of the surfers have been using caddies. I'm not sure
The fact that he's tracking down his own board, I'd suggest he doesn't have a caddy.
or his caddy's back up the top of the point somewhere. So I wonder if he'll get any help from the Groms on the inside.
How's the little mini Grom heat going on in there? Now, when you see the replay, you'll see he gets a little hung up on this rebound off the wash, which put him a smidge late for the end turn and probably cost him a good point or two on the finishing move. So not a bad ride here from Alex. He had to take this wave. He took it off Jack, used his priority. This little wrap around here, you just watch this. He hits the wash and goes, okay, and just took him a little while to get this bottom turn going on. Had a good crack at it, red hot roof ride, hit the bottom, and that was just where it ended.
And there's the drone. So it looks like his leash just
Came off.
The Velcro just came straight off his ankle. So it's a bit of a bummer.
Well, he's got 12 minutes from now.
And that score was a 3.83, so enough to put him into the lead. He's just about grabbed his board back. Surely one of these guys on the inside.
No, they didn't see him. Oh, guy. The Vultures just want to get out there. It's all about their next wave. They're not going to bother helping, stopping and helping that guy. It's going to put him a little further back in the queue. So come on out. Get that leg rope on, brother. You're in the lead. It's a shaky lead. A pair of threes. So Jack Thomas, the only one to really lay down the law in this heat so far. 5.33, still the standout move. JT's got priorities on the inside. So let's have a look. It's a well-groomed looking wave. It's smooth as silk. What's the big fella got? All right, winding up here. A better section, a better turn. He's now going to have to do a little bit of backup work just to hang in there and see what the end section offers. Little lazy foam climb, doesn't connect too much there. Couple of hits out the back. I can see this probably being the second best wave of the heat in a low-scoring affair. Either way, it's definitely enough to get him back into the lead. So make up your own mind, people online.
So some good work up the top. First turn, not bad. A lot of spray, the result of both of those turns. Maybe a little bit lost in the afternoon glare, but they were big, strong turns from Jack T, and then not much beyond that. So it's going to be a score just for two turns, but he's going to move back into the lead.
Yep, he'll have the two best scores for sure. Just a matter of how high or where this number sits. I think it's going to be around his other one. So the other boys are living in freedom. I'm going to have to do something a little better than they've done already. JT, Alex McGuffin's probably still got about 5 or 6 minutes before he gets back into the picture. So it's time to capitalise for Curtis and Clements. Here it is, a 4.17, so didn't get too carried away with that. Would have been nice if it offered another section or two there for Jack, but either way, a lead's a lead at this stage. It amounts to 9.5 points, a pretty shaky 9.5 on the clock as well. Here he goes, big fella back into the picture, scooping up third priority. Paddle straight past these two. Says, I'm bigger than you, I'm going straight to the inside. Nice sunset playing out there, mate.
Yeah, that plays into the hands of the West Aussies as well. I mean, Jack and McGuff would be probably best known for their exploits up north, but, you know, for Alex, this could just be a late afternoon at lefties, and for Jack, this could be the last one at dark before Bears. Before dark at Bears.
Gotta love a sunset over the ocean.
Same ocean too.
Yep. Feeling right at home, the boys. Leave the wetsuit at home and pull the boardies on up here in Indonesia. South Sumatra, everybody. Krui, I'm sure you're all aware. We've said it enough times today. It is Tanjung Setia is the village that are hosting us here. Wave itself, Ujong Bachor. Nice wave approaches. Blue might have to hand this over to the boys on the inside. Nobody having a sniff.
Kobe Clements has priority, is sitting quite a way down the line of the three surfers who are in the lineup. Archer Curtis, this is under priority. And we've seen this a few times where surfers take off on waves that don't look that great and then they really turn into something special down the line. Is that going to be the case here for Archer? 3 turns to get things going. Bit of a wobbly affair so far.
Whoops.
That turn wasn't great. Now, can this one stand up on the inside and let him do some more work? Sticking with it. Big section here. Attacks it. And where
Disappears.
is he?
No, over and out. All right. A fairly shaky ride all round there for Archer. I think he was hoping for a whole lot more. So this is the judge's view. Let's have a look at a second time around. So just a little mini swack in the pocket. Perhaps a little better on his second effort. No real dynamic moves here to really catch the attention of the judges. A little slip right there. The judges do not like that. And did not get the finish. The wave grew in height. Didn't quite time it there. Down he goes. May move up the leaderboard a little. He might track down McGuffin here, but it's only a maybe. If it is, it won't be by much. So JT's got to have a look at this to make... No, he go, oh, okay, if you don't want it, I'm up.
All right, here goes Jack Thomas, heat leader. Again, Kobe Clements turning his nose up at this one with priority. 2 turns, good so far. That was a bit of a setup. He's flying to get around this section. Oh, he threw everything he had at the ender and got sideways. Might have been his bum that sat on.
Yep, definitely.
Could have pretty much gone through his board. He was carrying that much speed. Here goes Kobe Clements finally cashing in his priority. He stomps that end section, pops up next to Jack. We'll need to see the replay of just what Kobe got up to with his first couple of turns. But did he get the better of that exchange over Jack Thomas? Look at them, shoulder to shoulder right now. Here's the replay. Took us through it, Mark.
All right, okay, so let's see how his response was here. He waited a long time for this wave, folks. Really nice attack on the first lip hit with a bit of drift to spice it up. This end turn here, throws it up, rides out. Pretty useful wave. That'll be his best score as well, I'm tipping. Jack Thomas is trying to sit in his wake and play catch up here, but Kobe's having none of that. So let's have a look at... I'm be interested to see Jack's wave in replay from the judge's angle, because that drone thing sometimes can be a bit misleading. So here it is. Thanks, guys. Now, let's see if the big fella put any real points on the board here. That was his best turn out of those 2. Little mini check turn, so not really convinced he adds to his 2-wave total. Chris, what do you reckon? It was a bit of a...
Yeah, I don't think that's up there with his...
No, I don't think it burns off the 417.
Last wave for Archer Curtis was a 3-2-3, so that puts him in 3rd, although Kobe Clements is looking for a 4-1-6, so Kobe's benchmark would be Jack Thomas's 4-1-7. That was for the 2 turns. Kobe had that really good drifting backhand sort of first blast.
With a good finish. So I think
set up in the middle and then a big finish. So
I kind of think he will move up.
I think somewhere between Jack's 2 scoring waves, possibly.
Yeah, I think he gets the number. So yes, it would have to be right between those 2. Second best wave of the heat, I can see. Anyway, the back 5 minutes of a very long day, ladies and gentlemen. We will then just roll through a quick debrief on the day. We're going to call it a post show if you like, but we're going to do it every day. We are going to do one every morning as well. We'll keep it brief. We know everybody's been down here for a long time today. For all those crew that have been online watching us, thank you very much. Let's have a look at this. Kobe gets a 6.83. The judges really bought into that. They must have been loving. Well, the start move wasn't shabby. The end move was pretty big. So we kind of got that one wrong, and the judges saw a lot more than we did and threw the number of the heat. So to those crew online listening in, and to Kobe and his dad, sorry boys, but there you go. He's in the lead.
Yeah, strong opener, strong finish, and best wave of the heat. And not only just, but by 1.5 points. So
Yeah.
Kobe Clements, I love it. Also love that he's matching the red board shorts with the red vest. That's, it's just the attention to the details sometimes.
Late in the day, mate. Late in the day, it could make all the difference.
Oh, absolutely. So a 6.83 and a 3 see Kobe Clements in the lead. It's not going to take much for him to extend that lead with a 3 as his backup. Jack Thomas has a 5.33. He's chasing a 4.51 for first. Anything over a 4.17 will make life a little bit tougher for Alex McGuffin and Archer Curtis. McGuff is chasing a 5.67 for second. Archer a 5.93 for second. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to run.
Yeah, big team effort on day one. You know, it's always a matter of ironing out some kinks early in the piece. And a couple little stumbles early, as you would expect, but the team pulled together. And we've put together a 20 heat day with an opening ceremony thrown in. The time here in Krui is 5:30. And we were all on site this morning, thanks to the music busting out of the Big Bo speakers here at about 6 a.m. The boys turned it up nice and loud just to make sure we didn't sleep in. Windows love a bit of distortion in a big set of speakers. We got that bright and early. I'm sure we're going to get it every morning. All 4 of them sitting pretty out the back. Let's have a look at priority. Al McGuffin in third. What's he need? A mid-5 to get rid of the other West Aussie into second, who's got 4th priority. JT's on the hunt. Is Red going to fend him off here? No, Red says all yours, JT. So a small wave. He's going to have to go nuts to add to his 4.17 second score. This thing is growing. He's hitting. He's staying with it. He's jamming in move after move. He rides out. He looks at his watch. That'll be you done, buddy. So some very determined surfing. Is this Al McGuffin? It is. The Guff Dog.
Yep, so he's found a runner. Big layback. Oh, he needed to hang on to that if he was to have a chance of progressing. Unless he did something seriously sensational out the back. A 5.67 the requirement. We might have even missed the opening blast or two from Alex McGuffin. Right about here, the wave stood up, ran for him. He just didn't quite middle that turn.
Yeah.
Looked like he was on his way to it.
So this is Jack's insider that he took. So he did a lot of surfing on this wave. Doesn't amount to adding to...
3 as his backup, so it wouldn't take much for him to advance on that. Jack Thomas, he's out of the picture. Alex McGuffin's looking for a 5.67. Mark, you and I don't feel that he had that, but we didn't quite see the start of his wave. Archer Curtis has priority. He's looking for a 5.93.
Yeah, no, I can't see Al getting the 5.67 out of what he did. I think he's going to have to cop a third here with just 25 seconds. Did Jack increase his second place? Look at the Vultures already in position. You're not getting a wave out there this afternoon. Good luck. Giada's gone for a late. I'm like, good luck, Giada.
Well, Jack has a 5.03, the last wave for Jack Thomas. So that's given him the lead. 10 seconds to go. Kobe Clements down to second. Alex McGuffin looking for a 6.01 is not in the lineup. Well, he's very much down the bottom, but the siren is about to sound. And that's it. 20 heats in the books. The Vultures up the top. And they are all over it already. And, well, Mark, I think we're going to pop up on camera. So from the beautiful Krui to our ugly mugs turning up on the screen. Huge day of action here at
Mark
the
Clift.
Krui Pro. Chris Binns. 20 heats down. I guess we're looking to repeat
about the same tomorrow?
I reckon. For everyone online that's watching and listen, every morning by 7 we will know. So you can check the WSL app, click onto the Krui Pro link. You will have some input by 7. I'm confident we're going to keep rolling through with this men's round of 96. For your information, that would be Joshua Stretton, Zane Asink, Tane Dobbin and Rayan Fadul would feature in first heat tomorrow, which I reckon will happen at 7:30.
Yep, 7 o'clock call, and we'll be straight into action. Some highlights today. We saw Winter Vincent with an 8.17. Elliot Parada-Reid, an 8.33, best wave of the day.
Yep.
Run us through those two waves.
Okay, I didn't see Al's. I did see Winters, and I was mighty impressed. I'd never seen him surf before. 3 big top-to-bottom blasts from the 18-year-old out of Manly. Right at the end of that heat, we went to the presentation, so we never got to give him his beach interview. But I did go and ask him some questions anyway, just to find out, what he's all about. It's his first QS event, and first time out of Oz competing. Straight out of Manly. He said his coach he's rolling with here is Matty Cattle, but he normally works under the tutelage of Mick Kane. So he's coming from good stock, and he's only 18, and he's a big lad, and he seriously did. As soon as I saw that, I went, that's going into the excellent, and it turned into the second best wave of the day.
There you go.
I didn't see Elliot's.
No, so that's an 8.33. That had the competitors' deck just roaring. He's always been a favourite amongst the surfers. Did really well last year and has come back to see if he can't keep the roll going. I also enjoyed Ty Coulis, had a 7.5. I think he needed a score right at the end of the heat, and he managed to string that one together, which was a cool moment.
Big moment happened after that in Heat 9, right after that.
Yeah, Dia Izdihar,
that's it, that's the name.
Local Indonesian, not very local to this area. He's from Aceh, so complete other end of the archipelago, but he won the heat, and I had a great chat with him afterwards for the post-heat, and great lad, and very, very happy to be through to the next round. Not just in second either, to actually take the win. Again, the competitors' deck was roaring for that one. I also enjoyed Dylan Wilcoxon.
Yes.
His performance. Yep. I've seen the name. He's grown up in Kandui in the Mentawai Islands, so he has that reputation just for, the amount of quality surfers that would come through his zone. And you can see what he gets up to on Instagram, and maybe he looks pretty good, but then to actually see him come out, he's only a young guy, I think he's 14, and surf against the big boys, and he looked very, very comfortable.
He did. We called that heat together, and it was obvious that he wasn't phased.
No.
He's going to get a run in the juniors as well, so a free liberty to free up and get some quality surfing, not huge numbers, but just comfortable in his own skin, and surfed a really smart heat, and I reckon that's another. I'm glad you brought that up moment, because I did enjoy it. Then we rolled into the round of 96 as the day went on, and that's what we finished up with, 4 of those heats. We're not going to hear from Jack Thomas. We're not going to do a beach interview, but
we should get him in here.
For all you West Aussies online, geez, it's nice to see one of them get through. Commiserations to Al, but Kobe Clemens, he did enough of a good effort to be leading at the end, got reined in by Jack, who took the win. So that's a big congrats to the Westside boys. Apart from that, the ceremony was kind of not a bad highlight as well.
Wasn't bad.
They love it.
Tippy Jabrick from the ASC just whipped the crowd into a frenzy. Ty Sarati from WSL spoke well on behalf of all the competitors. Big showing of competitors as well, which was really cool to see. They got up, they joined in the song and dance with all the dignitaries. There was 1,000 people there plus. A lot of uniforms, a lot of big black SUVs with flags and bells and whistles and snazzy looking number plates out the back.
They love a ceremony. They know how to do it. They do it well.
What a blockbuster first day here at the Krui Pro.
Yep, we what is it? It's just after 5:30. Surely we're going to knock off and go and maybe have a coconut and
or an ice cream from that ice cream band that's just been playing its tune behind us all day long.
And so what we'll do before we sign off, we'll say, look, thanks to the Pesisir Barat, who are the big sponsors of the event. It's the local region here, and they're supporting it. They're pretty much the sole sponsors of the event. Bobo Box are also a sponsor. They're the ones that put the tower together, the judges' tower. So we'll give them a little kudos out to Bobo Box. All the workers, Chris, we all pulled in the right direction to get this day done. So I think we might have covered most of it. The judging panel did a pretty good job today. I think holding the scores, you know, nothing bigger than an 8-3-3 all day. I think they want more. We've got the round of 64 just around the corner, but we'll know more tomorrow morning.
Yep. And of course, plenty of ladies in the gates raring to get after it as well. So then the juniors on top of that. We've got a lot of the Krui Pro still to run, but what we've seen so far has been pretty fun, and it's only going to get better as the weeks progress. So we're back here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for the call.
We'll see you all then bright and early. Tune in again tomorrow. Tell your friends as well. The Krui show is on. It's alive and kicking, and it's been a good day here, day one at Krui Town. Thank you. Over and out. You.